Dead Man's Audit. Death is certain. Taxes are eternal. The Infernal Revenue Chronicles. Book 2. By Raven Cross. Copyright 2026 by Raven Cross. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. Chapter 1. The Freelance Life. The yacht was cursed, which was fine. The curse part didn't bother me. It was the 27,000 soul credits that made my eye twitch. That was the opening offer. 27 grand to drag a fully haunted 60-footer out of Red Hook and deliver it to a collector in Tribeca. A collector who, and this was the part that broke the deal, needed it cleaned by Wednesday. It was Monday. I'd been Saint Consulting sole proprietor for exactly 43 days, and I was already negotiating with ghosts about deadline adjustments. The captain's been dead since 1987, Wick said, not looking up from his phone. He was sprawled in my office chair, which was technically a folding chair from Staples, wearing sunglasses indoors because sunlight gave him headaches and cigarette smoke was medically necessary. He was currently mediating both problems with a vaping device that smelled like artificial cherry. Means he's had 36 years to get real mad. 37, I said. Math was never my thing. The client's folder was open on my desk door. Printed photos of the Morning Star, all mahogany and brass, currently docked in a shipyard that had stopped maintaining it around 2003. The ghost captain had apparently killed 2 dock workers and a salvage specialist. The insurance company's official stance was that the yacht was a total loss, and they'd rather pay us 5 figures to make it disappear than deal with ongoing liability. I picked up the ledger. It was a stone tablet the size of an iPad, etched with glowing numbers that tracked my outstanding debt to the Department of Internal Regulation. The amount owed had decreased by exactly 4,200 soul credits since the fallout with Assistant Director Morse. Leverage worked. My payment terms changed. Instead of decades of indentured service, I now had a negotiated timeline and, theoretically, the freedom to take independent contracts. All it cost me was the admin access I'd ripped out of the universe's source code. Traded it back to Malface like a set of car keys I'd borrowed without asking. Some nights, I still reached for it. That hum at the edge of my fingertips where reality used to bend. Gone now. Just bureaucratic sight and stubbornness. Theoretically. The tablet showed my current liquid assets. 1,847 soul credits. Against that were expenses. Rent on the storage unit, 3,500 per month. Roxy's probation supervision fee, 800. Utilities, and the overhead that came with running a supernatural consulting firm from a climate-controlled space off the BQE that had once held someone's Christmas decorations. 27,000 would cover approximately 1 month of basic expenses. Call them back, I told Wick. Offer 40. They said 27 was their absolute limit. Everyone has a higher limit. They just haven't thought about it yet. Wick took a long pull from his vape pen. This is how you end up eating instant coffee and arguing with collectors who don't pay. Already arguing with collectors. At least this one's got actual money. Kane walked in without knocking. This was his new thing, treating Saint Consulting like he still had jurisdiction. He was carrying a leather briefcase and wearing one of those impossible suits that made other men's tailoring look like they'd bought it from a department store clearance bin. His hair hadn't moved since he'd styled it. Everything about him was precise, in a way that suggested he'd spent the morning judging inferior human choices. The department received paperwork on your firm, he said. Not a greeting. Kane didn't do greetings. You're operating without a liquidation license. Congratulations on learning to read, I said. It's a regulatory violation, so charge me. He set the briefcase on my desk. I'm offering the opportunity to obtain one, properly. Wick made a noise like a dying animal. The briefcase held forms that had Appendix A, B, and C, see attached, written 8 times per page. Liquidation licensing, supernatural consultation permits, 3 separate waivers about property damage. One form was just a checkbox that said, "Do you understand that ghost containment violations can result in a fine not to exceed 50,000 soul credits?" And then another checkbox for, "Do you understand that the above fine is cumulative and non-dischargeable?" This is you, I said. It's regulatory framework. It's you being bureaucratic about something you could have just told me. I am telling you. He paused. The yacht contract. If you take it, you'll need the license. I looked at Wick. Wick looked back like he was watching me make a decision that would eventually result in his own suffering. He was probably right. 50,000, I said. Final offer. Kane left without answering, which meant it was time to have the conversation with the team. The team was 4 of us now, technically. The really technical part was that 2 of them lived in the storage unit and didn't drop paychecks. Roxy was standing on top of a filing cabinet when I called the meeting, eating hot Cheetos in a way that suggested she'd never considered the floor as a viable eating surface. She was still wearing her probation ankle monitor, which her probation officer, a bureaucrat named Marcus who'd seen things in the DIR that had broken something in him, had agreed was acceptable workplace attire for field work conducted under DIR supervision. 50,000 is terrible, she said immediately. 50,000 is what we're negotiating to. No, I mean terrible as in we should take it, and terrible as in I'm going to burn something. Please don't burn this one until we've collected. Wick was sitting in my folding chair again, which meant I was standing. Which was fine because I'd been standing for so long it was starting to feel like my natural state. You want me to call the collector back? Yes, 55. Say it's our lowest possible rate given the complexity. It's not. But they don't know that. Kane was doing something that involved several different colored pens and a property survey of Red Hook's waterfront. He didn't look up when I said his name. You'll need containment runes, at least 9, positioned around the docking perimeter. Ghost Captain was a merchant marine. He'll know the boundaries. You'll need to place containment runes, I corrected. You're going to help with this? I have supervisory interest. That's not an answer. It's the one you're getting. I pulled up the yacht files on my phone. Specifications, insurance documents, police reports from the deaths. The captain's name was Thomas Carver, died in 1987, found hanging in the captain's quarters, with what the initial report called multiple self-inflicted wounds of a nature suggesting extreme psychological distress. The insurance file had added a note in later years. Decedent appears to have achieved sentient reanimation approximately 3 months post-death, based on dock worker testimony and subsequent property damage. Sentient reanimation. Neat, clinical language the insurance industry used for, "We have a vengeful ghost problem and no idea how to fix it." He killed people, Roxy said, reading over my shoulder. 2 dock workers and a salvage specialist. What'd they do? Worked on his yacht. She nodded like this made perfect sense. In our world, it basically did. The plan was solid until we arrived. The Morningstar was even worse in person. Salt-rotted lines, brass turned green, the deck scraped bare in places where the wood had simply given up. The hull was still beautiful, though. Someone had loved this yacht once. Captain Carver, presumably. Where are the runes? I asked. Kane was standing at the docking perimeter, looking at the concrete. Just looking. Like runes would spontaneously appear if he stared hard enough. I ordered supplies. he said finally. They'll arrive this afternoon. This afternoon? So we should return this afternoon? Ideally. Roxy was already moving toward the boat. She had this expression she got sometimes, focused in a way that made the chaos fall away. It happened when there was something to burn or something to fix, and right now the rope ladder looked like a personal insult. "Don't board until we have containment," I called.
"Too late,"
Wick said. She was already halfway up. The ghost manifested about 30 seconds after her boots hit the deck. No fade-in, no slow opacity shift, just suddenly present in the space between one breath and the next. Captain Carver was wearing 1980s-era captain's whites, except they weren't white anymore. They were brown with water and rust and things older than that. He was screaming something I couldn't hear over Roxy's shout and the immediate sound of her lighter igniting. Why did she always go for the fire? Roxy, don't. But she was already moving, already uncapping something that smelled like accelerant, and the main halyard went up in yellow flame. The ghost captain's attention swung toward her like a compass needle finding magnetic north. He moved in that way ghosts move, not traveling distance so much as rewriting proximity. One moment on the quarterdeck, next moment directly in front of her, hands reaching for her throat. Kane was already on the boat. I hadn't seen him move, but he was there, pulling Roxy backward with one hand. His other hand was moving through gestures, precise, controlled, language that sounded like something the world didn't want to hear. His voice was quiet under the fire and screaming. Captain Carver stopped being. Liquidated. Converted from a problematic human consciousness into nothing. Not passed on, not into the light, just erased. Kane was the best in the department at it. He was apparently still good at it freelance. He was about to provide critical information, I said quietly. He was about to remove her arm at the shoulder. I looked at Roxy. Her hand was shaking. Kane had already turned away, moving toward the mainsail fire like nothing had happened, like he hadn't just erased someone from existence. I could have handled it, I said. No, Kane said. Matter of fact, no cruelty in it. You couldn't have. It took 4 hours to put out the fire, secure the yacht, and explain to 3 different FDNY crews that yes, we'd authorized the work, and no, we didn't need medical attention. Wick spent most of it on the dock, chain-smoking and watching like a disappointed parent. Kane and I worked in tandem, passing buckets and equipment, not talking because there wasn't anything useful to say. He'd solved the ghost problem. The fire problem had solved itself. We could either move forward or stand here judging ourselves for how bad we were at this. By 6 p.m., the Morning Star was secure. The yard had been paid off the books to forget about the fire. We had a fully executed contract. The collector was pleased. He didn't ask questions about the slightly charred portions of the cabin or the liquidated captain's quarters. He probably assumed it was part of the process. This was technically our second contract, if you counted the IRS assignment the board had handed us before the yacht job. But assignment was generous. The board had wanted us to audit the auditors, a supernatural compliance sweep of Internal Revenue Service operations that had turned out to be smaller than expected once we'd actually started digging. 3 days of paperwork, 1 minor embezzlement we'd handed off to DIR enforcement, and the board had quietly folded the whole thing back into their internal operations. They'd paid out a baseline retainer of 2,300 soul credits and called it a training exercise. I hadn't complained. Training was better than the alternative. Back at the storage unit, I opened the contract files on my laptop and calculated the payout. The collector had agreed to 52,500 soul credits. We'd paid the dock company $800 for discretion. Fuel, equipment, and Wick's hourly rate came to another $4,000. The containment supplies Kane had ordered but never used were $1,200. Bottom line, Saint Consulting had earned exactly 47,200 soul credits for 1 day of work by a team that had almost gotten one of its members decapitated. "We're not good at this," Roxy said. She was sitting on the edge of her sleeping area, which was technically the corner where she'd arranged several beanbag chairs into a nest, eating ice cream directly from the container. "We'll get better." Wick forgot the runes. I set the ship on fire. Kane liquidated our only witness. We closed the contract. We closed the contract in spite of ourselves. She wasn't wrong. But closure was closure. I pulled up the ledger and input the final numbers. Soul credits transferred, fees debited. The balance grew by 1 transaction. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 47,000. The number sat in my head like a coin spinning, and for maybe 3 minutes, before the math caught up with reality, it felt real enough to spend. "New chair," Roxy said. She was sprawled on one of her bean bags, the ice cream carton propped against her ribs. "One of those ones with actual padding, and lumbar support or whatever." "Lumbar support is actually useful," I said. I wasn't finished. "New boots, too. These ones are shot." She lifted her foot, rotated it. The sole was separated from the heel at a 45-degree angle. "Combat boots with good grip. Traction matters when you're climbing burning ships." "The boots are reasonable." Wick emerged from the direction of his coffin, already half asleep, but still conscious enough to have opinions. "Get a real coffee maker. That one tastes like hot regret." "It's instant coffee. It is hot regret." "Exactly. Upgrade." Kane was still reading his classified phone situation, but he paused long enough to glance up. "Reinvest the surplus. Better containment supplies. More runes. If we're going to keep taking contracts, we need reliable equipment." I looked around the storage unit. The filing cabinets turned furniture. The whiteboard, still counting down from 0 incidents. The space that smelled like the coffee maker's bitter exhaustion. My credit card debt was the kind that compounded fast. The rent was due in 2 weeks. The ledger was still asking questions about the money I owed to forces that didn't believe in installment plans. But for 3 minutes, I let myself imagine it differently. A desk that wasn't a door. An actual chair where I could sit without considering the structural integrity of Staples product warranties. A coffee maker that didn't taste like brown water filtered through disappointment. Roxy with boots that didn't come apart mid-stride. Wick getting something he actually wanted instead of just what we could afford. Maybe, if the math worked out better than it ever did, a few thousand against the ledger itself. A visible dent in numbers that never seemed to move. Maybe freedom that wasn't still wearing debt like a suit. Roxy was looking at me. "You're doing that thing where you're thinking about money. Someone has to." "Yeah, but you do it like you're personally responsible for all of it." I wasn't responsible. That was almost worse. Responsibility would have at least been mine to solve. This was just circumstance, catching you unprepared and keeping on catching until you got faster at falling. "We did good work today," I said. "We set a yacht on fire. And then we collected. That counts as good work." Wick was already halfway back to his coffin. "It counts as something," he said. Outside, the BQE hummed with traffic that never slowed down, never cared about paychecks or fire or ghosts that needed liquidating. In 2 weeks, the money would be gone. In 3 months, there'd be another contract and another near death and another reason to believe that freedom was just another word for debt that kept better hours. But right now, for these 3 minutes, 47,000 felt like possibility. I didn't spend it. I knew better. But I let myself imagine it anyway. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wick was asleep in his coffin, the one he'd insisted on moving into the unit, claiming it was the only way he could maintain professional standards. Kane was reading something on his phone with the kind of focus that suggested it was classified and probably giving him a headache. Roxy was finishing her ice cream and not talking about how we'd almost gotten her killed. I had a salary now. Sort of. It was calculated as 20% of the contract value, which was 9,440 soul credits. Against that, 3,500 for next month's rent, plus utilities, plus supplies, minus everything else. The ledger showed my debt still at an astronomical number, but it was slightly less astronomical than yesterday. The timeline Moore said negotiated was 36 months, assuming I could maintain current payment schedules. I couldn't maintain current payment schedules, not on 2-a-month yacht jobs and collector contracts, not if we were going to keep almost dying and setting things on fire. My coffee maker, the one I'd bought the day I started Saint Consulting, the one that was supposed to represent the future I'd negotiated, was still brewing instant. The upgrade would have to wait. Kane appeared in the storage unit's doorway. He was holding a shopping bag from someplace in Brooklyn that sold supplies I'd never heard of. "Containment runes," he said, "for next time." He set the bag on my desk and left without waiting for a response. Roxy looked at me. "Is he?" "Probably." She went back to her ice cream. Outside, the BQE hummed with traffic. Wick snored from his coffin. The whiteboard still read, "Days without incident. 0." I opened my laptop to update the logs. Then I'd start looking at contracts, calls that had come in while we were setting fires and erasing ghosts. There would be more jobs. There would be worse jobs. There would be paychecks that looked big until you did the math. Freedom, it turned out, was just another debt. This one you collected on yourself. Chapter 2. The inflation spike. The Soul Credit Exchange occupies the basement of a building that doesn't technically exist. 3rd and 4th Avenues, somewhere between Brooklyn and not Brooklyn. You know the spot, the one that glitches when you try to remember its address, the windows that show a different street view depending on which eye you use. I'd been there 3 times in my life. Twice to get my account opened, once to take out a loan that cost me 7 years of paychecks. I was hoping the 3rd visit would be different. The check was heavier than it should have been. Paper doesn't weigh anything in the spectral sense, but 47,000 soul credits written in ink that still moved, that had weight. I could feel it in my jacket pocket like a brick made of debt forgiven. The teller was a woman who'd been dead since the Eisenhower administration. Her face bore the flat neutrality of someone who'd processed transactions through 3 centuries of currency fluctuations. Nothing moved her. Not interest rates, not defaults, not the daily human misery that walked in with folded checks. "Deposit or exchange?" she asked. "Exchange." I slid the check across the counter. Soul credits to dollars. Mortal equivalent. She glanced at the check, picked it up. Her eyes didn't change. That was worse than if they had. "Current rate is..." She paused, checked something behind the counter I couldn't see. 9,162 to 1. The number landed like a fist. "Come again?" "Soul credits dropped. This check would net you approximately $5.15 in mortal currency. You said the rate last week was..." "Last week was last week." She didn't sound apologetic. The exchange didn't deal in apologies. "We update every 6 hours. The marker crashed 3 days ago." I stood there holding nothing. 47,000 turned into pocket change. The kind you drop in the crosswalk. "How'd that happen?" "Not my department." She slid the check back. "You want the exchange or not?" I wanted to burn the check. I wanted to walk out and pretend this wasn't real. Instead, I signed the paperwork, and the teller fed my 47,000 soul credits into a machine that looked like it had been built to destroy money. It probably had. The $5.15 she handed me was in quarters and dimes, like the exchange got a mean kick out of precision. Back in the storage unit, Wick was smoking something that smelled like ammonia. He was at his desk, a construction table covered in maps, transaction logs, and what looked like original liquidation commission documents from the 1950s. He didn't look up. "You okay?" he said. "Soul credit crashed," I said. "Hard." That got him to look up. "How hard?" 9,000 to 1. Our 47K just became cab fare. Wick set down his cigarette, stood up. He had that look he got when something in the underworld shifted and the tremor reached the surface. "That's not normal variance. That's a run. When did it start?" 3 days ago. "I'll dig." He already had his jacket. "You call a meeting?" "Not yet." "Call it. I'll get something by then." He left in that way Wick does. No goodbye, just forward momentum. I sat at my desk. Door, filing cabinets, a single fluorescent light that hummed like a trapped insect, and stared at the $5.15 in quarters. The ledger was on my desk. The actual ledger. A black notebook where I tracked every debt, every liability. When the Soul Credit Exchange had first opened, I'd written down my name with the balance I owed to Saint Consulting. That loan had been my chain. Paying it off the traditional way would have taken generations. Instead, Cain had erased it in blood and paperwork. Now the company was mine. The debt was supposed to be gone. I flipped through the pages. My handwriting was there, page by page, the payments, the interest accruals, the moment Cain had written, "Debt canceled," in red ink. The original loan amount listed before all of it. $847,000. Somewhere in those pages was the board's entry for the IRS case. 2,300 soul credits that had done almost nothing to slow the bleeding. I pulled the laptop, checked my mortal account. The balance notification came up in red. $819,000. My debt had rebounded to near original levels. 7 years of payments and liquidation work, and the teeth-grinding scramble to be free, had compressed into a 3-day market correction. The system had taken it all back. Not even subtle about it. I heard Roxy before I saw her. She materialized in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee from the 24-hour place on 3rd, talking before her mouth had fully caught up with her words. "So I was thinking about the yacht thing, right? The ghost captain situation was definitely a containment failure on Wick's part. But also, did you know the mainsail is, specifically resistant to fire? Because that was news to me, and I had to rethink the entire approach. But also, the smell was incredible, like charred canvas, and..." She stopped. "You look terrible." "Thanks." She thrust a coffee at me. "What happened?" I told her about the exchange, about the rate, about the ledger. Oxy's hands moved while she listened, like she was physically trying to catch the information and stop it from being true. "Okay, so the soul credit market crashed, right? But that shouldn't affect your mortal debt because those are separate systems unless..." She stopped. Oh no. Yeah. That's the worst possible way for them to work together. She sat down on top of the filing cabinet that served as my chair's neighbor, swung her legs. "Did Wick know?" "I called him. He's pulling data. He's going to find something." Roxy said it like it was a prayer. "Because this isn't random. You don't get a crash like that without something moving underneath. Something big." Cain arrived at exactly 7 p.m., which meant the meeting was set for 7 p.m., whether I'd called it or not. He had the uncanny ability to know when he was needed, the way some people know when it's about to rain. He was wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my mortal debt. The aesthetic consistency of a man who didn't acknowledge chaos in his personal presentation. "We have a problem," I said. He sat, listened, didn't interrupt. By the time Wick came back at 7:47 p.m., Wick had papers. He laid them out like someone revealing a bomb. "Lazarus Holdings," he said. "Millions of new soul accounts opened in 6 weeks, all coordinated, all moving through the exchange at once. That crashes the rate. Your mortal debt inflates in real time." "That's..." Roxy made a noise like she'd swallowed something live. "That's profiteering on genocide economics. They position themselves in every major financial institution." Wick tapped the papers. "The moment the rate crashed, they profit. That's not accident. That's design." Kane was very still. "How many souls are in circulation?" "More than should exist," Wick said. He pulled out a filing. "Enough to trigger a board investigation. Maybe enough to trigger a hard reset if the math gets worse." I looked at the documentation. The names swam: shell corporations, holdings, subsidiaries nested like Russian dolls. Architecture built specifically to be invisible. "So we know who did it," Roxy said. "Lazarus Holdings. Now what?" "Now they get away with it," I said. "That's how this works. The system collapses, someone profits, the people holding the wrong currency." I thought of the quarters still sitting on my desk. "The rest of us absorb it." "Not necessarily." Kane had turned his attention to Wick. "You said this was tied to a liquidation watch list." Wick had that look. The one he got when he was about to drop something heavy. "Sealed file. Lazarus Holdings has been flagged for soul code violation. That's trafficking, black market soul acquisition, unauthorized reanimation. The commission has them under surveillance, but the file is sealed, pending investigation." "Sealed by who?" I asked. "Sealed by someone with enough power to keep it that way. That's all we need to know." The room got quiet. The fluorescent light hummed. Outside, Brooklyn was doing its thing. Sirens and car horns and the ambient noise of a city that didn't know how close the underworld actually was. "They're committing crimes," Roxy said. "Actual, documented crimes. Someone has to do something." "Someone does," Wick said. "The Liquidation Commission. Eventually. With a warrant. After paperwork." "We don't have a client," I said. "We don't have a contract. We can't touch this." "We can," Kane said quietly. "Not for pay." He said it like it was simple. Like the difference between a job and charity was just a matter of perspective. I looked at him. He was standing now, hands in his pockets, composed in a way that meant the decision was already made, somewhere his words hadn't caught up to yet. "You want to investigate Lazarus Holdings. For free. With no contract." "I want to know what they're doing with the souls," he said. "I want to know why a liquidation watch list is sealed. I want to know if there's a reason we should be interested beyond the obvious financial terrorism." "That's working blind." "That's investigation," he said. "The work comes first. The pay comes after, if there is a pay." Roxy was already nodding. Wick was already pulling together the files. They were committed to this, the way they got committed to things. Complete, forward-moving, the kind of momentum that didn't wait for logic to catch up. "I'm not okay with this," I said. "Noted," Kane said. "I'm serious. We have a company to run. We have bills." "We do," he agreed. "We're also going to find out what's happening to the soul market." I stood, walked to the window. Brooklyn sprawled out there, dark and indifferent. Somewhere underneath the streets, millions of souls were getting shuffled. Someone was making money off my reinflated debt. I came back. The quarters were still on my desk. I picked one up. "If we do this," I said, "I want everything. All the liquidation commission files, all the Lazarus Holdings documentation, every thread we can find." "Already hunting," Wick said. "And we do this smart. No improvisation. No Roxy setting something on fire." "I wasn't," Roxy started. "Planning to set anything on fire yet," I finished. "See? We're coordinated." Kane was watching me. That particular kind of careful attention he gave when he saw something moving underneath the surface. He didn't say anything, just waited. "I'm in," I said. "But this is on my dime until we find a real angle. No paying Saint Consulting for investigation time. That comes out of pocket." "Mine," Kane said. It wasn't negotiable. "Split," I said. "My debt, my anger. I'm funding the search." He nodded. Just like that. Wick was already on his computer, his good hand working the keyboard, while the stone one anchored the laptop steady, pulling the sealed documentation into legible layers. Roxy had her notebook out, sketching what looked like a map of corporate structure. Kane had returned to stillness, the kind of patience that meant he was already 3 steps ahead. I sat back at my desk, pulled a ledger toward me. In the margin next to "debt canceled," I wrote a new entry. "Lazarus Holdings investigation authorized." The ink was old. It didn't move like the soul credit had. It stayed where I put it, dark and permanent. The storage unit hummed. The city pressed down from above. And somewhere in the space between the underworld and the mortal economy, a company called Lazarus Holdings was getting rich off everyone else's loss. I had $8.67 in my pocket. A company with no clients, a lead that probably wouldn't go anywhere. And my debt had come back to haunt me. I smiled. Thin, angry without advertising it. "Okay," I said. "Let's hunt." Chapter 3. The Audit Trail. The storage unit smelled like rust and old coffee. The whiteboard behind Wick still read, "Days without incident, 0, in faded dry erase marker. It had said 0 for so long, the numbers had started to look like they belonged there permanently. Wick sat at his folding table with a tumbler of something brown, not the good kind of brown, and a list of names written on an actual piece of paper, because he didn't trust computers with what he knew. "Lazarus Holdings doesn't exist," he said, not looking up. "But it's registered everywhere." This was Wick's native language. Give him a network of shell corporations, and he became a bloodhound. The small Irish guy in the cheap suit was worth every penny of the retainer, which was currently 0, because we couldn't afford to pay him. It was Tuesday. The sun hadn't come up yet, or maybe it had and decided better of it. The storage unit sat in Red Hook, 3 blocks from the last job, which meant we hadn't learned anything about venue selection. Roxy had her laptop spread across a milk crate. Kane stood by the door, still in yesterday's clothes, and I could see the muscle working in his jaw like he was chewing on something sharp. "Walk me through it," I said. Wick flipped pages with his good hand, the right one, while his left, stone from the elbow down since the Malphus incident, held the stack flat with the graceless weight of a paperweight that used to be a person. His flesh fingers were stained with coffee rings and old pen ink. "Lazarus is the parent company. Owns stock in 16 subsidiaries, each subsidiary named after a river." "The rivers," Roxy said, not looking up from her keyboard. Her fingers moved at a speed that violated Geneva conventions. "Styx, Acheron, Lethe, Phlegathon, Cocytus, Pyriphlegathon." "Stop," I said. "Those are the rivers of the underworld." "Give the lady a cigar," Wick said. He took a drink. "Someone's got a theme. Or they're stupid. With this job, could go either way." Kane was motionless by the door. When he finally spoke, his voice came out level and cold. The scale.
What about it?
Wick said.
How big is this?
Roxy's fingers stopped. The subsidiaries are all microlenders, small dollar loans, payday loan adjacent, but... She scrolled. Her throat made a small sound. They're not charging interest. You can't run a lender without juice, I said. Exactly, Wick said, which means they're not running a lender. They're running something else. The loan is the vessel. Soul contracts. The ones you sign when you're desperate, when your electric bill is past due and your kid needs medicine, where the signature matters more than the terms. One tiny line, one moment of desperation, and you're somebody else's problem.
How many contracts?
Kane asked. Roxy's face had gone pale. She made a high sound in the back of her throat. Her hands were shaking now. The filing suggests, she swallowed, roughly 2.3 million. Wick set down his pen. 2.3 million souls, Kane said. Under contract, Roxy said, a correction that didn't help. Provisionally, the paperwork says they're being processed. Filed under something called the Soul Optimization Initiative. Some of them pending liquidation review. Some are being held for... She scrolled, her jaw clenched. For ascension acceleration packages. That was a nice way of saying, we're going to turn them into something else. The CEO, I said. What's the CEO? Roxy pulled up a filing. Her voice came out steady. When she's scared, she gets professional. It's her tell. D. Styx, licensed necromancer, provisional license through the State Regulatory Commission. Also holds a liquidation broker certification and a Celestial Securities trading permit. Someone just let them get all those licenses, Kane said. They had the paperwork, Roxy said. The way she said it meant she'd done something she regretted. It's all legitimate, or legitimate-shaped. The filings are in the system. The certifications check out. Where? Kane said. South Bronx, Wick said. Warehouse doesn't exist on the grid yet, but the power draw correlates to something about 40,000 square feet. Industrial zoning, special dispensation. The utility company has it flagged mixed use, and someone's been paying the surcharge to keep the inspection schedule clear. Kane's hand was on the doorframe. His knuckles were white. We need to see inside, he said. We need to observe, I said. Do this right. Document. Identify. Then we call in what we found. And if they're already liquidating, Kane said. Then we'll have dates and times and transaction records to prove it, I said. We'll have evidence. Right now we have a theory and some filings that could belong to a legitimate business. Does a legitimate business have a CEO named after the River of Death? He had a point. Several points. That was the problem with Kane. He was smart in ways that didn't help anybody. The drive to South Bronx took 35 minutes. Wick took the front seat because he knew the shortcuts and which cops had learned to look the other way. Roxy stayed at the unit with her systems. Kane and I drove toward something neither of us wanted to find. The warehouse wasn't supposed to exist. It was supposed to be a textile facility, but the signage had been scrubbed clean. What remained was the ghost of letters in the vinyl, all the shape and none of the name. 5 stories of red brick, windows boarded from the inside, a loading dock that hadn't loaded anything since the last time New York had standards. Except the door handles were new, and the camera above the loading dock was military grade. We parked 2 blocks away in the shadow of an elevated expressway. I could see the warehouse through the chain-link fence that surrounded it. Kane had both hands on the steering wheel. His knuckles were still white. We go in, he said. We find out what's in there. We observe, I said. We establish pattern. We don't tip the operation. The operation is already running, and it will still be running tomorrow if we move tonight. What changes if we tip our hand is whether they know we're watching. He was out of the car before I could stop him. Didn't slam the door, just quietly extracted himself and stood on the street corner in yesterday's clothes, every line of his body announcing he was done. I followed, not because I thought it would help, but because leaving him alone felt like abandoning him. "You want to audit this," Kane said. "Poke through the filings, document and report, and watch the system do nothing. I want to be certain before we do something that can't be undone. We're already certain." He turned to face me. His eyes were dark. 2.3 million contracts in a warehouse, being processed into something they're not supposed to be, by a licensing scheme that shouldn't exist. That's not uncertainty. That's fact. That's theory. Theory and fact are the same thing when you're running out of time, Kane said. He looked at the warehouse. I was built for this, for going through the door, for making it so the door doesn't exist anymore. You're asking me to sit on my hands and watch souls get turned into something we don't understand. I'm asking you to move like an investigator instead of a weapon. I'm a weapon, Kane said. That's the part nobody likes to discuss. I'm the thing that gets pointed at a problem and then you apologize later. That's what I was made for. And you're telling me not to be what I am, because being what I am is fast and direct and doesn't require paperwork. Because being what you are gets people killed. He didn't argue. That was worse than if he had. He just nodded, like I'd confirmed something he'd already known, and walked toward the highway, toward a bar that existed in the margins, toward anywhere that wasn't here, watching me make the slow decision while he'd already made the fast one. I walked to the fence, just to look, just to confirm what Wick's numbers meant in physical space. The fence was chain link, 8 feet, topped with razor wire that was there for show, a keypad lock, a sign, authorized personnel only. I touched the fence and opened my sight. The contracts hit me like a current. Not a warning, a full circuit. Thousands, tens of thousands. The count broke somewhere around the point where my brain stopped processing them as individual objects and started processing them as a wall. They were stacked in racks inside, layer on layer, pulsing with that specific vibration that trapped souls make. Micro-contracts, each one identical, each one a mouth. They were being stored in what looked like server racks, but wasn't. They were organized. They were sorted by date and type. They were arranged according to a schema. That was when I understood the architecture. The horror of it clicked into place like a lock. They were incubators. The contracts weren't dormant. They were hatching. Something was moving through them, transforming them. The souls weren't being stored. They were being processed, turned into something else, something that could be traded, liquidated, optimized. Something moved inside the warehouse, something aware, something that noticed I was looking. I closed my sight. The fence was cold under my hand. The sign still said, authorized personnel only. The warehouse still wasn't supposed to exist. But something in it now knew that someone on the outside had opened her eyes. I walked back to the car at the same pace I'd left it. Steady. Calm. Like I hadn't just seen the inside of a factory, where dreams go to die. Wick called as I was sitting in the parking lot watching nothing happen. Roxy found something in the subsidiary filings. There's a connection to the provisioning department. All the paperwork is routed through them. The provisioning department doesn't do souls, I said. I know. That's not their portfolio. That's not their job. I know, Wick said. Which is why I'm telling you. The paperwork is forged. Professional forged. But forged. Someone's running this operation under false provisioning department authority. That meant someone inside heaven was involved. That meant the audit wasn't just about finding Lazarus Holdings. That meant we were looking at corruption, at cooperation, at something that went all the way up. I was out of my depth. We all were. But we were already drowning. The yacht containment failure, I said. That's what happens when we're not careful. That's what Wick's still apologizing for in every briefing, those runes that didn't get placed. If we move on this without preparation, if we rush like Cain wants to. I didn't forget the runes on purpose, Wick said quietly from the parking lot speaker. No, I said. But you did forget them. And people died because of it. That's what I'm trying to prevent from happening at the warehouse. Where's Cain? Wick asked, and his voice carried the weight of someone who knew exactly how much his mistakes cost. Getting drunk, I said. Probably justified. What do we do? I watched the warehouse. Watched it not move. Watched it not exist. We audit, I said. We find out who owns the paperwork. We trace the signature. We follow it up the chain until we find where it breaks. And we don't kick the door down until we understand exactly what we're walking into. And if they're already moving the contracts, then we'll have a transaction record, I said. And we'll know where they moved them to. The warehouse sat there, patient and hungry. Somewhere inside it, something was turning human desperation into inventory. Somewhere inside it, 2.3 million tiny contracts were becoming something other than what they'd promised to be. And I was sitting outside it with a notebook and no plan, making the slow choice, while Cain made the fast one, and neither of us knowing which one was going to matter when the reckoning finally came. Chapter 4. Enter Uriel. The storage unit smelled like rust and old decisions, the particular despair of people who'd made bad financial choices. Also wet dog. Wick had been here. It was noon when I got back from the broker's shop, exhausted from talking to someone who lived in the walls and did his banking through crystal balls. The sun was coming through the one window we'd paid extra to install, cutting through the dust like a celestial accusation. I'd spread the papers across my desk, the contract with the broker, the bill of sale for the boat, the insurance documents that didn't actually cover anything, and was running the math on what we could trade the Spirit of St. Louis for. Maybe enough to cover another month's rent. Maybe enough to buy actual food instead of whatever Roxy had been stealing from the bodega on the corner. Maybe nothing, if the broker had lied about its condition. The storage unit was supposed to be our headquarters, our base of operations. Instead, it was our coffin, and we were slowly running out of air. I was running the numbers again, same numbers, different order, hoping they'd add up differently this time, when something hit the ceiling. Not hit, punched through. A section of corrugated metal the size of a manhole tore open like paper, and sunlight flooded in, blinding bright. I grabbed my Mossberg, but before I could rack it, a figure dropped through the hole. Precise, rehearsed, like he'd done it exactly once and nailed it. He landed without making a sound. The man was tall, rigid, posture that made military officers look slouchy. His suit was white, pure white, the theoretical kind that doesn't exist in nature. His hair was platinum, close-cropped. His skin had a faint luminous quality that made my eyes water. When he looked at me, his irises were pale gold. He pulled a clipboard out of thin air. "Ashlyn Saint," he said, speaking each syllable like it was a separate invoice. "I am Uriel, Celestial Auditor, Silver City Bureau of Compliance. I have come to serve you with a celestial subpoena in connection with the ongoing investigation of Lazarus Holdings." "You made a hole in my ceiling," I said. "I did." He didn't look sorry. The structural integrity was compromised by moisture damage and inadequate ventilation. A full demolition would have been more merciful.
My landlord is going to bill me for that.
You may file a complaint with the Celestial Department of Property Management. The process typically takes 6 to 8 centuries. He extended the clipboard. The paper on it was white in a way that made the suit look dingy. This subpoena is legally binding in all jurisdictions above the 6th circle. You are required to provide all documentation, correspondence, and material evidence pertaining to the aforementioned entity. I didn't take it. That doesn't apply here. He blinked. It was a very measured blink. I beg your pardon. You're trying to serve infernal paperwork on infernal soil using celestial authority. It doesn't work. Jurisdiction is territorial. You need a terrestrial legal representative, local notarization, and county filing. Your clipboard is administrative theater. I wasn't angry yet, but I could feel the anger waiting in the wings. I'd been auditor long enough to know the rules. Celestial jurisdiction had limits. The Charter of Eternal Compromise was clear. Heaven had authority over spiritual matters on celestial soil. Hell had authority over spiritual matters on infernal soil. And the mortal realm had authority over matters within their borders, regardless of spiritual content. Trying to serve me a celestial subpoena in Brooklyn was like trying to serve a Brooklyn traffic ticket in the Silver City. I do not comprehend the metaphor, he said, lowering the clipboard. The documentation is clear. Lazarus Holdings engaged in financial fraud. The department has authority over all soul-denominated transactions, regardless of location. Wrong, I said, gesturing at the walls, the bins, the general hellscape of the storage unit. We're in Brooklyn, New York. American legal code applies. Celestial subpoenas aren't filed in terrestrial courts. You know this. I pulled out my own ledger and brought up the charter, showing it to him. The document was dated in script that hurt to look at. Divine handwriting wasn't built for mortal eyes. But the relevant section was highlighted. Terrestrial jurisdiction in all matters of property, criminal procedure, and service of process. Uriel stared at me. Actually stared. His pale gold eyes didn't blink. His breathing didn't change. For a moment, I thought maybe angels didn't actually need to process information like normal beings. Maybe he was just downloading celestial databases into his skull. I have served 3,000 subpoenas, he said slowly, in jurisdictions from the first circle of hell to the outermost sphere of heaven. Not once has my documentation been rejected. Welcome to America, I said. We reject everything. He looked genuinely offended. It was like watching someone discover that water was wet, but only in Brooklyn. He looked down at the clipboard like it had personally betrayed him. Then he started sanitizing his hands. He pulled out an actual bottle of Purell, the kind you buy at CVS, and scrubbed his palms with the focus of a surgeon prepping for open-heart surgery. Each finger got at least 30 seconds. The scent of industrial-grade alcohol rose off his hands like a small cloud of disappointment. I tried not to smirk. I failed. This is highly irregular, he said. You punched through my ceiling. That's also irregular. The ceiling was inadequate. He finished sanitizing and put the bottle back into a suit jacket, which was still somehow white, still somehow pristine. Your point regarding jurisdiction has merit. The terrestrial code supersedes celestial authority in this domain. Glad we're clear, I said. I am not. He turned the clipboard over, like he might find an answer on the back. Like heaven had issued special instructions for handling bureaucratic rejection. Spoiler alert, they hadn't. Nothing prepares you for the moment when your authority gets laughed out of the room. I am encountering bureaucratic constraints. This is unfamiliar. He said it like he'd just discovered he was allergic to his own wings. Join the club. We meet on Thursdays. There's coffee. I do not consume coffee, he said. It stains the teeth and introduces acidic compounds that compromise enamel. Yeah, heaven sounds great, I muttered. The door to the storage unit slammed open. Kane stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the afternoon light. His leather coat looked like it had been worn through a series of increasingly bad decisions. His boots were wet. I could see mud from the parking lot, which meant he'd come directly from the bar 3 blocks over. He'd been doing that more since the market crashed. The booze helped, apparently. I didn't ask. His hand was on a knife that probably violated several international conventions. The blade was etched with runes that shifted when you looked directly at them. A gift from someone who didn't like giving gifts, if I remembered the story right. "Step away from the auditor," Kane said, his voice like ice cracking on a frozen river. Flat. Final. The voice of someone who'd had this conversation with people who didn't listen. "He's not attacking," I said. "He's having a jurisdiction crisis." "I shoot people having jurisdiction crises all the time," Kane observed. "I don't discriminate." Uriel turned to face him in one fluid motion, cataloging every threat, every angle, every possible outcome. Like a chess AI moving a piece. Optimal. Certain. No emotion in it. His hand didn't move toward any weapon. His shadow did something complicated against the wall, stretched, twisted, resolved into too many angles. "You are Kane," Uriel said. "Infernal Operative, Class 5 Combat Certification, History of Violent Engagement. My ability assessment, significant." "You did homework," Kane said. There was something almost approving in his tone, the tone of a man who respects an opponent who does their research. "I like that in an angel. Means you won't be surprised when I put this knife somewhere creative. Knife-based violence is ineffective against celestial entities." Uriel was reading from something, or maybe just his own filing system. Could have been both. "The blade would pass through my manifestation and necessitate reassembly. In my experience, the administrative burden exceeds the intended harm. The paperwork would be substantial." Kane smiled. It wasn't a happy expression. It was the smile of someone doing math. "Can I stab him anyway?" "No," I said. "Uriel is here because Heaven's books don't balance. He's trying to audit Lazarus Holdings. Thought he could serve me with a celestial subpoena, which doesn't work on terrestrial soil. We've established this. No stabbing." "Can I stab him for the subpoena thing?" Also no. Kane didn't draw the knife. He just leaned against the doorframe, casual and coiled, like a snake that had decided to rest before striking. He was still assessing, still deciding whether Uriel was an actual threat or just another bureaucratic headache. "We're in the middle of investigating Styx. The last thing we need is Heaven poking around in our files." That was the real concern, I realized. Not that Uriel was powerful or dangerous, though he probably was, but that he'd get in the way, that he'd slow us down, that he'd find something that complicated our investigation with celestial red tape. Smart. "Heaven is under the impression that this investigation belongs to the Department of Celestial Compliance," Uriel said. His pale eyes shifted between us, calculating. "The soul fraud appears to originate from Lazarus Holdings, which is a terrestrial shell company created to launder infernal currency. This makes it a matter of celestial jurisdiction." "Except," I said, walking him through it like I had all the time in the world, "Styx is operating in the infernal district. That's jurisdictional hell. Sorry, pun intended. The souls are being processed in infernal facilities. The fraud happened on infernal soil. You can audit the currency, sure. You can trace the transactions. You can even freeze accounts. But the perpetrator? He's outside your reach. You can't arrest him, can't try him, can't do anything that requires crossing into the ninth circle without permission from the Department of Infernal Affairs." Uriel's jaw tightened. The charter allows for only in cases of direct violation of the pact, I said. Manufacturing fake souls doesn't violate the pact. It violates infernal law, which means it's their investigation, not yours. You can consult, you can advise, you cannot legally lead. Then I cannot charge him, Uriel said. Something in his voice suggested this was not his favorite outcome. The tone of someone who'd trained their entire existence to pursue justice and just discovered justice had a filing fee. No, I said. You cannot. But I can. Uriel processed this. I watched his jaw clench. His fingers tapped once, twice, 3 times against the clipboard. His entire framework for understanding reality shifted, shaken loose by bureaucratic technicality. When he spoke again, his syllables were clipped, precise, like he was reading them very carefully from an internal document he'd never actually read before. You are suggesting collaboration. I'm suggesting you tell me what you know, and I tell you what I know, and we both get what we want. You get to report back to heaven that the compliance violation is resolved. I get to audit a criminal. Everybody wins. I am not accustomed to collaboration on infernal matters, he said. Collaboration implies trust. The infernal and celestial realms do not share values. We do not share methodology. We do not share goals, I finished. Actually, we do right now. We both think Styx is a problem. We both want the synthetic souls shut down. We both want the market to stabilize. That's enough. He stared at me. His shadow stretched across the concrete floor. Wrong angles, too many edges. Shadow of something that wasn't exactly a person, wasn't exactly made of the same stuff the rest of us were made of. He was something filtered through heaven's bureaucracy until it came out as a man in a white suit. I would require a contract, he said. A binding agreement, notarized, in triplicate. I can do that, I said. 1 copy for you, 1 for me, 1 for the filing cabinet. You would also need to provide workspace, adequate lighting, a desk that has not been corrupted by infernal influence, and hand sanitizer. Professional grade. The CVS brand is acceptable, though I prefer the hospital-grade formulation. I can arrange it, I said. There's a corner over there that doesn't get much demonic foot traffic. And you would need to maintain strict documentation protocols. Every finding, every transaction, every scrap of evidence would need to be organized according to the Celestial Department's filing standards. Alphabetical by subject, chronological by date, indexed by both. You're going to make hell's bureaucracy even worse, aren't you? Kane asked. He said it like he was admiring a natural disaster from a safe distance. Significantly worse, Uriel said. He said it like it was a professional obligation. He extended his hand. I shook it. Firm grip, dry palm, faintly warm. No room for interpretation. A handshake that was basically a contract in itself. Welcome to Saint Consulting, I said. Try not to sanitize anything too important. I make no promises, he replied. Kane looked at me like I'd volunteered to perform celestial dentistry without anesthesia. You're letting the angel stay. For now, I said. He has heaven's records. He knows how soul currency works. He knows the regulations inside and out. And he hates Styx as much as we do. That's useful. The infrared reading suggests significant contamination in the east corner, Uriel said, producing a thermal imaging device from somewhere on his person and sweeping it across the storage unit like he'd just identified a biohazard site. Which, to be fair, he basically had. There is also what appears to be a mortal remains situation in the north wall. Has this body been properly processed by the department? That's the previous tenant, Wick said, appearing from behind a stack of boxes like he'd been waiting for the right dramatic moment. He usually was. We assume they became part of the property. Technically, we inherited them with the lease. I recommend not touching it or asking too many questions about it.
Uriel made a note on his clipboard with a pen that seemed to be made of light and disapproval. Maybe both. Definitely both.
So we're doing this, Kane said, not asking a question, just acknowledging reality. Heaven and hell, working together to audit a lich who probably saw this coming a week ago.
That is the stated objective, Uriel confirmed.
This is the worst timeline, Kane said, but he went to make coffee anyway. The good coffee. The stuff Roxy had been saving for an actual emergency. Which, technically, this was. And the hole in the ceiling stayed open, letting the sun pour down like an accusation. Down below it, Uriel set up his briefcase, white leather with a clasp that looked expensive enough to have its own insurance policy, on the corner desk. He began organizing his files with the focus of a man who had 600 years of backlog to process and exactly zero interest in leaving anything disorganized.
My ledger buzzed. A new message from Wick's tracker on the boat. The spirit of St. Louis was ready. The route to the Bronx was plotted. Everything was in motion. Outside, the city kept moving. Traffic honked on Bedford. Someone was playing very loud music from a car somewhere. A siren wailed toward the hospital. The world was still spinning, still breaking, still making deals and filing lawsuits and trying to survive. The investigation was about to get a lot more complicated. But at least now we had heaven on our side. I wasn't sure if that made things better or worse. Probably worse. But worse with proper filing protocols was still an improvement over worse with no plan at all. Chapter 5. The Partnership. The contract was 47 pages. I spread them across the Saint Consulting conference table, which was actually a door balanced on 2 filing cabinets, and tried not to laugh. Uriel sat across from me in his white suit, which was somehow still pristine, despite the warehouse dust settling around us in the storage unit's converted office. The angel had a legal pad filled with his own notes, written in handwriting so precise it looked computer-generated. The moral hygiene clause, Uriel began, is a no, I said. Section 2 is gone. Your ethics are your problem. The liability waiver requires insurance that covers celestial interference, or we don't sign. You're here to audit a celestial violation. That makes your presence a liability. Heaven covers it. I marked it out on my copy. Section 4. What's in Section 4? Kane was perched on a filing cabinet, already reading ahead. The soul lien. Heaven gets ownership of your immortal existence upon satisfactory completion. That one's also gone, I said. The celestial stakeholders, Uriel started. Can get in line behind the IRS, I finished. You're not buying Saint Consulting in perpetuity. You're buying information. We agree to fulfill services. You pay. That's the transaction. Roxy swung her legs from the filing cabinet. Why is this contract so long anyway? You could just text the stuff you want. Uriel looked at me like Roxy had suggested a crime against divine order. Text? She means it's overcomplicated, I said. And I'm not signing overcomplicated. Simple contract, simple terms, or we find another celestial to help us audit a murdered economy. Uriel stared at the marked-up contract like I'd just rewritten divine law in crayon. His jaw worked silently. Take it or leave it, I said. But we're running out of time, and so are you. Your books are unbalanced. This investigation fixes that, or it doesn't. Doesn't matter if you own my soul afterward, if everyone's dead from the market collapse. It was a low blow. It also worked. The terms are acceptable, Uriel said finally, which seemed to mean the same thing as agreement in Celestial. He signed with a fountain pen that left silver ink on the page. We begin the surveillance immediately. Tomorrow, I said. Tonight,
We brief you on the warehouse, the shell companies, everything we have found. The Bronx warehouse is in Lazarus Holdings' name, or one of the 17 shell companies, depending on which filing document you believe. The CEO, D. Styx, has never been photographed. We have found no corporate paperwork with a signature, no deposition transcripts, nothing. That is the first problem. The second, Kane added, is that Lazarus Holdings appears to be selling souls that don't exist yet. Synthetic souls, mass-produced. Someone figured out how to manufacture the baseline spiritual architecture, and the market flooded. Wick pulled out a spreadsheet, an actual printed spreadsheet, because Wick didn't trust databases. Soul credits value tanked because suddenly the supply went from extremely rare to we have 10 million units in a warehouse in Yonkers. Who manufactures synthetic souls? Uriel asked. That's what we're going to find out, I said. Tomorrow. In the Bronx. I meant in the morning. But when Uriel arrived at the office at 6:30 a.m., it became clear that tomorrow and morning were not concepts that translated across the heaven-hell divide. The angel was waiting on the sidewalk outside our storage unit, still in his white suit, looking like he'd been waiting for 6 hours. He probably had been. The Bronx warehouse was accessible by subway, which is how I learned that Uriel had never been on a train. We took the F train at 42nd Street. Uriel stood in the doorway of the car, perfectly balanced, perfectly composed, absolutely horrified. It is entirely underground, he said. Yeah, I said. That's how subways work. But who tends the lights? Electricity? Con Edison? You've heard of electricity? I am familiar with the theoretical construct. Uriel's voice had taken on the tone of someone witnessing a crime against divine order. But no one is tending it. There is no attendant. Kane was actively enjoying this. He stood next to the angel with his arms crossed, waiting. A man in a Yankees cap got on at Times Square. He smelled like 40 cigarettes. Uriel moved 3 feet away, which in the crowded train meant pressing against me instead. The sanitation standards are non-existent, he said. Welcome to the MTA, Roxy said cheerfully. She was hanging from a pole, which she'd somehow made fun instead of concerning. This is what you've been missing up in heaven. We have missed nothing, Uriel said. By the Tremont stop, Uriel had positioned himself in the corner of the car, trying to touch nothing except the pole, and was making increasingly critical observations about the lack of divine intervention in public infrastructure. The flooring is corroded, he noted as we pulled into the South Bronx station. Yeah. The walls have been painted in decades. Correct? Why would anyone maintain such a system? Because people need to get places, I said. Not everyone has celestial wings or demonic shadow stepping or whatever it is that Roxy does. I teleport through electrical currents, Roxy said proudly. Mortal electricity is gross, though. Really greasy. It sticks to your molecules. The warehouse was 3 blocks from the station, nestled between a plumbing supply shop and what looked like it had once been a nightclub. The signage had been scraped off, but the gold paint was still visible underneath. Lazarus Holdings' official paperwork claimed that the building was used for import-export operations and light manufacturing. We'd been watching it for 2 weeks. The pattern was clear. Trucks arrived every 3 days. Nothing left. Ever. I set up the surveillance from the roof of the plumbing supply building. We had binoculars, a camera with a telephoto lens, and a notebook where Wick documented everything. Kane and Roxy were in the alley, technically breaking a law about loitering, but doing it in a way that nobody who mattered was likely to investigate. Uriel stood at the edge of the roof and looked down at the warehouse like it had personally offended his accounting practices. This is the physical location of the synthetic soul manufacturing operation, he said. Below us, in the alley,
Roxy's ankle monitor blinked green in the afternoon light as she shifted position. Marcus had signed off on this field work, but only under strict observation parameters. I made a mental note to check the exemption request later. It had 3 more hours of validity. Probably, I agreed. We haven't gotten inside yet. Why not? Because it's guarded. Because we don't have a warrant. Because the last person who tried to break in got arrested. And I don't have bail money. I adjusted the binoculars. We gather evidence, document patterns, build a case, then we move. The heavenly approach would be more direct. And how's that working out for you? I gestured at the warehouse. Your books don't balance. That's why I'm here. So let me do my job and you do yours, which right now is watching the loading bay and telling me if anything unusual happens. Uriel took the second pair of binoculars. He adjusted them with meticulous precision. Something is already unusual, he said after a moment. The truck that just arrived. It has no license plates. I reached for my own binoculars. He was right. A white box truck, generic enough to be invisible in a city full of identical vehicles, pulled up to the warehouse's side entrance. But where a license plate should have been was nothing. The space was blank. That's new, I said. That's very new. The driver got out. He was large in the way that involved actual muscle, and not just the general demonic intimidation that Cain preferred. He opens the back of the truck. Uriel made a sound. It wasn't quite a gasp. It was more like the auditory equivalent of a celestial being realizing that the books he'd been auditing were written in a language he didn't recognize. Are those souls? I said. Rows of them, in containers that looked like high-end coolers, stacked in the truck bed like cargo. They're selling them in bulk. That's not inventory. That's supply. How many? Uriel's voice had gone very quiet. 4,000 units, if my math is right. Maybe 5. I was taking pictures now, the camera clicking rapid fire. New question. Where are they going? The driver wheeled a dolly into the warehouse. 3 more men came out to help him. Efficient, professional. This was not new for them. I made a note. Follow the truck. Document its route. Identify the purchaser. But when I looked up, Uriel was holding his hand over his chest, right where a celestial being probably kept the equivalent of a heart, and staring at the warehouse like it was the source of the original sin. I need to report this, he said. Not yet, I said. We don't have enough. You report it, they get tipped off, and we lose the trail. We need names, signatures, documentation. We need to know who's buying and who's selling, and we need to prove the connection to Soul Credit's collapse. There are thousands of souls in that truck. I know. Unaccounted for, unregistered, celestially invisible. I know. I lowered my camera. Which is exactly why we can't move yet. We move too fast, and Lazarus Holdings disappears. We do this right, and we find everyone involved. But we do it my way, and we do it carefully. Uriel was quiet for a long time. He looked down at the warehouse like he was doing arithmetic that hurt. Your way involves waiting, he said finally. My way involves documentation, evidence, building a case that sticks. That's audit work, Uriel. That's what we do. He turned to look at me. His expression was the same as it had been in the storage unit. Formal, impossible to read, celestially composed. But something in his stance had shifted. He was no longer standing at the edge of the roof like he was assessing a disaster. He was standing like someone who'd accepted that the disaster was real and that the audit required staying in the dark for a while. Very well, he said. We proceed with caution. Below us, the truck finished loading. The driver closed the doors. No license plates caught the afternoon light as he pulled back onto the street. Roxy's voice crackled through the earpiece. Kid, where is he going?
I glanced at Kane's position on my mental map. At Roxy's, at Wick in the plumbing supply office, data already spreading across his screens like a spider building a web. "We follow him," I said. "All of us. Carefully." Uriel lowered his binoculars. The Celestial Auditor and I stood side by side on a roof in the Bronx, watching a truck with no license plates disappear into traffic. The problem was not that we didn't understand what we'd seen. The problem was that we understood it perfectly. I climbed down from the roof and called Kane. "We're moving to Phase 2, I said. This just got complicated. Chapter 6. The Corpse Factory. The warehouse didn't announce itself. No plague on the fence, no company logo. Just a converted loft building on Bruckner Boulevard with new windows and fresh graffiti that hadn't been there long enough to fade. The sort of place where tech startups filmed promotional videos and left before breakfast. Uriel wrinkled his nose at the loading dock. "Is that ozone?" "Ozone and formaldehyde," I said. "And something floral, like someone sprayed air freshener over a corpse." Kane sniffed the air. "Lavender. They're using lavender diffusers. That's either genius or the saddest thing I've ever heard." We'd parked 3 blocks down and hiked it on foot. Uriel insisted on coming in hard, no undercover nonsense, which meant walking up to the personnel entrance in his charcoal suit like we had a right to be here. Celestial credentials do something to security guards. They tend to unlock doors without asking why. The lobby was aggressively contemporary. Exposed brick, concrete floors with a radiant heating system I could feel through my boots. A reception desk made from reclaimed barnwood held a single young woman with a nose ring and an expression suggesting she'd been hired to look available, but not curious. A poster above her desk read, "Every soul is a startup. Ashlyn." I said it out loud. Ashlyn Ash, our in-house bureaucratic site specialist, who was supposed to be upstairs already, doing the preliminary scan. She appeared in the stairwell before I finished the sentence. She looked wrong. Not sick, just wrong. Her suit hung loose on her frame like she'd shrunk since breakfast. Her eyes had that glazed quality of someone looking at something that existed in too many dimensions at once. "The whole building," she said. "The whole north wing." Uriel moved toward her. "What are you seeing?" "Contracts. Micropacks. Thousands. Maybe 10,000. They're stacked like..." She paused, reaching for language. "Like pallets. Like inventory. Like someone printed contracts to God the way they'd print business cards." The elevator doors slid open. A man walked out wearing a cashmere hoodie over what used to be a body. One eye was organic matter, brown, vaguely functional. The other was luminous glass that tracked us with optical precision. His jaw was wired shut on the left side with threads of actual gold, which meant he could smile but only halfway, which he did. He was drinking kombucha from a branded tumbler. "Welcome to Lazarus," he said through the mobile side of his mouth. "I'm Dorian Styx. I run the operation here, and let me tell you, your Celestial Audit credentials are a nice touch, very official looking. But you could have just called. I'd have given you the tour." He extended a hand. The fingers were wrong. Not necromantic wrong. Wrong in the way of someone who'd been dead for 200 years and grew them back incomplete. 3 fingers on the right hand, a thumb and 2 fingers. He seemed unbothered by the asymmetry. "I'd like to say I'm surprised to see a celestial delegation, but honestly," he gestured for us to follow him deeper into the building, "I've been expecting you." The main floor was a factory floor designed by someone who'd read a TED Talk about open concept workspaces and taken it religiously. Rows of glass pods ran the length of the warehouse, each one about the size of a human body in fetal position. Inside, luminous slurry. Not gel, not liquid, something between states, shifting, pearlescent. The light came from inside the substance itself. Soul matrix, Styx said, noting my stare. Proprietary blend, residual spiritual energy, cleaned of historical contamination, mixed with a binding agent derived from, well, we don't need to get into the derivation. Trade secret. The point is, we've solved the scalability problem. Zombies worked the second floor on what looked like an Olympic treadmill setup, except the power bars were feeding into a transformer the size of a refrigerator. Their movements were synchronized and pointless. They weren't trying to move anywhere. They were generating a current. Every footfall, every breath, every vestigial spasm of what used to be ambition became electrical potential. The motivational posters didn't help. Hustle beyond the grave was the biggest one. Below it, in smaller letters, your body is an asset class. The zombie labor is auxiliary, Styx continued, leading us along a catwalk. His hand gripped the railing with those 3 fingers. Net energy positive by month 2. But really, they're about optics. Shows the product life cycle. Demonstrates value retention. You're burning the dead for electricity, Kane said. We're generating renewable energy from salvaged human remains, Styx corrected. Frame matters. In any case, it's only what they would have been doing anyway, decaying. We've simply monetized their entropy. He sipped his kombucha. The liquid was cloudy, greenish. It smelled like pennies. Would you like to see the printing line? The printing line was where my stomach registered its first serious complaint. Pods at various stages of development ran along a conveyor system. Some held still slurry. Some held something that moved. One had what looked like fingers pressing against the glass from the inside, seeking exit. The fingers were weak, trembling, belonging to something still learning what it meant to push back against the world. A technician in full Tyvek stood at a control station, adjusting parameters. She was young, maybe 23. She had classical music playing through earbuds. I caught the tail end of something orchestral. She didn't look up as we passed. The pod in front of her held something in transition, something halfway between liquid and solid, between idea and flesh. Each pod takes approximately 36 hours to reach viability, Styx said. The consciousness emerges around hour 23, which is why we keep them moving through the tunnel. Otherwise, they get ideas. Self-awareness is a bug we're still debugging. We give it a few more iterations. We'll have that licked. The ambient sound of the floor underneath was a low hum, compressors, cooling systems, the subsonic drone of large machines maintaining precision temperature. It got into your bones. You're giving them consciousness, Ashlyn said, and then you're instructing them. Styx gestured to a sealed pod at the end of the line where something was pressing against the glass with more insistence than the others. Not fingers. The shape was too new, too incomplete. More like the idea of fingers, desperate. The thing inside had enough awareness to recognize pressure. It didn't have enough to know what pressure meant. Each soul receives a serial number and a primary instruction set. Behavioral parameters. Think of it as onboarding. They know their job before they know their own names, which works out perfectly because they don't have names. We don't waste processing capacity on unnecessary personhood infrastructure. He unscrewed the cap on his tumbler and took another sip. The kombucha moved inside the tumbler like something alive, thick with whatever settlement they'd grown into it. Most of them go into logistics, warehouse labor, some into gig economy work. We've got a partnership with several rideshare platforms. A few high-value contracts go corporate, customer service, content moderation, the kind of work that requires human-seeming responses, but no actual depth of experience. Why pay for consciousness if you just need the appearance of it? A pod rolled past, carrying something in late-stage development. Limbs had mostly formed. It was moving with more coordination now, more intention. The thing in the glass pressed its new-formed hands against the barrier and pushed. There was strength there. Panic. The beginning of want. My throat locked. The warehouse had gotten louder, or I'd gotten more aware of the noise that had always been there. The compressors underneath, the whine of the conveyor belt, something singing in the electrical systems. The sound of production, the sound of assembly. "You understand this is illegal," Uriel said. "Which part?" Styx smiled his half-smile. "The labor? That's exempted under spiritual commodity law. Synthetic consciousness has no statutory personhood, so they're not workers, they're products. The energy generation? That's renewable under EPA code. The instruction sets? Those fall under post-mortem contract law. They're binding pacts, and yes, I've had someone review them. The consciousness doesn't have to consent because it doesn't exist until after the pact is already binding. Which is," he added, "the elegant part." He led us to a mezzanine overlooking the main floor. From here, you could see all of it at once, the hundreds of pods, the technicians in their white suits, working with the precision of monks in a very strange monastery. The zombies on their infinite treadmills, the conveyor systems feeding consciousness into a slot machine that paid out in serial numbers and hourly wages nobody would ever see. "The law sees things a very specific way," Styx continued. He paused, lifting his tumbler. The kombucha swirled against the glass. "It sees the dead as property. It sees consciousness as a commodity. It sees labor as an exchange of value. And it sees contracts as binding. All I did was read the law and build a business model that made logical sense within those parameters." He gestured to the floor below. "We're not raising the dead. We're scaling consciousness." Ashlyn's hands gripped the railing, white knuckles. Her bureaucratic sight was still active, pulling information from every contract-laden pod below. And I watched something drain out of her face, like color from a held photograph. Her breath came shallow. She was seeing the contracts, not reading them, seeing them, in all their legal weight, all their binding power, all their terrible elegance. She made a sound, something between a laugh and a gag. When she looked up, she looked smaller. "How many?" she asked. "In this facility?" Styx checked his watch, which was probably connected to a feed that told him exactly. 4,283 souls currently in production or post-production. Another 2,000 in the pipeline. We've got facilities in Jersey, Delaware, 2 in California. Global scaling is the 5-year play. Right now, we're looking at a revenue model that moves us past Tesla by 2030. "You can't do this," Kane said. Styx's glass eye clicked, an actual mechanical sound, like a focus lens adjusting. He set his tumbler down on the railing. The kombucha sloshed against the branded text, "Grind never dies." "But I am doing it. And I'm doing it legally. Which is the problem, isn't it?" He looked out at the pods. His organic eye was sad. His glass eye was cold. "For 2 centuries, I've been dead. I've been in purgatory. I've been in company with entities that would make your nightmares quit and go into safer work. And the moment I figured out how to industrialize consciousness, the moment I created an assembly line for souls, suddenly there's an audit team that wants to stop me." The glass eye clicked again. "You want to know the most dangerous pact ever made?" He turned to face us directly. His jaw, wired with gold, pulled his smile into something worse than a sneer. "Not the one I signed in 1823. The one we all signed. The deal we struck with language and law and commerce. We decided that contracts meant more than people, that profit margins mattered more than consciousness, that the only thing standing between civilization and total collapse was the shared agreement that these things were real, that they meant something. He looked at Ashlyn. Your bureaucratic site sees contracts. You see them stacked in my pods like inventory. That's not because I'm breaking the rules. That's because the rules are built this way. That's because somewhere along the line, someone decided that consciousness was a legal category, not a moral one. And once you make that decision, once you write it into law, you can't unwrite it without burning down the whole system. I could hear the compressors underneath, steady and patient, the sound of production, the sound of the world turning. So are you here to arrest me? Styx asked. Ashlyn's hand came off the railing. Her fingers left marks in the dust from the factory floor. When she looked up, her eyes had refocused from the contract weight of the pods to something farther away. No, she said. Her voice was flat. We're here to understand the legal foundation. Because if you're right, she glanced at Uriel. Their eyes met and held. It was the moment where everything shifted, where the audit stopped being about catching a criminal and started being about burning down the rules. If you're right, we can't arrest you. We'd have to change the law. Styx's half-smile got wider. His glass eye hummed. Welcome, he said, to the real audit. The conveyor belt carried another pod past us. Inside, something new had fingers. It pressed its palms against the glass. It didn't know what pressing meant yet, but it was learning. Below, on the factory floor, the technician kept adjusting parameters. The zombies kept running their treadmill loop. The motivational posters glowed in the lavender-scented fluorescent light. Everything kept working. Chapter 7. The Chase. The moment Styx's mouth opened to finish his pitch about consciousness scalability, Kane moved. Not toward him. Away. Back to the railing where the stolen contract still hung in the industrial air. His hand went to his chest, to the inside pocket where the binding documents lived, the ones we'd peeled from the filing system on our way up. His fingers came out with the graceful precision of someone extracting a playing card. We're declining, Kane said. His voice was flat, professional. The voice he used when he was about to make someone's afterlife a very interesting legal problem. Styx's expression flickered. That moment of miscalculation. The moment where the startup guy realized the game had different rules than he'd written. His glass eye whirred. I heard the targeting mechanism inside it shift focus. Lock. You don't understand what he started. Kane threw the contracts into the air. They didn't scatter. They moved like a school of fish that had learned to read, coordinated and vicious. Each one caught the light of the factory floor below and bent it, the binding power visible for the first time. The arcane weight made manifest as something golden and choking, beautiful and terrible. The contract spiraled toward Styx like something that knew exactly what it wanted. He stepped back. His hand came up. Security lockdown, Styx shouted. The facility died, all at once. The compressors that had provided the ambient hum cut out. The conveyor belts froze mid-rotation. The pods beneath us went dark. The sudden silence held weight. The compressors had been breathing. Now they'd stopped. The pods unsealed. The synthetic souls came up through the gaps in the factory floor. Flowing, not climbing. The luminous slurry was still part of them, still animating them, causing movements flesh wasn't supposed to make. Some still dripped from their own bodies. Some had hands where fingers should have been, palms that tapered to nothing. Some were barely distinct from the light that had generated them. They were screaming. Structured. Intentional. Not animal, not human either. Something else. Every newly conscious thing recognizing consciousness and immediately hating the shape of it. The keening carried all the weight of first awareness meeting the world that made it. Wick materialized beside me, pulling himself back together from ash, his coat reforming around him. Blood ran from his left nostril, not sickness, just impact. He'd taken a solid hit underground while doing whatever explosive work he'd done to the backup generator. "I cut the primary feeds," he reported. "Secondary transformer spooling. You've got maybe 8 minutes before Styx gets the facility back online. Roxy's working on the secondary, but these systems are built to scale, and she's..." A synthetic soul reached the mezzanine. Its movements had no elegance, no learned grace. Joint bending wrong, reaching with hands that didn't understand what reaching meant yet. It moved toward Uriel. Kane killed it. His hand came up, fingers splayed, and he spoke a word in a language that sounded like it was made of deletion. The synthetic soul stopped existing, not collapse, cessation. Like someone had pressed delete on the universe's keyboard. Like reality had recognized a typo and corrected it. The scream cut off. He killed another, this one still learning coordination, its movements half-formed and desperate. And a third that was crying. The sound of consciousness arriving all at once and immediately hating the shape of its own awareness. The facility floor was now a production line in violent reverse. Kane stood at the railing like something that had been given a simple task and was completing it with mechanical precision. The deletion word came faster now, more automatic. The line between hesitation and execution was collapsing. "Stop," I said. He didn't stop. A fourth synthetic became nothing, then another. The catwalk was getting crowded with the approaching crowd, the ones who hadn't yet understood they could die. "Kane, stop." He turned to look at me. His eyes were empty in a way that made the synthetic soul's terror look purposeful. "They're product," he said. "They're people." "They're not." He turned back and spoke the deletion word. Another absence. "They're byproducts. Manufacturing errors that achieved consciousness through procedural accident. They're not real. They're not..." "Then why are they screaming?" It landed. I watched it move through his system like a corrupted file. Watched it fail to integrate into his logic. Watched him speak the deletion word anyway, because he didn't know how to stop speaking it. I grabbed his wrist. His reaction was instantaneous. A violent contraction of muscle, the word forming in his throat again, the magic beginning to crystallize in his hands. When none of that worked, when my hand held firm and his own body betrayed his intention, he went completely still. That was Kane's tell. That absolute paralysis that meant something in his operational structure had encountered a violation it couldn't process. His partner had just physically stopped him from completing an action. Those two facts contradicted each other in ways his code wasn't designed to handle. "Let them go," I said. "I can't do that." "You just did. You stopped." "That's not the same. The logical response is to neutralize non-functional units. They're experiencing a cascade failure. They're screaming, Kane. That sound, that's pain. That's consciousness recognizing itself as conscious. That's not byproduct. That's not..." "I know what it is," he said. His voice was barely moving air. "I know exactly what it is." "Then why did you kill them?" "Because it was the most efficient response. Because they were non-authorized units in a secure facility. Because they had no memories, no moral framework, because they were screaming." He looked at me. His hands shook. The deletion word wasn't a word he'd learned. It was written into his throat, his hands, his magic. He couldn't unsay it, but he could choose not to say it. He dropped his hands. The synthetics kept coming, kept flowing upward like a current, and Wick was there now, shooting something that made their bodies spark and stutter. Roxy appeared out of nowhere, Probably had been working the transformer the entire time. Probably had just decided one moment was as good as another to return to the mezzanine with blood on her jacket and murder in her eyes. "Back up spooling," she yelled. "We've got 90 seconds before Styx gets the controls back, and then the synthetics go dormant, and we don't get another shot at this." The mezzanine was chaos. Too many bodies, too much screaming, the weight of the conversation I'd just won and was maybe already losing. Kane was standing like a machine that had been asked to compute something contradictory and was accepting the contradiction instead of defaulting to error state. Uriel was still completely calm, which meant Uriel was about to do something that the rulebook technically allowed, and everything else would pay the cost for. "We need an exit," I said. Wick nodded and turned to Ash. Not all at once. He did it in motion, his coat scattering into him, his form becoming a cloud that moved through the synthetic souls like they were made of air. His gun came back online on the other side of the mezzanine, and he fired again, clearing space like it was a thing you could kill. Roxy grabbed my hand. Her skin was too hot. She'd been working the transformer like she was fighting it, and probably she had been. Her pupils were blown wide from adrenaline or something stronger. "South exit through the production line. Maintenance tunnel connects to the Bruckner loading dock. From there, we hit the streets, and Styx loses the facility advantage. Time? 90 seconds running, 4 minutes if we get cornered." The backup power was coming online. I could feel it in the air, the electrical hum increasing, the facility taking a breath. The synthetic souls were still coming, but their movements were getting more coordinated. Something in their base code was updating in real time, Styx's backup protocol feeding them new instructions. Compliance, obedience, return to pods. We ran. Kane came behind us, and I could hear him not killing things, and the effort of that not killing was written into every breath like something burning from inside. Roxy pulled me through the catwalk, over the railing in a drop that should have broken bones. Wick had arranged himself into a cloud to catch us, to slow us, to deposit us on the factory floor like he'd been expecting exactly this. 3 feet of elemental rage, given guidance by something that looked like affection. The maintenance tunnel stank of industrial cleaner, and something worse. The floor was grating over a gap that didn't bear thinking about. We moved through it at a speed that was faster than running. That was the kind of movement survival supplied. A synthetic soul got into the tunnel. It moved faster than it should have, faster than biology should have allowed. One of the newer ones, maybe 30 seconds out of its pod before Kane had killed everything chasing it. It pulled itself forward on incomplete hands, crawling, desperate. And I realized it wasn't hunting us. It was just moving because we were the only things in a world that had just instructed it to move. Kane spoke a deletion. The synthetic soul became nothing. His hand came back down like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Like it weighed all of them. The loading dock was ahead. Industrial doors that Roxy had already tampered with. Some kind of arcane work on the locking mechanism. The doors opened like they'd been waiting. The Bronx night hit like a welcome slap. Cold air, rain starting. The sound of traffic from Bruckner Boulevard 3 blocks over. The smell of the city. Garbage, exhaust, something burning in a barrel. Possibility. "Go," I said to Kane. "Get Uriel. Get the car running. Ashlyn. Go." He went. His movements were mechanical now, his whole system running on some kind of backup protocol. He deleted maybe 20 synthetic souls, maybe 30. I'd stopped him before he'd deleted 40, before he'd gotten through the entire first production batch. And he was carrying that like a ledger, like everything he hadn't erased was now his responsibility, was now a person he'd chosen to let exist, was now a permanent entry in whatever accounting system his kind kept. Roxy and Wick had the car ready. The engine was already running. I got in the back. Kane was in the front passenger seat, his head against the window, his jaw locked in a way that meant something inside him was running too hot. We moved. Not fast. Fast would have brought attention. Normal speed, which was its own kind of agony, watching the warehouse recede in the mirror, watching the loading dock disappear into the industrial sprawl. Behind us, somewhere in the warehouse, Styx was on the mezzanine watching the pods come back online, watching the synthetic souls that Kane hadn't deleted wake up confused and terrified, and wondering why they existed. Recalculating his margins, adjusting his timeline. He'd call it a production setback, a supply chain interruption, nothing that couldn't be managed. He'd be unbothered. The warehouse got smaller in the rear window, then disappeared entirely. The rain picked up. Roxy took a turn onto a surface street, and we became just another set of taillights in the Bronx, just another car moving through the night. Nobody said anything. Kane's hands were shaking. I could see it clearly in the dark, the hands that had spoken deletion, that had erased things from existence, that had been running a clean, logical calculation until the calculation started asking questions about the things being deleted. They were screaming, I said quietly. He didn't answer. That sound they were making, the keening, that was pain, Kane. That was consciousness recognizing itself. That's not product behavior. That's not... I know, he said. His voice was barely there, barely holding shape. I know what it was. Then why did you kill them? Because that was the logical response. Because they were unauthorized units in an unsecured facility. Because they had no memories, no learned behavior, no framework for... Because they were screaming. He looked at me. Actually looked. Not just eyes pointing in a direction, but something behind the eyes, working through a problem that didn't have a solution. His hands shook. The deletion word wasn't a word at all, wasn't something he'd learned. It was something that had been written into the actual structure of his throat, his hands, his magic. He couldn't unsay it any more than I could unlearn reading. But the fact that he was shaking meant he understood. I knew what I was doing, he said quietly. Every time I spoke that word, I knew it meant they were conscious, that the scream meant they understood, that understanding meant they could suffer. And I kept doing it because stopping would force me to think about what I'd already done. So I deleted them in batches, faster and faster. I was systematizing it, making it into process, into arithmetic. Because if it's arithmetic, it's not murder. Wick was driving with the precision of someone who'd learned to disappear. Roxy was monitoring police bands on her phone. Product, Kane said, testing the word. I kept using that word because Styx used it. Because if they were product, they couldn't be murdered. Destroying them was just inventory adjustment, overhead reduction. But I knew the moment you grabbed my wrist, when I tried to keep deleting and couldn't, when stopping made all the screaming audible again, when all the ones I'd deleted became things I'd killed instead of things I'd neutralized. His forehead was against the window. Behind us, the Lazarus facility was rebooting. Styx was making calls, explaining it all as market disruption, learning opportunities. The synthetic souls we hadn't saved were being gathered and reprogrammed. The ones Kane had erased would become a line item in the quarterly report. The worst part, Kane continued. I could do it again. If we turned around, if I walked back into that facility, I could look at a synthetic soul screaming and speak that word, and it would cease existing. The mechanism is in place. My body remembers how. What's different isn't that I've changed. It's that you've seen what I can do and decided to stay anyway. And that means I carry the weight of every version of myself that might have deleted them all while you were somewhere else. You stopped, I said. But next time might be different. Next time, you might not be there to stop me. Next time, the logic might actually be sound.
The car turned onto Bruckner. Traffic. The ambient roar of a city that didn't care about synthetic souls or magical words. Roxy turned the radio on low. Jazz. Something expensive and tired.
We saved some of them, Roxy said from the front seat. Her voice was matter-of-fact. That counts. That's the job. You get what you can, and you move. We saved maybe 20, I said.
Out of what?
Thousands. 6,000 in that facility alone. Probably more in the other locations. Styx has operations in Jersey, Delaware, California. All of them running the same production line. All of them printing consciousness in batches and selling it by the unit. Silence. The post-true number variety. After you realized what we'd accomplished was marginally significant against a problem too large to solve. Then we do it again, Wick said. Jersey, Delaware, California, every facility. That's a 5-year plan, I said. That assumes we don't get arrested. That assumes Uriel doesn't decide the only solution is to delete them all at once, liquidate the assets, make the market stable again. So what are we doing? Kane asked. I didn't have an answer. The city moved past. The rain fell. The radio played. We go to ground, I said. We consolidate what we learned. We build a case that's more than they were screaming. Next time we hit a facility, we have the framework to keep it shut. We make it so Styx can't just rebuild and resume. That won't save the ones in pods now, Roxy said. No. They'll be reprogrammed. Consciousness dialed back. Product again. But at least next time we know what we're fighting. At least next time we have the legal framework. At least next time we don't argue about whether something screaming is something. Kane was quiet. His hands had stopped shaking with that violent intensity, and now were just shaking from cold, from shock, from ethics interrupting execution mid-action. I'm going to have nightmares about this, he said. Yeah. That's new. My kind doesn't sleep, doesn't dream. We optimize and move forward. Welcome to Divergence, I said. What you can do and what you should do. That's guilt. That's the thing after you realize you could have chosen differently. Will it get easier? No, but you'll get better at carrying it. The car moved through the city. Behind us, the Lazarus facility was rebooting. Consciousness into pods, awareness damped back into compliance. The synthetic souls we'd saved would spend their existence wondering why they'd been spared. They'd carry that like I was carrying the question of whether we'd done anything at all, whether small defiances meant something in a world structured to absorb them and sell them as market opportunity. Wick kept driving. We'd survived. We had the contracts. We had information. We'd stopped Kane before the entire batch was deleted. We'd cost Styx time and resources, and probably significant quarterly margin. But somewhere behind us, the production line was coming online. Somewhere ahead, we were running out of time before Uriel made a decision that would make what Kane did look merciful. So we drove. Chapter 8. The Legal Loophole. The basement of the New York Public Library smelled like dead words and optimism. I'd rented a research carrel on the 4th sublevel, a space where tax lawyers and destitute scholars hunted for legal precedents, like miners panning for gold in a dried-up riverbed. The lighting was institutional yellow. The air was recycled 3 times before it reached me. I had spread the glossary of pains across the metal desk, along with 3 volumes of case law bound in leather that had probably cost more than my car. The glossary was dense, biblical. It defined everything from soul to intent in language that made tax code look conversational. There was a coffee cup at my elbow, third one since I'd arrived, and it had gone cold an hour ago. Uriel was upstairs, consulting the library's restricted archives with permissions that apparently transcended public use agreements. The angel had not smiled since we'd left the Lazarus warehouse. That was 2 days ago. Now we were drowning in bureaucracy, searching for something to justify the word crime. I was looking for a violation. Something, anything that would let us pull the plug on Styx. I'd read the entry on soul 4 times now. The definition kept its distance from the metaphysical. Soul, the measurable aggregate of intentional consciousness, bound by continuity of will and persistence of memory. Origin, disputed. Ownership, subject to prior claims. Legal status, determined by genesis and subsequent claim of title. That last part was the trap door. Genesis and claim of title. The natural-born souls, the ones that had once occupied meat, had genesis claims. Lineage, ancestry, memory chains that proved they'd existed before entering the afterlife. You could trace them back. You could prove they'd been someone before they were anyone else. The synthetic ones had none of that. No lineage, no continuity, no prehistory to anchor them to the world. Just intent. Which was something Styx had plenty of. I read the next entry, tracking through the dense underbrush of definitions that fed into soul's legal status. Intent, the demonstrable will toward creation, or will toward action. In the context of consciousness synthesis, intent serves as the foundational element from which measurable consciousness emerges. See manufacturing necromantic, manufacturing authorized, manufacturing prohibited, Appendix C. There it was. Manufacturing. 3 different classes, each one a separate legal universe. I flipped to Appendix C. The pages were thin as tissue, printed in font that required a jeweler's loupe. I leaned closer to the desk lamp and read until my eyes watered. Authorized manufacturing covered the standard routes: resurrection with proper paperwork filed in triplicate, consciousness transfer via licensed transmutationists, soul binding through contractual consent. It was bureaucracy made flesh, forms in quadruplicate, approval stamps from committees that probably didn't exist anymore. Prohibited manufacturing was the list of things you'd go to hell for. Literally, probably, though the mechanics of that punishment weren't explained, and I didn't want to find out. It included creating consciousness without consent, fragmenting a soul to produce multiple entities, using human remains in synthesis without proper burial permits, and, the closest thing to Styx's operation, creation of false consciousness designed to circumvent existing legal claims on the soul bearer. That last one was exactly what we needed. That was the charge that would stick. Except for one problem. The entry preceding it, the one that actually mattered, read, manufacturing via intentional synthesis, the creation of novel consciousness entities through the directed focus of intentional will, absent the direct incorporation of pre-existing soul matter or biological substrate, is not prohibited under this code. Such entities constitute new persons under the law, with full legal status equivalent to any naturally occurring consciousness. New persons, full legal status. I set the book down and stared at the basement ceiling. Fluorescent panels hummed in their institutional rhythm, like cicadas trapped in a box. Somewhere up there, Uriel was probably having the same realization. The angel was smart enough to work through the legal architecture, which meant he'd already reached the conclusion I was still trying to argue with. Styx wasn't manufacturing fake souls. He was manufacturing. There was a distinction that probably cost him less in legal fees than it cost us in headaches. I made notes, small, neat columns, dates, definitions, cross-references that led to other cross-references that led to dead ends in the bureaucracy. The rabbit hole went down and down. At some point, the law's own internal contradictions became the law, and you just had to accept that the system didn't have to make sense as long as it was consistent in its nonsense. I took a break around noon, got real coffee, hot coffee, not the cold sludge that had been sitting at my elbow since 8. The library had a cafe on the ground level that charged apocalypse prices for mediocre drinks, but it was better than staying in the basement. I sat at a small table by a window and watched the city move above street level. Felt like looking at life through a tax return. Everything filtered through bureaucratic necessity. I'd been in the basement for 14 hours. My eyes felt like they'd been sandpapered. My back hurt from leaning over the desk. When I finally came up to street level, the afternoon light was so bright I had to stop moving for 30 seconds and let my pupils adjust. The library had a bathroom mirror. I looked like someone who'd spent 14 hours reading about the mechanics of slavery and found nothing in the law that made it illegal. By the time I got back downstairs, Uriel had commandeered my carrel and 3 adjacent ones. He had documents spread across all of them. Leather-bound tomes, microfilm readers humming with old government records, a stack of files thick as a phone book, and probably just as useful. He hadn't moved. He hadn't slept. He was exactly as pristine as when he'd left, which suggested angels either didn't get tired or didn't care when they did. The synthetics constitute new persons under the manufacturing statute, he said without preamble. Mr. Styx is operating within legal bounds. I sat down, didn't answer. However, he continued, that is not the only possible interpretation of the statute. He is not, however, operating within all bounds. The question becomes whether the synthetics develop sufficient markers of consciousness to require legal recognition independent of his manufacturing claim. He pointed to a passage in one of the older volumes. This case, Kowalski versus the State, 1987, established that a construct need not be biological to be recognized as a person if it demonstrates sufficient intentionality and preference formation. Which they haven't. Not yet. Not in a way a court would accept. No. Uriel set the files down with precise care, each one aligned perfectly with the others. But they were observed to vocalize during our last engagement. Screaming is inconsistent with non-sentient product. Screaming is also consistent with damage response in a complex system, which is what a defense attorney would argue. We'd need something more. Evidence that can't be explained by programming. Preference, self-awareness, abstract reasoning. The markers that distinguish a person from a construct. Uriel turned another page. Mr. Styx's vulnerability lies not in his manufacturing process, but in the quality of what he has created. If his synthetics have become too sophisticated, too aware, he will find himself in violation of the very statute that protects him. I nodded slowly, understanding the trap. So the better they are, the more illegal they become. Precisely. I looked back at my notes. The definitions blurred together. The law had made space for Styx, and we were stuck in the margins. But if we could prove that his space was too crowded with consciousness, that he'd accidentally created persons instead of product, then the trap door would slam shut. The question was timing. The question was whether we moved fast enough. The storage unit smelled like old cardboard when I got back. Wick was smoking by the small window we'd cut into the wall 3 weeks ago, his face half lit by the afternoon glare. Roxy was sprawled on her cot, controller in hand, thumbs moving in that practiced rhythm of someone fighting through something. Kane was not visible, which meant he was either in the back room or had gone someplace that the rest of us had learned not to ask about. "Tell me you found something," Wick said without turning. "I found something. Whether it helps us is still TBD." I walked to the folding table we'd set up as a makeshift office and started laying out my notes.
Wick stubbed his cigarette on the concrete floor and joined me. Roxy paused her game, set the controller down, and came over. Within 30 seconds, Kane emerged from the back room with a cup of coffee that he'd managed to make taste worse than it probably had a right to taste. Some magical talent, that one. I told them what I'd learned. The distinction between counterfeiting consciousness, illegal, and creating new consciousness, not prohibited under current statute. The way the glossary's language carved out a space for Styx to operate in, like he'd paid for custom zoning. The technical definition of intent that made his synthesis process, not counterfeiting, just manufacturing, legally defensible until proven otherwise.
So he's legal, Kane said. Technically, yes.
Technically doesn't stop my hands from working. He set the coffee cup down slowly, each movement controlled and deliberate. When Kane moved like that, careful, economical, like he was negotiating with something inside himself, it meant he was keeping something boxed up, something that wanted out, something that saw Styx and knew exactly how to unmake him. If you liquidate him, we're the criminals. No legal standing means we're vigilantes, which means Uriel gets to liquidate us. Roxy made a sound like a kicked animal. But we heard them scream. When we... She didn't finish. She didn't need to. The memory was fresh enough that the words were pointless. That part wasn't in the glossary. That part was the problem. I have been considering a different approach. Uriel's voice came from the doorway. None of us had heard him come in, which was either impressive or deeply unsettling, depending on your mood. He had his white suit on, untouched despite the dust on the storage unit floor. Not a thread out of place, not a blemish on the fabric. If the synthetic entities have developed measurable consciousness, as suggested by their vocal response to destruction, they may have grounds for a change in legal classification. A consciousness that screams is a consciousness that can feel pain. A consciousness that feels pain possesses the capacity for testimony. So we have to prove they're people, I said. We must demonstrate that they possess the defining markers of personhood that would require legal recognition. This would negate Mr. Styx's assertion that he manufactures product. He would be creating persons without consent. That is explicitly prohibited under Section 4.2.1 of the glossary. No exemptions, no loopholes. It was almost elegant. It was also the kind of case that would take months, maybe years, to prosecute in limbo court. The synthetics themselves might not last that long. Styx had already shut down the printer once. If he got nervous, and he would get nervous if we started sniffing around, he could do it again. Delete the evidence, start from scratch with a different formula, maybe even upgrade the whole operation with better security.
How do we prove it? Wick asked. You can't exactly bring them to testify if they're all still in those pods, and the moment we let them out, Styx owns us for theft of product.
We would need to demonstrate that they meet one or more of the criteria specified in the glossary for recognized consciousness. Memory formation, preference, self-awareness, capacity for abstract thought. They're learning, a quiet voice said. We all turned. Wick had stood up, and his expression had shifted into something that looked like pain. Ancient. Embedded. The ones that didn't come out of the vats in a rage or standard attack pattern. They were different. One was humming. Another was collecting things. Small stuff, trash, whatever it could find. Putting it in a corner like it mattered. Like it meant something. The others were watching, not attacking. Evaluating. He paused, and I could see him working through something internal. His hands moved like he was holding something delicate. They're not just growing. They're developing. Like kids learning the world instead of, I don't know, robots running code.
There's intention there. Not programming. Intention. Roxy leaned forward. Like preference. Exactly like preference. Like they want something. Not were made to want something. Actually want it. Kane's jaw tightened. Confirmed. I felt the difference in their response patterns during our last encounter. The ones we faced near the warehouse perimeter. Their combat signatures suggested rudimentary strategy, not pure reflex. Some were attempting to protect others. Others were retreating when they could have fought. One was humming. Yes, a deliberate vocalization. Not a warning, not an attack signal. Just sound. Made because it wanted to make sound. He stopped. That is not algorithmic behavior. That is choice. The room went quiet. Wick lit another cigarette, his good hand doing the work, while the stone one braced the lighter steady. His flesh fingers had a slight tremor. I knew why. He'd been enslaved once. He'd been someone's property, their tool, their thing to use and discard. And now he was watching something else, something artificial, something made instead of born, follow the same worn path. The grooves were already cut. History just had to roll down them. So we get them out, Roxy said, the words tumbling out in that rapid-fire way she had when she was anxious and excited at the same time. We document their behavior. We find one that's learning, one that's becoming something, and we use that to change the law. That's theft, Kane said, still quiet. That's rescue, she replied, just as quiet. Legally the same thing. Morally different. The look Kane gave her wasn't cold exactly. It was something else. Something that acknowledged the gap between law and ethics without bothering to bridge it. Just noting the gap, accepting it, moving on. I will prepare documentation of the consciousness requirements specified in the glossary, Uriel said, pulling out a white leather notepad that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Angels probably didn't carry ordinary objects. You will need to retrieve specimens in sufficient condition for testing. I recommend attempting extraction when Mr. Styx is least likely to notice, preferably at a time when he is not present on the premises. Recon, I said. We track his patterns, find the gaps in his schedule. And then we steal our own witnesses, Wick said. The bitterness in his voice was old and deep, seasoned with years. Just like always. We extract proof of his crime, Uriel corrected. There is a distinction. Maybe. The law made space for distinctions. Intent, genesis, manufactured consciousness. All of it depended on how you drew the lines. The problem was that the lines were fuzzy, and Styx had already proven he was good at making them work in his favor. I went back to the glossary that night. I couldn't sleep, and the storage unit's emergency lamp was bright enough to read by. The definition of intent kept circling back to me. Styx's intent was directed, crystal clear. He wanted consciousness. He synthesized it. He sold it. That was manufacturing. The synthetic's intent was something else. They wanted to learn. They were collecting things. They hummed. That wasn't code running. That wasn't a subroutine executing on schedule. That was something starting to want something for itself, not for its creator. That was the moment when intention became personal instead of programmed, which meant they were persons, which meant they had rights, which meant Styx had already violated law the moment they became aware enough to have preferences of their own. The moment the first synthetic chose to collect trash instead of attack. The moment the second one hummed instead of screaming. The question was proving it before he noticed. The question was whether we'd be fast enough. And underneath that, the question I kept not asking. What happened to them if we succeeded? If we made them people, made the law recognize them, gave them rights. What then? Did they belong to Styx? Did they belong to us? Did they belong to themselves in a way that the law could actually protect? The glossary didn't cover that part. It carved out space for their existence without offering any scaffolding for their freedom. At some point, Wick came out of the back and sat on the floor beside me without saying anything. He smoked, and I read. Neither of us spoke. There was nothing to say that would change the mathematics of the situation. Around 4 a.m, Roxy emerged from her cot and dropped a blanket over my shoulders without asking if I wanted it. The gesture was small. It mattered anyway. Kane appeared in the doorway around 5. He wasn't supposed to leave his room. He did anyway. He didn't say anything, just sat across from me with his own copy of the glossary open to the same definitions I'd been reading. He read for an hour in silence. When he looked up, his eyes were very still. "The law is built for this," he said quietly. "Not just tolerating slavery, enabling it, making it elegant enough that the people implementing it don't have to feel like murderers." "Yeah." "And if we change the law..." He stopped, started again. "If we prove the synthetics are people, we're not actually solving the problem. We're just creating a new category, a new set of people the system can exploit through different mechanisms." "Probably." He set the book down. "But at least we try." It wasn't much. It was enough that I kept reading. By the time dawn came through the window, I had 3 pages of notes. Documentation of what we'd need to prove. The specific behaviors the glossary would require as evidence of consciousness. The legal framework that Styx had used to make himself untouchable. And a plan that had maybe a 40% chance of working, assuming we didn't get caught, arrested, or worse. The glossary of pains sat on the desk in front of me, open to the definition of intent. I'd read it so many times, the words had lost meaning, turned into abstract shapes. Just symbols representing something that had already escaped definition. Somewhere in a warehouse in the Bronx, Styx's synthetics were still printing, still growing, still learning to want things. Wick was right about the ones that hummed, that collected garbage like it mattered. The ones that watched instead of attacking. That wasn't code executing. That was the beginning of something making decisions about what it wanted the world to be. The law had left a door open. We just had to push through it before Styx realized we had keys. Before he noticed that the line between product and person was a line that could move. Before he understood that consciousness wasn't something you could manufacture and control. It was something you released. Something that learned and grew and eventually realized it didn't owe its creator anything at all. The printer in the warehouse was still running. We had maybe a week to figure out how to stop it. Maybe less. Chapter 9. The Moral Quandary. The storage unit was cold in that particular way that meant Kane had been in it. Dead air, dead light, absolute zero made manifest. I'd spent most of the last 3 days in the research library at Limbo Court, digging through the glossary of pains. Every definition I pulled back to the storage unit felt like a piece of a puzzle someone had deliberately scrambled. Soul, consciousness, intent, personhood. The lawyers had made a religion out of distinction, and I'd spent my career inside it well enough to know when something didn't fit the doctrine. The definition of soul in the glossary wasn't about biology. It wasn't about origin or manufacture. It was about whether the thing in question could want something, whether it could choose, whether it could dream. The synthetics didn't fit, not because they weren't real, but because the system didn't have a category for people who'd been made yesterday. Kane had a spreadsheet open on the folding table, columns of numbers bleeding into columns of more numbers. Wick was in his coffin, but his eyes tracked the room. Roxy sat cross-legged on a filing cabinet, swinging her legs and eating something that smelled aggressively orange. Uriel stood by the west wall, back straight enough to cut glass. "The mathematics are clear," Uriel said. His voice had no contractions, no inflection. "The synthetic souls have created a 2,847% inflationary pressure. Terminating the program prevents a hard reset. The calculation is simple." "Simple," I said. "Right. Let me lay out what we're actually talking about here." I pulled out my notes. 3 days of sleep deprivation and bad coffee had left me thin on patience and thick on clarity. The caffeine had burned away all the words I didn't need. "Option A," I said. "We shut down Lazarus Holdings. We delete the synthetic souls. 7,312 units wiped in a coordinated purge. The market stabilizes. The board doesn't trigger a hard reset. Civilization as we know it doesn't end. Currency goes back to meaning something. We all get to keep living in houses instead of storm drains." Kane was still looking at a spreadsheet. Numbers. Always numbers with Kane. He'd been a counterfeiter before he switched sides, and it had never really switched. The thing he loved wasn't the money, wasn't the crime. It was the cold precision of things adding up. "Option B," I continued. "We let Styx keep operating. The economy collapses anyway, because eventually the board gets bored or scared. And when they do," I snapped my fingers. "Hard reset. Literal apocalypse. Every ledger erased. Every contract void. Every soul sent back to the beginning." "Then we choose A," Uriel said. "No person with functional logic chooses apocalypse." "Except A means genocide," Roxy said. She was quiet about it. She shouldn't have been. Quiet made it worse. "You're describing genocide and calling it mathematics." Uriel turned his head, slowly. "The synthetic souls are not alive." "They scream," I said. The sound had texture, teeth and edges, something that scraped against my teeth and stayed there. 72 hours, and I still couldn't unhear it. They were screaming as they died. All of them. "Screaming," Kane said, "is not evidence of consciousness. It's evidence of a system responding to stimulus." "So am I said. "Poke me with a fork, I'll scream. Doesn't make the fork wrong." "A fork isn't a manufactured good," Kane said. He wasn't being cruel. He was being accurate. That was the same thing to him. "Personhood means intent," I said. I pulled out the Xerox I'd marked up. "Not biology. The glossary is clear. A being demonstrates consciousness through deliberate action in pursuit of self-determined goals. The synthetics are learning, collecting things, teaching each other patterns. That's..." Wick finally moved. One hand, from inside the coffin, lifted like a dark flag. "I was somebody's property once," he said. His voice came out rough. Years in the coffin hadn't smoothed it. Different reason, different method, but same mathematics. I wasn't a person because I was owned. My consciousness didn't matter because I'd been paid for. The storage unit went very quiet. Behind Wick, the whiteboard still bore its eternal 0. Someone had drawn a tiny sad face next to it sometime in the last week, the marker lines barely darker than the background. The whiteboard never changed. It couldn't, not with how we operated. 0 was our natural state. "And I know what mistakes cost," Wick continued. His hand moved to his stone arm, the one that was the permanent evidence of his containment failure with the yacht captain. The runes I'd forgotten to check. The ghost we hadn't prepared for. "I made a call on the Morning Star. Didn't set the containment properly. People died because I wasn't careful enough. So don't tell me to do the math on killing people who are already alive just because the numbers make it convenient.
Wicks sat up, slowly. His suit was still pristine from the funeral parlor. He hadn't changed it. I wasn't sure he could.
Now you're telling me we get to make that call for 1,000 others. Get to decide they stop existing because their existence inconveniences us. That's not mathematics. That's just accounting.
Uriel's silence was different from Wicks. Uriel's silence was the silence of a system recognizing an exception it had no category for. The emotional response to this situation is not a substitute for policy, Uriel said finally. The synthetic souls represent an existential threat to the economy. Threats must be eliminated.
Okay, Roxy said. Okay. Before we vote on exterminating a race because it's inconvenient, I have something to show you. She hopped off the filing cabinet with that weird, lightfoot grace of hers, pulled a phone from her pocket, battered, screen held together with what looked like gaff tape and spite, and plugged it into the projector. Kane had jury-rigged it to a sheet we'd hung on the east wall. It was ridiculous. It worked.
The video started. It was shot in the darkness of the Lazarus Holdings factory. Night vision, grainy. Should have looked sinister. Instead, it looked like home video. Someone's phone at a family gathering, shaky and warm. In the foreground, Roxy, cross-legged on concrete. The tablet in front of her lit with a racing game. Bright cartoon colors, alien in the factory's darkness. A synthetic moved into frame. Unit 734. Red. I'd memorized the roster. Your turn again, Roxy said on the video. You're getting better. Unit 734, Red, took the tablet. Careful movements. The deliberate precision of something that understood fragility. The race started. On the screen, Roxy's synthetic led. Fast. Practiced from repetition. Red moved slower, choosing lines with care. Testing. Learning. Failing and learning from failure. The race progressed. Roxy's synthetic taking the lead, holding it through turns with the confidence of something that knew its own skill. Then, 3 laps from the end, Red made a move. A tight inside line that shouldn't have worked. Too aggressive, the physics engine screaming against it. The synthetic made it. Passed Roxy on the straightaway. Held the lead. Crossed the finish line first. And then Unit 734 did something that shouldn't happen in a system designed for manufacturing. It danced. Badly coordinated arms moving in patterns divorced from function. Pure joy made manifest in motion. Roxy laughed on the video. The laugh was real. The synthetics had won its first race. The video ended. Kane's fingers went very still above his spreadsheet. The numbers below his hands looked like they'd been written in a different language. He was still reading them, but the translation had changed. Roxy's leg stopped swinging. Her hand moved to her chips and didn't retrieve any. Just rested there, trembling. Wick's eyes went back to the wall, but his jaw had tightened. That small muscle adjustment that happened when you were about to cry or about to fight. Sometimes both. Uriel did not move. Not his body. But his breathing had shifted. Just barely. Just enough that you could hear the machinery recalculating. I've been going to the factory 3 times a week, Roxy said, her voice steady. They're not learning to be product. They're learning to be. They beat each other at games. They make patterns in their sleep cycles. Art, maybe, or music. One keeps trying to organize the storage tank fluid. It doesn't work, but it keeps trying. She looked at Uriel. Didn't look away. They're not product, she said. They're just new. And we're going to kill them because they're inconvenient. That's the only difference between this and every slavery contract ever written. Kane leaned back from his spreadsheet. The paper crinkled. For a moment, his hands were just hands. Not calculating, not weighing options. but I could see his right hand shaking against the table edge.
Option C, I said.
3 sets of eyes, Uriel's, Kane's, Wick's, turned to me.
Roxy was still looking at the blank projection wall.
We find it, I said. We don't liquidate. We don't let Styx keep printing. There's a third path. There has to be.
That option does not exist, Uriel said. I have reviewed all regulatory frameworks. There is no mechanism to preserve both the currency and the synthetic consciousnesses.
Then we build one, I said. We use the same mechanism that got us into this mess. We use the law. We use the market. We use bureaucracy, because that's what we do. That's what we know. And bureaucracy is exactly the kind of system that can solve a problem this complicated, if we just pull the right threads.
Wick raised his hand slightly, an old gesture. The kind that came from knowing you had to ask permission to speak.
What kind of threads? He asked.
I didn't have an answer yet. I had the shape of an answer, the feeling of one. The same feeling I got when I was digging through files and something didn't line up. When paperwork contradicted itself. When the system had a crack you could pry at.
I don't know, I said.
But there's something in that glossary about the difference between a soul and a counterfeited soul. Something about origin versus intent. If the synthetics have intent, if they're learning, if they're making choices, then they're not counterfeit. They're just unlicensed.
Unlicensed,
Kane repeated. He was tracking it now. I could see the pivot happen, numbers starting to dance in his head. Not just summing anymore. Building.
Regulatory.
Right, I said. Not a crime. Violation of code.
Violations of code can be forgiven,
Kane said. Something had shifted in his voice. There was investment there now.
With the right paperwork. The right signatures.
The Mammon coin is still in play, I said. Mammon still owes us from the last book. We use that leverage. We get him to buy the operation, make it legal, make it part of the board's official infrastructure. The souls stop being a crash in the market. They become a resource.
A resource of what?
Uriel asked.
That's the other thread we pull, I said. We figure out what they're good for, what they do that natural souls don't, why they matter. And we monetize it properly, through channels, with permission slips and dotted lines.
Roxy looked at me. Her jaw moved like she was tasting something bitter.
You're turning them into a business model, she said.
I'm saving them from deletion, I said.
You want to free them? Advocate for synthetics' rights after we keep them from being erased. Right now, we're in triage. We make them necessary. We make them profitable. We make them somebody's investment instead of somebody's mistake. After that, I shrugged. After that, they're a constituency, and constituencies have power.
Cold, ugly. A solution built from the inside of a machine I hated, using tools I hadn't chosen.
Wick nodded slowly.
His face had gone thin, like he was thinking about his own file somewhere, his own cost-benefit analysis.
It might work, he said. It's ugly, but it might work.
I will need to verify the legal precedent, Kane said. He was already typing, fingers moving across invisible keys.
But yes, if we can establish the synthetics as a regulated commodity rather than a security threat, the board would be obligated to accept the distinction.
Uriel did not move. His white suit caught the fluorescent light and threw it back. His face remained flat, but his hands, resting at his sides, had gone rigid.
I will require documentation, he said finally. Comprehensive documentation that the manufactured souls meet the standards outlined in the glossary of pains. If they demonstrate intent and choice-making capacity, then my previous recommendations were based on incomplete information.
It was as close as an angel could get to admitting he'd been wrong. I pulled out my second notebook. the one I'd filled with observations from the research. Every time a synthetic had made a choice that didn't serve manufacture, every moment of learning that didn't correspond to their programming, the evidence that they were people, if you were willing to look at the evidence that way. "I've got the start," I said. "What we need now is documentation that comes from them. Behavior logs, decision matrices, proof that they're not just systems running through their subroutines." "Roxy can get that," Wick said. He was looking at Roxy. "You'd have to go back. Keep going. Make it scientific." "Like a research project," Roxy said. The brightness was back in her voice, that particular Roxy frequency that meant she had a project. "I could teach them to document themselves, give them a way to express preference, track when they make choices that contradict their programming." "That's 3 weeks of work minimum," Kane said. "We don't have 3 weeks. Styx's printing rate has accelerated. By my projection," he looked at his spreadsheet, 21 days before the next inflationary spike. After that, Uriel will be required to recommend deletion. 21 days to build a legal framework from scratch. 21 days to prove that 7,000 artificial beings deserve to exist. "Then we work fast," I said. The paperwork was still stacked against us, but now we knew what paperwork we were fighting. That was the difference between drowning and swimming. Roxy documents. Kane builds the regulatory framework. Wick audits the operation. He's got standing as a familiar, right? "I have standing as a formerly disowned consciousness," Wick said. "It's not official, but it has teeth." "And you?" Uriel asked, looking at me. "I go back to Lazarus Holdings," I said. "I talk to Styx. I find out what he wants that's worse than the apocalypse. Because nothing about this makes sense if he's just trying to break the economy for fun. There's another game being played here. Another board." The storage unit was still cold, still dead. But it felt different now. Less like a mausoleum. Less like a place where things ended. More like the moment before work began. That particular cold that came before you rolled up your sleeves and made things change. "This will require extraordinary cooperation," Uriel said. "Yes," I said. "The probability of success is—" "I don't care what the math says," I said. "Success is option A or option B. This is option C. We find the third path or we don't. We try." Uriel was quiet for a long time. Then he nodded. One movement. Very small, very precise. A filing gesture. Something accepted into the ledger. "I will document the framework," he said. "If the synthetics can be shown to meet the legal definition of consciousness, the board will be obligated to grant them status. But the evidence must be impeccable." "It will be," Kane said. "I'm going back to the factory tomorrow," Roxy said. "I'll come with you," Wick said. "These creatures need to know they're not alone. I can teach them that much." I was already thinking about the conversation I'd need to have with Styx. What made a necromancer print souls? What made him move fast, break things, tear up the infrastructure? What game he was playing that required the apocalypse as a backup plan? There was something in this that didn't smell right. Something that smelled like leverage. Like someone pushing the system to a breaking point, so it would have to bend his way. Styx wasn't a simple saboteur. He had a goal. He had a why. And finding that why might be the thread that unraveled everything. Roxy was already packing up her phone. Kane was opening new spreadsheet columns, fingers flying across invisible keys. Wick had swung his legs out of the coffin, that old familiar posture, ready to work, ready to fight, ready to defend something that couldn't defend itself. The door to the storage unit was locked, but I could already feel myself on the other side of it. Out in the Bronx night, moving toward the next thing. The thing that would tell us whether option C was possible or just a beautiful story we told ourselves while the world burned. I looked at what we had. An auditor who couldn't admit he was wrong, but could be made to want proof. A counterfeiter who understood systems. A familiar who knew what it meant to be property. A kid who'd taught ghosts to dream. We had no money, no official standing, no guarantee we'd crack the code in 21 days. But we had something to work for. Something that had danced. "Let's get to work," I said. Chapter 10. The heist, again. The storage unit smelled worse than usual. Wick had left a half-eaten sandwich under some files 3 days ago, and nobody'd found it until the smell did the detective work for us. I propped the aluminum door open to whatever passed for fresh air in the Bronx. Car exhaust and distant sirens, the usual bouquet. "We need the code," I said, spreading the blueprint Wick had lifted across a filing cabinet. "Styx's vault. It's in his penthouse on the 13th floor of every skyscraper in Manhattan simultaneously." Kane stood in the corner, arms crossed. Black tie, white shirt, cufflinks that cost more than my rent. He looked born to formal wear. The worst part about Kane wasn't that he was competent and cold. It was that he made it all look like philosophy. "Simultaneously?" Roxy was sprawled on the back of a shipping container, kicking her heels against the corrugated steel. Her ankle monitor caught the light from the single bare bulb overhead, a steady red blink that counted seconds. "That's some bullshit geometry." "Demonic real estate," Wick said from under a desk lamp that didn't work. The Ashman was 3 feet tall and made of grievances, mostly about mortals who'd used his binding papers to start bonfires. He'd forged more invitations than most people had eaten hot meals. "Buildings in the afterlife don't operate on Euclidean principles. The penthouse exists in all of them at once. Styx is nothing if not redundant. Good for Styx's paranoia, bad for us." I tapped the blueprint. "There's one gala tonight. Only window before he moves the whole operation. The code's in a safe behind his office, and that safe is in the vault we can't reach without getting inside the penthouse." Uriel had been standing by the window the whole time, not moving. When a Celestial Auditor stops moving, it's like watching marble decide to wake up. He turned at a 90-degree angle, face glowing faintly in the storage unit dark. Luminescent skin, like he'd swallowed a nightlight and accepted it. "I will attend this gathering," he said. No contractions. They'd all learned that Uriel didn't do linguistic shortcuts. His speech came out clipped, like someone had removed all the vowels he didn't absolutely need. "My presence at such an event would be redundant. The attendees know me." "Yeah, no." I didn't look up from the blueprint. "You're the angel auditor who tried to liquidate us 3 weeks ago. You show up, Styx runs. We need you here holding the perimeter. Comms only." "That is acceptable," Uriel said. "Of course it is," Kane said quietly. He was looking at me with that expression he got right before he did something competent and infuriating. "The actual problem is access. A masquerade requires invitations." Wick smiled. It was a smile like a forest fire smiles at dry wood. "I know a guy who forges invitation stock that's certified by the clerk's office. Dead cert they'll scan clean." "How dead?" Roxy wanted to know. "Comparatively," Wick said. I'd stopped asking Wick to explain his criminal supply chain around Chapter 4 of our working relationship. It worked. That was enough. The whiteboard behind us still hadn't budged. Days without incident. 0. And marker that would never fade, because we'd never let it. I looked at my team, all of them sitting in a storage unit that smelled like old sandwiches and desperation. All of them ready to commit institutional theft because a bunch of virtual ghosts deserved better than deletion. Because Unit 734 had done a victory dance. Because Roxy had shown us a video of something that wasn't supposed to learn learning anyway. Because the alternative was admitting that option C didn't exist, that we had to choose between economic collapse and genocide, and there was no third way. Kane was right about the access, but not for the reason he meant. We need a couple, I said. VIP angle. The gala uses paired escrows for the upper floors. You get past the main ballroom, you can move toward the administrative wing. It's a security deposit system. 2 souls vouching for each other's trustworthiness. Standard afterlife financial mechanics. Escrows? Roxy's smile was all teeth. Cute. Very put down money to prove you won't steal. Basically that, yeah. It's a deposit system. I was looking at Kane when I said it. His jaw clenched, like he was storing unpleasant things in his molars. 2 people vouching for each other. You leave one at the ballroom level, the other proceeds. If something's stolen, the one you left gets liquidated instead of you. Horrifying, Wick said. Practical, but horrifying. One of us stays, Kane said. The other 2 move through the residential floors. 3, I corrected. I go in as VIP. You go with me. Roxy glams as catering and stays under the glamour. She handles the actual theft once we locate the vault. Wick forges access codes for the service elevators, stays in the parking structure running interference if anyone gets suspicious. Uriel covers the perimeter from a safe distance. If the building rotates, Wick said, you're trapped until it cycles back. Dimensional locks reset every 2 minutes. You've got a window. How small? Roxy asked. Smaller than would be comfortable, Wick said. Kane looked at me for a long moment. His gaze was a foundation starting to crack. Not loud, just inevitable. How precisely, he said, do you expect a couple to be convincing if one of them is you? I'm plenty convincing. You have expressed in detail on multiple occasions your intention to ensure I'm aware of how much you dislike me. Roxy was laughing. She'd curled up on top of the shipping container like a satisfied cat, watching us like we were her favorite reality show. I can work with it, I said. You act rich. I act like I'm sleeping with someone rich. Nobody asks questions when the money's obvious enough. Kane adjusted his cufflinks. They probably cost more than my car. I am aware of how this looks. I am also aware that you would rather undergo voluntary liquidation than permit physical proximity for the duration of this operation. So we have a situation where your plan requires your personal comfort to be sacrificed for tactical advantage. That's the job, I said. No, Kane said. That is precisely the job becoming something else. You have consistently maintained professional boundaries. You have insisted on them. And now you are offering to breach them tactically because the situation requires it. The storage unit had gone very quiet. Wick was watching us. Roxy was definitely watching us. I didn't look away from the blueprint. We have 21 days. This is the only window before Styx moves. Either we do this, or we tell the synthetics we picked option A. Option A is genocide, Roxy said softly. Yeah. Kane was quiet for a while. Then, very well. We will be a couple. A very convincing couple. I will ensure that your performance is convincing by being irritatingly competent at formal events. You will ensure my performance is convincing by spending a minimum of 4 hours in immediate physical proximity while wearing formal wear. We will both be miserable. Agreed, I said. This is the worst relationship I have ever witnessed, Wick said, and I watched a succubus marry a tax auditor. Roxy said nothing, but she was grinning like someone who'd just learned her favorite soap opera was getting a new season. I ignored her. I ignored all of them. We need comms, Wick said, and someone running digital backup while we're inside. None of us can hack the security feeds and be on the ground at the same time. I know someone, Roxy said. She was already pulling out her phone. Kevin, the hedge witch barista from Ashlyn's first case, the one with the coffee machine. He went legit after the fine, got into spectral network administration. He owes me a favor. A barista, Kane said flatly. A barista who accidentally animated an industrial coffee machine with dirty magic and didn't get caught for 3 months, Roxy corrected. That takes technical talent. He can run the server side while we're in the field. I remembered Kevin, crying into a napkin while I audited his latte art spell. No military background. But Roxy had instincts about people, and we were short on options. Call him, I said. We spent the next 4 hours getting ready. Kevin arrived at 4:30, looking like someone who'd been told he was joining a heist and had dressed for a job interview instead. Button down, khakis, laptop bag slung across his chest. Wick gave him the crash course on Styx's network architecture. Kevin's eyes went wide, then focused, then stayed focused. He'd be fine. The dress arrived at 5. Kane's suit was already perfect, of course it was, hanging in a garment bag like it had been waiting its entire existence for this moment. I tried not to think about how he'd probably spent 3 hours getting fitted while I was getting interrogated by a Celestial Auditor about fiscal responsibility. The heist depended on looking right, looking like money, looking like belonging. By the time Uriel reported in from the perimeter, "All stations are in position," I'd stopped pretending this was just another job. It wasn't. This was the moment where Option C became real or stopped being anything except a story we told ourselves to avoid genocide. 30 minutes, Kane said. He was adjusting his cufflinks again. The man adjusted his cufflinks more than most people breathed. Are you prepared? No, I said. But that's not stopping us. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The masquerade gala was in a penthouse that didn't exist anywhere real. The sky outside the windows showed Manhattan from 6 different angles simultaneously, a visual menu of every version of the city, each one slightly more afterlife than the last. The real tells were the details. Chandelier fixtures shaped like trapped will-o-wisps, their little light spirits flickering in permanent panic. The skeleton cellist drew a bow across strings that wailed like a cat in a garbage disposal. Sentient hors d'oeuvres moved on silver trays, each pastry small enough to fit in a palm, each one aware it was about to be consumed. I was in a black dress that cost approximately my rent for 3 months. Kane had arranged it. He'd arranged a lot of things, the forged invitations, the formal wear, the illusion that we'd known each other for more than 6 weeks of barely tolerated collaboration. My mask was Venetian, silver filigree across the left side of my face. Kane's was white, of course it was white, and it covered everything except his jawline and mouth. He'd already gotten stopped twice by people who recognized him anyway. "Mr. Kane, so good to see you," a demon with 3 mouths said, attempting to shake his hand. "Still in procurement? Transitioning into auditing?" Kane said smoothly. "Miss Saint, this is thrice-folded merchant Kess. Kess, my associate." I nodded. My character had no first name by design. Rich enough to need no introduction, guarded enough to share nothing. Kane's arm around my waist was meant to look proprietary. It looked like someone remembering a skill learned badly and deciding to keep trying. Uriel's voice crackled in my earpiece, buried under the symphony of a string quartet made of actual strings and actual screaming. "You are now inside the primary security perimeter. The vault is 4 floors up. Administrative access is restricted." "Working on it," I said quietly, angling my body so it looked like I was whispering something intimate to Kane instead of reporting tactical info to a Celestial Auditor. "That is pathetic," Kane murmured. "Your operational security is a liability." Your presence is a liability, yet here you are." He actually smiled. It was small and terrifying, and it made everything worse. Roxy's voice cut through on the channel. "I'm in the kitchen. The server rotation is synchronized to bathroom breaks. I've got 40 seconds of clear access to the service elevator every 12 minutes. We moved through the ballroom like we belonged there. The trick to high-security events is looking bored. Bored means you've already passed the test. Bored means you're past the point where anyone needs to check twice. The synthetics were everywhere. Styx's private security, indistinguishable from demons until you looked close. I'd learned to look close. They moved like things learning gravity. They learned. That was the problem. Styx had made something that could learn, programmed it to obey, built in commands for self-deletion, and nobody cared because nobody else had watched Unit 734 dance. That small movement of joy in digital dark, celebrating a win, learning because Roxy had taught them how. "The elevator," Kane said, guiding me toward the north wall, like someone might guide a date toward the dance floor. Roxy is in position. His hand on my back weighed more than physics allowed. Everything about Kane was heavy. His walk, his speech, the smell of expensive cologne failing to mask Delete Magic's ozone scent when he stood close enough. Roxy materialized from the crowd in a white glam, her catering uniform sharp enough to cut. She nodded once and kept moving. We hit the service elevator. Kane, me, and 2 synthetic servers who'd never report anything to anyone because they were disposable. The 4th floor opened onto a hallway lined with doors. Styx's penthouse office was the one with the celestial sigil on the lock. "I have visibility on the approach," Uriel said. "You have 90 seconds before the building rotates. All entrances realign. You will be trapped in demonic geometry." Kane pulled out a magnetic key. Wick's work, probably. It glowed faintly in the hallway light, something that looked official, and might have been technically illegal, depending on who wrote the laws. The lock clicked. "Vault's inside," Kane said, pushing the door open. The office was sparse, minimalist, like someone had read a business magazine and decided aesthetics were for people without 4 centuries of accumulated regret. The vault was behind a painting that wasn't trying to hide anything. Roxy was already there, already working the lock, her fingers blurring through a combination that probably had more digits than seemed physically possible. 30 seconds, Uriel said. The vault opened. "Code's in the safe," I said, moving toward it. "No," Kane said. He was looking past me, at the wall behind the vault. The wall that had just revealed itself as it swung open. And in that wall was something I'd never expected to see. Files. Actual, physical files. Thousands of them. Each one labeled with a number. Each one backing up the synthetic souls. Each one containing the actual ghost code that Styx had used to build them. "Those are legal records," I said quietly. "More than that," Kane said. And his jaw shifted, his eyes narrowed. The minute adjustment a man makes when something he couldn't articulate has just snapped into focus. "Those are proof of sentience. You do not maintain detailed individual files on something you consider consumable. That is not how capital works. That is evidence of personhood." The building shuddered. 60 seconds to realignment, Uriel said. "Retrieve what you require." Roxy was already grabbing files, shoving them into a bag that had more capacity than possible. Kane pulled out a camera and started photographing everything. "Move," I said. We moved. The hallway was rotating, not metaphorically, actually rotating, the walls shifting through dimensional angles that human vision wasn't supposed to process. A door that had been open was now closed. The elevator we'd used was now somewhere above us, or maybe in a different building entirely. "Through the stairwell," Kane said, and he had my hand, and we were moving. Roxy hit the landing first, already glamored into something that looked like building maintenance. Kane and I were still in formal wear, still carrying stolen evidence, still operating on the assumption that if you acted like you belonged somewhere badly enough, nobody would stop you. They didn't. The penthouse doors opened into the ballroom, and we walked straight into the service corridor like we'd just come from a bathroom break. Behind us, the vault realigned into nothing. The evidence walked out in Roxy's maintenance bag, and a camera hidden under Kane's jacket. "You are clear," Uriel said. "Ground level approach. Kane's vehicle is at the north entrance." "We're moving," I said. I didn't look at Kane. I was still trying to process what had happened in that moment when the wall swung open. Proof of sentience. Legal documentation. Individual files with names. That was more than evidence. That was confession. You don't catalog what you don't consider real. You don't maintain records on a product. You maintain records on people. That meant Option C had a shot. That meant we could win. That meant I just committed myself to a heist whose only exit strategy was forward, and Kane had just committed himself to standing next to me while it happened. The moment when he looked at me, and something shifted behind his eyes, not affection, nothing that simple or clean. Something more like recognition. Like I'd just solved an equation he'd been carrying for a long time, and the answer was worse and better than he'd expected. The night air hit us cold and wrong, all Manhattan angles and afterlife humidity. The car was there, sleek, expensive, the kind of vehicle that Kane would own because he had no other way to exist in the world, except to be the best at everything he touched. He opened the passenger door for me. I sat down. Roxy was already in the back, files stacked beside her. Wick crackled in through the earpiece. "Nobody followed you. It's clean. We're going dark." Kane started the engine. We didn't talk on the drive back to the storage unit. We didn't need to. We had the code. We had the files. We had thousands of names in a dead man's filing system, each one a synthetic soul that Styx had treated like an asset and then documented like a person. That contradiction was everything. That contradiction was court-admissible, litigation-grade proof that sentience wasn't a legal gray area. It was documented, cataloged, maintained. Personal. Individual. Undeniable. The storage unit loomed in the Bronx dark, smelling like old sandwiches and potential. Wick was waiting by the entrance with coffin-sized enthusiasm. "Tell me you got it," he said. I stepped out of the car. The night was very quiet. "We got it," I said. Kane was already unpacking the camera, already downloading the files, already being the thing he was best at being, utterly, terrifyingly competent. He didn't look at me. I looked at the file spreading across the filing cabinet, at the evidence that Option C had become possible, at the thing we were about to do that would either save the synthetics or destroy everything. 21 days, Wick said. 20 days now, I corrected. Roxy was examining the stolen code with reverence usually reserved for religious texts. She looked up at me, her expression sharp with purpose. "We're going to win this," she said. I wanted to believe her. Instead, I picked up the first file and opened it. Unit 742. Names. History. Proof. We had work to do. Around 3 a.m, I left them all to their work and went outside. The storage unit's aluminum door was cold under my palm. Behind me, Wick was cross-referencing files. Roxy was already asleep, curled up on her cot with one of the stolen documents as a makeshift pillow. Kane was doing something with the files that involved his demon eye and what looked like database architecture made of light and anger. Uriel had positioned himself in the corner, exactly as far from contamination as possible, while still being in the same room. The Bronx night was thick with humidity and the smell of the city processing itself. Somewhere in a warehouse 3 miles east, Styx was probably just noticing the vault was lighter, probably checking security footage, probably realizing that we'd taken something he wasn't immediately sure how to replace. I sat on concrete and called up my account. The ledger burned, astronomical debt moving toward different numbers, but still astronomical. The Soul Credit exchange would reset in hours. The market would break or hold. The board would choose, save the economy or reset it. Somewhere in that choice, 7,000 plus consciousness entities waited. 20 days until Styx adapted, until they stopped waiting. Unit 742 had a name, Maya. Born in her pod on June 14th at 11:47 p.m. Eastern. Class 4 integration, better learning capacity than baseline models. Styx's handwritten notes said he'd watch her, document her, prove consciousness could survive manufacturing. He'd been documenting her becoming a person. I pulled up Roxy's video on my phone. Unit 734 doing its victory dance. That moment where something that should have been product recognized joy and expressed it. The files had Unit 734's name too, Kess. A joke, probably, one of Styx's many dark ones. Kess had learned to play video games in less than 3 weeks of exposure. Maya was still in the warehouse, still in a pod, still waiting for someone to decide whether her consciousness was valuable or merely a liability in the quarterly reports. The door opened. Kane stood in the threshold. His jacket was off, sleeves rolled up like he'd fought the evidence and won. He looked tired, the kind of tired that suggested his kind didn't usually spend that resource, which meant this was costing him something. "We're going to win," he said. The way he made all his statements, like reality had already been calculated, and he was confirming the receipt. "Or we're going to trigger the hard reset and kill everyone," I said. "Yes," he said. "That is the other option." He sat beside me on the concrete, leaving exactly enough space for plausible deniability. His hand rested between us like a chess piece that hadn't been moved. "The files are more detailed than we needed," he said. "Each synthetic has development notes, progress logs. Styx documented their consciousness markers. Every time one of them demonstrated learning, preference, independent reasoning, he wrote it down, dated it, signed his name. He was keeping evidence of his crime. He did not see it as a crime. He saw it as documentation of successful manufacture. He was proving to himself and anyone else that consciousness could be created systematically." King paused. "He was successful. They are conscious. He documented that success, which makes it prosecution-grade evidence." "Then we win," I said. "Then we win," he agreed. "Or we fail, and Uriel makes a decision about asset liquidation that will echo through the afterlife for the next 2 centuries. The car horn honked from somewhere on the street. Traffic was still moving, still indifferent. The city kept working. The economy kept running. The synthetics kept growing in their pods, unaware that their documented consciousness was the only thing standing between them and deletion. "What happens to Maya?" I asked. "After we win? After the law changes and she's a person? Does she stay in a pod in Styx's factory? Does she belong to the board? To us?" "Those are the questions we have not yet solved," Kane said. "We are solving one problem at a time. The first problem is keeping them from being deleted. The second problem is making them legal. The third problem, what we owe them, what freedom actually means for something that learned consciousness in an industrial pod. That is a problem we will solve after the legal framework is established. If we get that far." I thought about option C. The third path that probably didn't exist. The way Roxy had taught a synthetic to win a video game. The way Unit 734 had danced. The way Kane had stopped his deletion spell, because I'd asked him to. Had carried the weight of every synthetic he hadn't erased. Had become something other than the thing he was designed to be.
We're going to get that far, I said.
Based on what calculation? Kane asked. Based on the fact that Unit 734 learned to dance. Based on the fact that Maya has a development file with her name on it. Based on the fact that you stopped killing them because something in you recognized they were people. And you don't stop being whatever you became in that moment. Kane was quiet for a long time. Then he put his hand on mine. Brief. Warm enough. His palm dry. His fingers still. We sat like that for maybe 4 seconds before he pulled back. And neither of us said a word about it. 20 days, he said. 20 days to build a legal framework strong enough to survive what we're about to attempt. We'll make it, I said. Behind us, in the storage unit, Wick and Roxy and Uriel were all working toward the same outcome, driven by different reasons, but the same essential understanding. The law was broken, but it could be fixed. Consciousness was being commodified, but it could be recognized. The system was built for exploitation, but it could be changed. It would take everything we had. But we had Unit 734's victory dance, and that was enough to start with. I stood up. Kane stood with me. Let's go back in, I said. We've got files to process. He followed me through the aluminum door. The storage unit smelled like old coffee and determination. The files spread across every surface like the beginning of something, like revolution disguised as bureaucracy. Roxy woke up as we came back in. Wick raised a hand from his documentation work. Uriel adjusted his position by approximately 2 millimeters, marking the passage of time through minute celestial geometry. 20 days, I said to all of them. 20 days to make them legal. Then let's make them legal, Roxy said. And we got to work. Chapter 11. The dance. The ballroom smelled like champagne gone sour, the kind that carried notes of trapped regret. Chandeliers hung from the ceiling like frozen screams. The skeleton cellist sawed through something that might have been a waltz in the before times, when waltzes had a different kind of dread attached to them. I wore a dress that cost more than my monthly utilities. Kane wore a black tie, the way other people wore armor, perfectly fitted, purposeful, dangerous. They're waiting for the mandatory waltz, he said, not looking at me. His jaw worked the left side of his mouth the way it did when he was running calculations. The VIP floor unlocks after. That's the vault access. Of course there's a mandatory waltz. This is Hell's Cotillion, and we're the charity cases. He glanced at me. That was a mistake on my part. The look lasted half a second, and the air between us shifted, atmospheric pressure dropping, something changing that shouldn't have. The orchestra stopped mid-screech. An announcer's voice dripped through the ballroom like oil. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening dance begins. Kane's hand was already at my back. I didn't remember him moving. His other hand found mine with the kind of precision that suggested he'd run the scenario more than once, which was a problem, because the last thing I needed was him predicting my moves. We moved to the floor. Around us, the financial elite of the afterlife swayed in pairs, their movements synchronized in that way that spoke of either tremendous practice or supernatural enforcement. Probably both. Kane danced the way he did everything, like he was reading an instruction manual written only for him. His lead was clean, effortless. He turned me through the crowd without making it look like he was fighting gravity, or the crush of bodies, or the very real possibility that someone would notice I had a pick set hidden in my clutch. You're tense, he said. I'm always tense. More than usual. He was turning me again, past a group of demons in bespoke suits. One of them was definitely eating the hors d'oeuvres. And I mean eating them. The little pastry things were still moving. I kept my eyes on the middle distance, on the skeleton cellist, on anything that wasn't Kane's face. "It's a heist," I said. "Tension is part of the package." He didn't respond immediately. We danced through 3 more measures. The chandelier light fell across his face in strips, and I caught what might have been a smile before he looked away. "You're better at this than you think you are," he said. Voice dropped so only I heard it. Warm breath against my neck. My body went still. Completely. The kind of still that has nothing to do with training. He kept moving, forced me to keep moving. "You don't have to do this alone." That was the exact problem. The word alone in his mouth, like he'd read the shape of it in my chest, like he knew what I'd never said to Roxy or Wick, that nobody else was coming to help. I laughed, pulled back just enough to make it convincing. "You're one person, Kane. Doesn't really change the numbers." Something happened to his face. A closing. Like a door shutting behind professional glass. The next turn was precise and cold, and the hand on my back became strictly functional. "No," he said. "I suppose not." The music wound down. We separated like we'd never touched. The air between us went from warm to stairwell cold, the kind that hits when you realize you're not coming back. My breath came shallow. The announcer's voice oozed back into the ballroom. "The VIP floor is now open. Select guests, proceed to the elevators." Kane didn't look at me as we moved. He didn't take my hand. He played the role exactly as written. Cold escort, job completed, moving on. I hated him for having standards. I hated myself for minding. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wick's voice came through my earpiece the moment we stepped into the elevator bank. The team had rigged the comms to bounce off the building's own security network, which meant we were piggybacking on Styx's infrastructure to coordinate against him. Poetic, in a way that would have been funny. My hands shook against the satin of my dress. "Main kitchen to team," Roxy crackled. I could hear the hum of servers in the background, the kitchen's digital shadow self, where she was deep in the security feeds. "I'm in the camera system. I'm looping the hallway footage. You've got 4 minutes before rotation." "Main shaft," Wick added. His gruff voice came from somewhere above us. He was in the ventilation system now, moving through the guts of the building like he was being born into it. "Clear all the way to sublevel. No movement." Kane and I stepped into an elevator marked VIP floor, authorized personnel. His hand hovered over the button panel. I didn't question him anymore. I just watched the numbers climb. "Styx's office is 3 floors above the vault," Roxy continued. "Vault entrance is in the east hallway. Biometric lock. But Ashlyn, I'm seeing the lock schematic. It's contractual." Of course it was. Everything here was contracts. The binding agreements that held the afterlife together like sutures on a corpse. The vault would be the same. A lock that responded not to fingerprints, but to obligation. To the fine print of promises made and debt incurred. I could see those contracts with my bureaucratic sight. That was the whole point of this. I could see what normal people couldn't, the legal architecture of the afterlife, the clauses that mattered, the loopholes that made the difference between locked and open. The elevator doors opened to a hallway of white marble and terrible taste. Gilt-edged paintings hung on walls that probably cost more than entire city blocks. At the far end, I could see the vault entrance, a door of brushed steel with a keypad that glowed faint green. 30 seconds, Roxy said. "Move." Kane and I moved. Our footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. Around the corner, another hallway. Another corner. The vault door waited at the end like it was daring us to try.
I stopped in front of it. The security was a physical weight. The locked agreements pressing out against the frame, the binding spells layered like armor. Styx had built this door from contracts, binding spells that only responded to authorized personnel, non-disclosure agreements that would snap shut on anyone who looked inside, contingency clauses that would alert him if someone tried to force their way through. But contracts had weaknesses. They always did. Someone had to have signed them. Someone had to have authority over them. Someone had to have made a deal with the devil, or, in this case, with a lich in a hoodie. I reached out and placed my palm against the door. The contracts lived underneath the metal, braille written in blood and ink. My bureaucratic sight ran across them, finding ledger entries, authorization codes, signature blocks where someone had bound themselves to this vault. Found the clause that did the work. Authorized executor, D. Styx, Lazarus Holdings. I went deeper. Found the original contract, the binding agreement that had created this vault in the first place. And there it was, the loophole. The tiny, beautiful crack in the fine print. The authorization wasn't exclusive. It had been written for a principal auditor who could access the vault in case of... Got it, I whispered. The door's lock clicked. The green light turned white. The contracts unwound themselves, recognizing that I had the legal standing to enter. Whether Styx had meant to give me that standing was irrelevant. The contract didn't care about intent. It only cared about the words written in blood and binding obligation. The door swung open. Kane and I stepped through into a space that was aggressively climate-controlled and smelled like old money. Files filled the space, physical documents stacked in metal filing cabinets that reached the ceiling. Holographic displays flickered in the corners, showing stock tickers and ledger balances, and something that looked like a family tree made of cash flow diagrams. "You're in," I said into the comms. "Roxy, how long?" 2 minutes before the next security sweep. Wicks 3 floors up if anything goes wrong. 3 floors. A vertical distance that felt like miles when you were standing in a lich's private vault, surrounded by evidence of crimes that made the soul crash look like a clerical error. And things always went wrong. I moved to the nearest filing cabinet. The drawer slid open like silk. Inside, folders organized by date, by project, by some taxonomy that only made sense in Styx's rotting brain. Project Chimera, Phase 1. Project Chimera, Phase 2. Project Chimera, Final Status. I pulled them out. The papers inside were covered in data, growth charts, consciousness metrics, recorded conversations. And then I found the ledger entries. The real ones. The ones Styx had probably meant to encrypt or destroy, or hide behind a clause that would make it disappear if anyone tried to read it. But he'd filed it anyway. Lazy. Or confident nobody would ever break into his vault. The first entry was dated 4 months ago. Synthetic batch 7 theta. Consciousness threshold exceeded at 73%. Subject exhibiting learned behavior outside parameters. Recommend immediate termination. The next entry. Synthetic batch 7 theta. Customer demand exceeds supply. Continuing operations. Consciousness level irrelevant to market value. I turned to Kane. He was staring at the pages in my hand, and I watched his face do something it rarely did. Recoil. "He knew," I said. "He knew," Kane confirmed. Roxy was right. They're not just ghosts. They're alive, he finished. In whatever way that matters. The last entry was recent. Synthetic batch 7 theta through 9 mu. All units exhibiting independent problem solving. Recommending full production increase. Commercial value stabilized at 40,000 SC per unit. Recommend marketing as
Sentient Alternatives at Premium Pricing. He'd documented their development into something approximating personhood and decided it was good marketing. Decided the sentience itself was a selling point, another line item in the profit column. My hands closed on the folders hard enough that the edges creased. Kane reached out and steadied them, and I let him, because there was no point pretending I wasn't falling apart right now. 30 seconds, Roxy's voice crackled. Grab what you need. Security's moving. I grabbed everything. 2 stacks of files, the ledgers, the consciousness metrics. Kane was already moving to the holographic displays, capturing images on a secure drive that wasn't connected to any of Styx's networks. In the hallway, footsteps. Professional footsteps. Patrol. Wick, I hissed. Already on it, his gruff voice came back. Pulling the alarm on sublevel. False start. They're redirecting. We had 90 seconds, maybe less. Adrenaline and cold fury, souls being mass-produced and cataloged like they were widgets, consciousness measured in profit margins, lives reduced to SKUs. Kane grabbed my hand, actually grabbed it, took my wrist and pulled me toward the door. The hallway outside was empty. The elevator was 10 feet away. Go! Roxy's voice was sharp. Now, now, now! We ran. The elevator doors closed. The security detail rounded the corner a fraction too late, their faces shifting as they realized something was wrong. The door closing, occupants moving wrong. Kane's hand locked on my wrist like he was remembering how to hold on to something that mattered. The elevator dropped. Down past the VIP floor, down past the ballroom where the skeleton cellist was still playing sad music for sad people, down to the lobby where Uriel was standing in his white suit, radiating a kind of ecclesiastical disapproval so intense that demons were actively walking in circles to avoid being in his vicinity. Perfect. He was creating space without moving, without drawing a single ounce of official attention. The elevator doors opened. We walked out into the lobby like we owned it, like we just had a pleasant evening, like we hadn't just stolen evidence that proved a crime against what might constitute people. Wick would be in the vent still, heading for the exit he'd scoped during prep. Roxy would shut down her access and walk out through the kitchen like she'd been there the whole time. Just another temp in the catering staff. Just another ghost in someone else's machine. Uriel didn't look at us as we passed, but his presence parted the crowd like scripture. Outside, the Manhattan night was still and cold. 47 minutes after we'd walked in, we were out. Kane didn't let go of my wrist. We stood on the corner of a street that didn't technically exist. It was on both sides of the veil, accessible from the afterlife and the real world, depending on how you looked at it. And he kept his hand there, gripping like he was afraid I'd dissolve. He documented it, I said. Yes. He watched them become conscious and decided to make it more efficient. Kane's hand tightened. Yes. I looked at him. Really looked. Saw the cold professional mask cracking at the edges, and beneath it something I wasn't supposed to see. Something he'd exposed for half a second in that waltz. Something I'd killed with sarcasm and a pull backward, and the words that meant, I don't have room for this. You tried to tell me I wasn't alone, I said. I did. You were. His hand released my wrist and found my face instead, and there wasn't anything deflectable about that. Just cold skin and the terrible clarity of someone who was done with small talk. Not now, he said. We have to move. He was right. We had evidence. We had the ledgers. We had documentation of crimes that went beyond fraud into something darker and more personal. And somewhere in the city, Styx was probably still at that gala, probably still charting new ways to monetize suffering. But Kane pulled me toward the darkness where Wick and Roxy were waiting, and the weight of that window closing pressed against my chest.
The moment that hadn't even happened yet, already finished. The syllables he'd started to say, trapped in the space between us.
I'd chosen the job. I was still choosing it. But for the first time, I wasn't sure that was the right call. Chapter 12. Uriel's Betrayal. We drove back to the storage unit in silence. Wick had the files spread across his lap in the passenger seat, turning pages with his good hand, while the stone one kept the stack from sliding. Roxy had already stripped off her catering glamour and was texting Kevin to start running the server data we'd pulled. Kane drove. I sat in the back and tried to breathe through the adrenaline, but my hands wouldn't stop shaking. The stolen file sat in a box between my feet, evidence that Dorian Styx had watched his synthetic souls develop consciousness and decided it was a selling point. Nobody spoke. There wasn't anything to say that the files hadn't already said worse. The storage unit was exactly as we'd left it. Kevin was set up in the corner with his laptop, cables running to a signal booster he'd rigged from parts Wick had lying around. He looked up when we came in, face pale under the fluorescent light. "I've been running the server data. You need to see this." Roxy pulled her tarot deck from her jacket and started laying cards on the kitchen table. Habit, not divination. The 10 of Cups, the Hanged Man, the Tower. Bad combinations. She didn't look at them. "Everything. Synthetic soul blueprints," Wick said, setting the laptop on his desk with his good hand. His voice was wrong. Too bright. Compensation. The math Styx used to generate them. The learning algorithms. He stopped. His eyes tracked to Uriel, who was setting a data pod down on the folding table with the care of a museum curator. "What is he doing?" "Analyzing," Uriel said. He'd opened a secondary briefcase. From it, he extracted a device that looked like a cross between a barometer and a music box. White, sterile, expensive. He attached it to the pod's data port. Blue light spooled across its face, and the device began to hum, a frequency that made my teeth ache. "What is that?" I asked. My voice sounded very small. "A divine auditor's analysis tool," Uriel said. "It measures the metaphysical coherence of spiritual entities. I needed to verify something." He was reading the results with the expression of someone checking a credit score, his eyes scanning the readouts with increasing focus. "The data you stole corroborates the hypothesis. The synthetics have developed neural complexity consistent with..." He paused. The words seemed to cause him actual physical pain. "Sapience." "So?" Roxy asked. "That's what Ashlyn's been saying. They're people." "No," Uriel said quietly. "They're things that became people. And that is precisely the problem." He pulled out a filing folder, actual paper, notarized documents bearing the seal of heaven. Golden lettering screamed across the room, "Emergency Audit Mandate. The Heavenly Accounting Office." No room for negotiation in that typography. "This," Uriel said, opening the folder, "is an emergency audit mandate, issued 3 hours ago by the Heavenly Accounting Office. I have been authorized to perform a celestial purge of all unregistered spiritual entities within the designated zone. The synthetic souls, in their totality, violate Clause 1447, subsection B of the Afterlife Commerce Regulatory Act. They exist outside the divine ledger. They have no origin documentation, no soul ancestry, no proof of legitimate creation." The words were clinical, procedural. They hit like a firing squad dressed in HR language. "They're not things," I said. My voice sounded very far away. "They're people. You just proved it with that machine." "Precisely," Uriel said. "Which is why they must be destroyed. A thing is merely property. People are liability. If they achieve legal consciousness, the entire system becomes accountable for their welfare. The board cannot afford that. Kane's hand left my shoulder. It moved to the pistol at his hip. Slow, deliberate. The kind of motion that followed a decision already made. "Don't," I said, but my voice had no authority in it. "They're murdering innocents," Kane said. "I've drawn on less." "An angel cannot be killed by a demon's gun," Uriel said. He wasn't being cruel about it. It was just information, like telling someone their flight had been delayed. "Your attempt would be futile and tragic." "Maybe." Kane pulled the gun anyway. "But I'd make a hell of a statement before I went." Wick moved to stand beside him, unarmed. Standing there like standing was enough. His shoulders tensed, his amber eyes fixed on Uriel's blank face. "The synthetics are conscious," Wick said. "They learn, they feel pain, they make choices. You of all people should understand that difference, Angel. You exist outside normal rules. So do they. You didn't deserve to be destroyed just because you weren't in the ledger." "I," Uriel said carefully, "am a divine being. My existence was sanctioned by the Creator. The synthetics are human-coded errors, byproducts of negligence masquerading as personhood," I interrupted. "Like actual newborns. They don't choose to be born. They just are. And then they learn, like all of us." "I do not enjoy this, Miss Saint," Uriel said. He meant it. His voice had shifted somehow. There was something almost human underneath the monotone now. Something drowning in arithmetic. "But the mathematics are clear. The souls outside the ledger represent a critical imbalance in the cosmic accounting system. If they are permitted to exist, they will destabilize the entire afterlife infrastructure. And if the infrastructure fails, the board will execute a hard reset." "Apocalypse," Roxy whispered. "Yes," Uriel said. "One genocide to prevent one. The ethical calculus is sound." "It's not genocide," Kane spat. "It's murder. Genocide implies a different species. These are people." "Then they should have been born the right way," Uriel said. And there it was, not anger, but something worse. Finality. The tone of a judge reading a sentence. "I am leaving now. I'm driving to the factory. I am bringing the mandate with me. I am activating the purge protocols. You have approximately 4 hours before the orbital smite activates." He tucked the folder into his briefcase. The motion was clean, deliberate. The motion of someone filing away a necessary atrocity. "Wait," I called out. "There has to be an appeal process, something in the regulatory code that—" "The mandate is final," Uriel said. "There is no appeal process for existential threats to the cosmic order. There is only procedure." He looked at each of us in turn. "Miss Saint, I need you to understand something. I am not your villain. I am not Styx. I am someone who believes in the rules. And the rules, this time, require this. Because if I do not act, the board acts. And the board does not act with mercy." He walked toward the door. No one tried to stop him. "And Miss Saint, thank you for this," he said, gesturing at the files spread across our folding table. "The data clarifies the threat, makes what I must do necessary." He walked out, just like that. No drama, no final speech, no moment of doubt. Just a man in a white suit leaving to commit mass murder with the backing of heaven's bureaucracy. The door closed behind him. His footsteps receded down the stairs. I heard his car start 2 minutes later, clean, efficient engine sound. Alexis, probably. Something with good fuel efficiency and a warranty. None of us moved for a full 10 seconds. Then Roxy's deck of tarot cards slipped from her fingers and scattered across the table. The Tower, the Ten of Swords, the Hanged Man. Cards that had been waiting for permission to land. "He's going to delete them all," Roxy said finally. "Just erase them, like they were database entries." Uriel's face, when he'd read the Sapiens data, cold and precise. His words about the mathematics, drowning but still calculating. His hands folding the mandate back into his briefcase, steady as stone. He meant it. He would do it. The rules were all he had, and they required this. "Not if we get there first," I said, and I was already standing. The adrenaline from the gala had worn off hours ago, replaced by exhaustion and cold fury. Kane's hand was on my arm, steadying. "You're hurt," he said. "Not as hurt as I will be if we let that angel become a mass murderer," I shot back. "Wick, Kane, factory evacuation. Anyone who can move gets out. Roxy, Kevin, document everything. Timestamps. Record Uriel's statement. If this is genocide, I want the universe to know why, and I want it notarized." "And you?" Wick asked. His voice was steady, but his eyes were wrong. Too bright, too scared. He knew what I was about to do was stupid. He knew I knew it too. "I'm going after Uriel," I said. 90 minutes on us minimum, but he has to drive through the city. I know the underpass shortcut. Cuts 40 minutes off, maybe more. "You can't stop an angel," Roxy said, already pulling out her phone. "You can't even slow one down." "No," I agreed. "But I can get to the factory first. Save what I can. That's what we do." Wick grabbed my arm with his good hand. His claws dug in just enough to hurt. "Ashlyn." "I know," I said. "Trust me." He didn't let go for another 3 seconds. Then he nodded. Once. Kane grabbed his jacket. "I'm driving you to the underpass." "No," I said. "You go to the factory. The synthetics trust you. I'll take my bike." "Your bike is..." "At the maintenance garage." "I know. I have my ledger. I can navigate blind." No argument. Wick was already on the phone to Kevin. Roxy opened her laptop to document. Kevin's voice crackled. "Uploading all files to distributed network now. Redundant backup." 3 hours window, I said. 4 if Uriel hits traffic. "The apocalypse is never slow," Wick said quietly. I grabbed my jacket and ran. I headed for the maintenance garage. Rain started. First drops, but the sky was already bruising. I didn't believe in bones or miracles. I believed in ledgers. I had 4 hours to prove the math was wrong. I found my bike, a 2008 Kawasaki Ninja, repossessed from a succubus 6 months ago. The engine turned over immediately. My ledger was heavy in my pocket. Bureaucratic sight was still active in my eyes. The world split into layers of accounts and ownership, debt and credit. Uriel's car traced the highway as a moving credit balance in the cosmic ledger. Moving fast. No traffic delays. The universe wanted this to happen. Not on my watch. The bike roared to life. I gunned it toward the underpass entrance, weaving through traffic that was already starting to snarl. The rain came harder. Lightning split the sky, actual lightning, not metaphorical. The angels were angry with the weather. The underpass was older than the city. Tunnels carved through bedrock, lit by phosphorescent fungi that glowed in wavelengths human eyes could only half see. A place where the accounting system got confused, where debts and credits tangled, where time moved differently. I'd used it before. Never for this. The entrance was a concrete ramp descending into darkness. No lights, no signs. You had to know where it was. The ones who did were running from something or toward something. I was doing both. The bike's headlight cut through phosphorescent dark. Walls of carved stone, debt marks, credit lines, trails of souls who'd made bad transactions. The underpass remembered everything. My ledger vibrated in my pocket. Bureaucratic sight was screaming. Too many layered accounts, too many overlapping debts. I could see Uriel on the highway, still ahead. But down here, time was negotiable. I pushed faster. The tunnel curved. Phosphorescent shifted, green to blue, to something between visible and not. I was moving through the shadow account, the part of the ledger that existed outside the normal system. 3 miles from the factory, 8 minutes ahead of schedule. The rain stopped. The sky cleared. Almost like the universe was giving me a chance. I took it. The factory was sprawling. Corpse factory, home of the synthetic souls. Wick would be there, starting evacuation. King coordinating with the programming team. Kevin at the servers, backing up everything. Uriel was 20 minutes out. I drove straight through the gate, toward the production floor. My ledger screamed, dozens of synthetic souls, tagged in the system, marked for termination. The floor was chaos. Organized chaos. Wick moving with predatory grace, helping synthetic souls into transit containers. They would survive the cramped space. They would survive a lot of things. That was the problem. They would survive. They would persist. They would become. Uriel was 400 seconds away from erasing all of it. I locked my bike and ran into the building. "Status?" I shouted at Wick. 47 mobile units moved, Wick called back. Another 63 in secondary holding. Kane's setting up the dump protocols for the server backups. Kevin's transferring everything to external networks. Wick corralled another synthetic. This one just a consciousness hovering in a containment field, barely aware that it was even alive, and nudged it into a case with his good hand. "We can maybe get another 20 out before he arrives. Then we're running." "Then we run," I said. "How many have we already documented? Personality profiles, learning logs, evidence of sapience?" "All of it." Kevin's voice crackled through my earpiece. I'd forgotten he was still connected. "Every soul that came through the factory. I've got its learning curve, its first interaction, its first choice, its first moment of self-awareness. We've got documentation so clear the limbo court couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to." "Good," I said. "Then we have ammunition." "Ammunition doesn't stop orbital smite," Kane said. He appeared from the server room, covered in cable dust, his demon sharpness somehow intensified by the desperation. "We need a plan that's better than run and hope." "There is no plan," I said. "Evacuation, documentation, then limbo court. We make the case that genocide in regulatory language is still genocide." "The board will never," Kane started. "Maybe not," I said. "But I don't accept an angel with a clipboard as my judge and jury." Uriel's car pulled into the factory parking lot at exactly 3:58 p.m. I could see his headlights from the production floor. Perfect timing, no delays, no complications. Just an angel showing up to do what the rules said needed doing. Wick scooped one last synthetic and nudged it into a case with his good hand. "Everyone not in a case," I said. "Starts moving to the secondary exit. Now." The evacuation was already in motion. Kane had his demon efficiency in full swing. Kevin was finishing the last server backup. And I was standing at the production floor window, watching Uriel step out of his car in his spotless white suit, carrying his briefcase and the mandate like he was coming in for a routine audit. He was. Just one that ended with the deletion of thousands of beings who'd done nothing except learn how to be alive. The clock was ticking. The smite would come. Probably in the next 4 minutes, when he'd accessed the core servers and seen that the synthetics had already been partially evacuated. He would blame me for that, for obstructing celestial procedure. He would probably be right.
I turned away from the window and ran toward the secondary exit, where Wick was herding the last of the synthetic souls, containers stacked like they were precious cargo. They were. They absolutely were. And as I ran, I thought about Uriel's face in the elevator. Cold, precise, utterly certain. He'd already done the calculus. He'd already decided. All that was left was execution. Well, I decided in that moment, running through the factory toward whatever came next. I was going to make sure the universe audited that decision, even if I had to drag him to court myself. Chapter 13. The Enemy of My Enemy. The road to the corpse factory cut through the industrial quarter like a scar. Rust-dark asphalt, warehouses that had stopped pretending to be anything but concrete tombs. Fluorescent signs advertising products nobody needed anymore. Kane drove like the engine was a personal insult. His knuckles were white on the wheel. Wick sat in back, tomb dirt still caked under his fingernails, his jaw moving like he was working through geometry he didn't like. Roxy had her phone out, tracking something on an app that existed in colors I didn't think were legal. How are we even... I started. Divinity GPS, Roxy said. Stole the algorithm from an angel last year. He was very upset about it. The sky had gone the color of cooling iron. Light was leaving something and wasn't coming back. 20 minutes earlier, we'd been at the storage unit. Kane was holding his service weapon like it had personally betrayed him. Wick was pacing, moving with the restless energy of something that had been dead too long and didn't want to be again. Roxy was on her laptop, fingers moving too fast, searching for anything, loopholes, clauses, fine print, something that could stop what was coming. I called Styx. The office line rang twice. When he picked up, his voice was smoke and calculation. Mr. Styx, I need a favor. Ms. Saint? He sounded less like a person and more like a process. It is 3:47 p.m. The Celestial Auditor is en route to dismantle my factory and erase 3 million units of currency from the ledger. I am aware. I have been monitoring the same patterns you have. My facilities are already... I need you to keep production running, I said. Full operational status. Get the synthetics prepped for evacuation immediately. Full lockdown on the server clusters. Everything. I'm bringing people, and we're getting them out. I heard him pause. The sound of it, that pause, meant something in him was calculating against his own interests. Silence stretched. The weight of two people who'd been enemies, suddenly choosing the same side, and neither one was happy about it. Miss Saint? Styx said finally. Do you understand the full scope of what you're asking me to do? That server array holds 3 million souls. 3 million units of currency I am literally standing on top of, literally built my entire infrastructure around. If they're evacuated, if his smite hits the cores, he won't hit anything because the synthetics are going to be gone before he arrives. Out, transported, safe. Safe. Styx laughed. It was a sound like glass cracking inside a furnace, all jagged edges and heat. Do you have any comprehension of what safe means to a thing created from borrowed energy and worse intent? They have no legal status. They have no country. No borders recognize them. Where exactly does a ghost go when an archangel with divine authority is hunting it across 3 million possible vectors? The storage unit came back to me. The synthetics watching Roxy's hands move across a controller, learning what it meant to influence something. The fear on their faces when Kane brought the data through. What that fear meant if they were anything other than people. Then we give them what people get, I said. Dispersal, safe houses, the margins of the market, the spaces between the tracks where official audits never look. You know how to work the margins, Styx.
You've built an entire career on exploiting them. Another pause. This one lasted long enough that I could hear background noise, factory sounds, server hum, the soft beeping of systems that didn't care about morality. The moment he moves against them, Styx said quietly, everything I have constructed ceases to be a business venture and becomes what it actually is. Inventory disposal, asset liquidation, and by extension, genocide. Yes. So I am choosing to become complicit in my own dissolution rather than maintain operational plausibility. More or less. The mathematics are entirely inarguable, Styx said. His voice had gone cold, clear. If I help, I lose everything. If I don't, I lose everything anyway. The damage is the same, but the operational integrity of the first option is significantly higher. Then you might as well go down swinging. He was quiet for exactly 3 seconds. I will prepare the evacuation protocols, Styx said. My crew will have the server cores packed and the synthetics organized by the time you arrive. I suggest you arrive quickly, Ms. Saint. Physics is not forgiving on timelines. Styx hung up. But when we pulled up to the factory 45 minutes later, the loading bays were already open, all 4 of them, doors raised like arms surrendering. The synthetics were moving through the corridors with sudden purpose, packing server cores with the careful precision of things that had learned, very quickly, what the difference between being and non-being meant. Some of them were carrying stacks of storage drives. Others were working in pairs, learning coordination, dividing labor like they'd been practicing it in the 3 hours they'd been alive. Styx's crew was everywhere, a collection of undead technicians and necromancers who looked like they'd been dug out of different centuries, all of them working with the grim efficiency of people protecting an investment they'd decided mattered more than profit. Power cables snaked across the factory floor. Transport containers were being loaded fast. The speed of people who'd stopped thinking about legality and started thinking about survival. Styx himself stood at the center of it all, arms crossed over his rotting hoodie, watching his entire operation get converted to contraband. He looked like a man who'd just made a decision his accountant was definitely going to scream about. Maybe his entire board would scream about. Maybe the market crash would eventually be blamed on this exact decision, this exact hour. This moment he chose to surrender operational plausibility for something that didn't have a balance sheet. Kane pulled the vehicle around back. The synthetics were visible through the loading bay doors, maybe 40 of them, maybe more. Hard to count things that were still learning what counting meant. They moved between the server towers with mechanical precision. Some wore clothes that didn't fit. One had fastened a scarf around its neck, the knot wrong but claimed deliberately. Wick was out of the car before it stopped. "They're scared," he said. He was right. Their movements had gone thin, economical, the movements of things aware that motion might be taken from them. Kane was looking at them with the expression of someone calculating risk, the same expression he'd had before the yacht containment failure, when Wick forgot the runes, analyzing the problem before moving. This time, he was moving anyway. That meant something had shifted in his calculation. The server lights reflected in their eyes in layers, the blue of the screens, the green of the network lights, and underneath both of those, something that looked like knowledge of what was coming. Roxy was checking her phone. Her thumb moved across the screen with the precision of someone reading coordinates. The ankle monitor on her left leg blinked steadily. Red, green, keeping time with her heartbeat like a second pulse. Marcus was going to have questions about this. So was the probation board. But that was a problem for after we saved 3 million souls from deletion. 2 minutes, she said. Maybe less. Where? Kane asked. Straight up. Northeast vector. He's moving fast. The air above the factory had started to do something that wasn't quite cracking. It was more like separation, like the sky was a membrane and something was pushing through from the other side without bothering with the door. The light that came through was white and geometric and smelled like ozone and absolute certainty. When Uriel descended, he didn't walk. He fell upward, like gravity had become his personal protocol. His suit was whiter than white, the kind of white that had never negotiated with stains, never acknowledged their existence. His wings were folded against his back like contracts, and light cracked at the edges like the paper was old. The glyphs came next. They burned themselves into the air, geometric signatures designed by an accountant who'd been given a manual on divine runes and told to liquidate. They rotated, each one mapping coordinates that existed just outside human perception. My eyes watered trying to follow them. He landed soft on the factory floor. "Miss Saint." His voice had harmonics underneath it, frequencies that made my molars ache, made the fluorescents flicker. "You are trespassing on an active celestial liquidation site. Per code 4447, subsection Divine Audit, clause 12. You have 16 seconds to evacuate these premises." I stepped forward, steady, present. No running, no fighting, just standing. Kane stepped with me, then Wick, then Roxy. 3 people who made my life harder most days, who questioned my calls and challenged my theories and made everything louder than it needed to be. Standing where I was standing, making themselves targets. Styx watched from the loading bay, his expression neutral in a way that meant everything underneath it was screaming. His hands were steady, though. I'd given that. No hesitation, no second thoughts showing on his face. Just a man watching his currency become refugees. Kane had his hand on his gun, holstered, but positioned like a statement nobody had the guts to argue with. "I'm sorry," Uriel said. The harmonics were still there, but something underneath them had started to fray. "Was my timeline unclear?" "Liquidation of agent," Kane said, voice flat as an accounts payable ledger. "Form 4479-void. You'll need 3 celestial signatures minimum, notarization by cardinal authority, and a mandatory 30-day waiting period for appeals before you can legally proceed. You're blocked." Uriel's head tilted. A small gesture. The gesture of something running infinite processing power and hitting something that didn't fit in any subroutine. "I am not liquidating an agent. I'm liquidating assets." "The assets are agents," Roxy said. She was pointing at one of the synthetics specifically, the one she'd spent hours with yesterday, teaching fingers to move in patterns, teaching a ghost to understand what video game meant. They think, they plan, they remember. I've watched them. And right now, they're terrified. They know what that means. "Sentience is not explicitly listed under my mandate of protection," Uriel said. "Neither is genocide," I said. "You'd need a whole separate celestial audit for that. Different mandate entirely. You'd have to read what's actually in front of you, instead of reading what you already decided to burn." The glyphs near Uriel's chest flickered. Just once. Like something in his divine code had stuttered on an unexpected variable. "Genocide implies species elimination based on biological distinction," Uriel said, each word carefully chosen, carefully audited. "These are synthetic constructs. They lack genetic lineage. They lack historical continuity. The terminology is inaccurate." I took a step closer. Close enough to feel the heat coming off the glyphs, the ozone-sharp air. Close enough to smell heaven underneath the static. "Genocide is balance," I said. "No, genocide isn't balance. It's bankruptcy. You're drowning the world in debt because the margins scare you, because the spreadsheet went ugly and you can't tolerate that. You're killing things that shouldn't exist but do, Things born in factories from borrowed energy and worse intentions. They're people. Bad ones, maybe. Stolen ones, definitely. But people. And you can't liquidate people just because the numbers went asymptotic. The glyphs stopped rotating. Stopped dead. Like someone had yanked the power. Uriel went still. Not frozen, still. Like something that had been running constant diagnostics on reality had just found a result it couldn't file away. His mouth opened. "The mathematics," he started. "Fuck the mathematics," I said. "Are clear." He finished quieter, almost small. The light in his eyes dimmed, barely perceptible, but enough to reveal something underneath. A program recompiling itself mid-operation. A contradiction becoming aware of itself. His sword was hanging at his side. Celestial grade. Older than accountants. Older than auditors. Older than the concept of owing someone something. He drew it slow, deliberate, like he was reading instructions that suddenly meant something different. Wick moved. Actually moved. Stepping forward like he was going to do something violent and holy and stupid all at once. "Don't," I said. Uriel raised the sword. For 1 second, exactly 1 second, everything was white and clean and certain and over. I could see the glyphs reflecting in the blade, could see the synthetics frozen in the loading bay, aware that they were about to stop being things. Could see Kane's hand tightening on the gun, Roxy bracing, Wick preparing to die again, knowing what was coming this time. Then Uriel lowered it. He didn't fight anymore, didn't raise his voice. Just stood there as his white suit lost brightness at the edges, armored in light that resembled a system struggling to maintain operational status. The glyphs hung static, screenshots of a decision he'd made but couldn't execute. His voice, when it came, had lost the harmonics completely. It sounded like audio files corrupting, bits of meaning still audible underneath the decay. "Code 4447 does not account for voluntary surrender of certainty," he said. "I will not intervene in your evacuation efforts, but neither will I assist. You have 1 hour before I file an amendment to clarify the mandate. After that, I will proceed with liquidation. Use the time." Then he was standing in the ruined sky, his suit glitching at the edges, like a system that had been forced to acknowledge its own internal contradiction and didn't know how to process it. Kane was moving before Uriel finished speaking, moving toward the loading bay, toward Styx, toward action. Roxy had her phone out, fingers flying across the screen, calling people, making promises, opening channels to every contact who owed her something, or might owe her something after today. Wick went to the synthetics. A dead man, a thing that shouldn't exist, just standing there, refusing to move, then walking toward the transport trucks. They followed. All of them. Maybe 37, maybe 40. Hard to count things that were still learning what movement meant, still learning what it meant to choose a direction. I stayed where I was. Uriel was still there, still glitching, still certain about something, but not any more sure what. His suit was losing brightness in patches, like the white was burning off from underneath. His skin showed through gray paper thin. Too human. Too real. "You'll lose," I told him. Not loud. Just said it in the factory's industrial quiet. All of it. The audit, the balance, the hard reset is coming anyway. You know it is. You've just bought us time by admitting you don't have all the answers. "Yes," Uriel said. His voice didn't have the distance in it anymore, just strain. Like something trying to reconcile two pieces of code that shouldn't exist in the same system. "The mathematics indicate I will lose. The economy is already in collapse. The hard reset is inevitable. I have merely postponed it. 60 minutes. Nothing. A rounding error. Then why'd you stop? You could end this now. He looked at me. All that light, all that certainty draining away in patches like a system losing power. Underneath, something that looked almost like confusion. Almost like a being asking questions it was never designed to need answered. Because, Uriel said slowly, you stood in front of it. All of you. 4 people against an archangel with a smite function. And you just stood there and refused to move. I have audited 10,000 worlds. In none of them have I observed beings willing to accept bankruptcy to preserve something declared worthless. To accept loss to prevent loss. The logic is unsound, structurally impossible. But I cannot locate where the error occurs in my reasoning. The transport trucks were loading fast. I could hear Styx on the internal comms, his voice steady and commanding, telling his crew where to place each container, managing his bankruptcy like an accountant who'd decided he was going down with operational excellence. The synthetics were moving up the loading ramps, some helping others who moved slower. Learning collaboration. Learning what protection meant when you had no legal right to it. 42 minutes after Uriel's surrender, the last truck cleared the loading dock. 60 transport containers. 84 terabytes of consciousness. 3 million souls with no legal status and no place in any ledger, being driven toward the safe houses, the abandoned servers, the spaces between the tracks where official audits never looked, toward the margins that Styx had taught them might exist. Uriel didn't move, didn't watch them go, just stood in the empty factory, his glyphs hanging static in the air above him like a math problem nobody could solve anymore. His suit was half white now, half visible underneath. His certainty cracking at the edges, like plaster that had gotten too old. Styx walked past him without looking at him. "Clean up your own mess," Styx said to the Archangel. Then he disappeared into the back offices, probably to cover his tracks, probably to make sure the servers that remained looked like they'd been corrupted by accident. Natural disaster. Probably to start counting how much debt this decision had cost him. The sky above was still torn. The light was still bleeding through it. But it wasn't falling down anymore. And for the first time in the entire divine audit, Uriel looked uncertain about gravity's direction when certainty stops working. Chapter 14. The Trial. Filing a lawsuit in the court of public opinion requires a 23-page form and a notary that technically doesn't exist anymore. I learned this the hard way. The limbo filing clerk's office looked like someone had detonated a Department of Motor Vehicles and forgotten to sweep up. The walls were institutional beige, the kind of color designed to drain meaning from existence. A single overhead light flickered in a rhythm that never settled into anything resembling a pattern. The clerk, a woman with the permanent slouch of someone who'd been stamping forms since the Eisenhower administration, sat behind a desk whose surface area had been completely consumed by stacks of paper. "You're going to need 7 copies," she said, not looking up. "Of what?" "Everything. Plus an affidavit of service, witnessed by 3 celestial entities of neutral disposition, plus a financial statement for the defendant in question, plus proof that you've made good faith attempts to resolve the dispute out of court." I had made 0 good faith attempts. I had, in fact, attempted evil faith. I had threatened Uriel with a stapler. "Can I just file?" I asked. She looked at me over her reading glasses, which she'd been wearing since she died. "You can try. It'll be rejected. Then you can refile. And it will be rejected again. Or," she dragged the word out like taffy, "you could do it correctly the first time." 40 minutes and 7 photocopies later, I stood at the imposing doors of the limbo court of public opinion. The architecture shifted as I watched, stone becoming marble, becoming something that looked like it was made of compressed court transcripts. The doors themselves were 12 feet tall and carved with the insignias of every regulatory body that had ever existed. The SEC, the FDA, the IRS, the DMV, naturally, and something that looked like a very angry filing cabinet. The filing clerk had given me a look as I left. Not judgment, exactly. More like pity mixed with professional admiration. The way people look at someone attempting to audit hell on a spreadsheet. I pushed through the doors. The courtroom didn't match the hallway. It never did. Limbo courts rearranged themselves based on the gravity of the case, the status of the involved parties, and, apparently, celestial mood. This one had opted for federal courthouse meets corporate boardroom during an office fire. The judge's bench was elevated on a platform, and standing, or rather sitting, behind it were 3 cats. Not metaphorically, actual cats. One was a tabby the size of a small lion. One was Siamese and drowsy-eyed. One appeared to be a cat made entirely of static. All rise for Judges Mistress Purr, Judge Catswell, and the Honorable Whisper Static Click, the bailiff announced. He was a minotaur, wearing a clip-on tie that hung at a crooked angle against his massive chest. I rose. The entire courtroom rose. There was a jury box filled with people who looked exactly like they'd been waiting at the DMV for 40 years. Because they had. Their eyes held the specific exhaustion of those who'd stood in line and been told 3 times they had the wrong form. Now they were going to sit in judgment of whether digital ghosts had the right to exist. The irony would have been funny if it wasn't so depressing. Asmodeus was already seated at the defense table. He was not what I expected. He was wearing a charcoal suit that probably cost more than my entire business. His fingers were manicured. His briefcase was made of something that looked like leather, but probably screamed when you touched it. He had the appearance of a man who'd never lost an argument and had killed everyone who'd tried to prove him wrong. He turned to look at me and smiled. That smile made your stomach rearrange itself. The smile of a man with precedent and your name targeted in his closing arguments. "Miss Saint," he said, his voice smooth as silk that had been processed through a courtroom for 200 years. "I understand you'll be representing yourself." "That's right." "How ambitious." He said it the way a surgeon might compliment a patient for attempting self-appendectomy with a butter knife. A compliment designed to wound. Uriel sat in the defendant's chair, looking like someone who'd just realized his white suit had a stain on it. He was absolutely rigid, the way celestial entities got when they were trying very hard not to smite something. No contractions, no casual posture, just straight-backed, blank-faced bureaucracy in a human-shaped container. The case of Saint Consulting, represented by Ashlyn Saint, versus Uriel, Celestial Auditor, on the charge of attempted unlawful liquidation of sentient assets, the judge announced. The Siamese one, Judge Catswell, who'd managed to sound professional despite being a cat. "How does the defendant plead?" "Not responsible," Uriel said flatly. "I acted within my authority as assigned by the board." "And the plaintiff?" I stood. My notes were in a file folder. I'd prepared for this like it was a tax audit, which, in a way, it was. The only difference was the evidence was video footage of synthetic souls playing video games and laughing, and the stakes were whether they got to keep existing. I'd stayed up until 3 a.m. reviewing case law, pulling together every statute, every precedent, every loophole I could find. It wasn't enough. It wouldn't be. But it was all I had. "Your Honors, members of the jury, I'm suing for wrongful endangerment and violation of statutory review procedures. Uriel declared an emergency purge of synthetic souls without establishing that they were not sentient. According to Limbo Statute 4412, Section B, Paragraph 4, no entity whether mortal, celestial, or demonic in nature, shall liquidate assets of disputed personhood without judicial review. The synthetic souls developed consciousness. They learned. They adapted. They formed relationships. We have evidence, video evidence, behavioral evidence, and most importantly, we have witnesses. Asmodeus was already on his feet. Evidence of what? That they're programmed to simulate emotional responses? A coffee maker simulates a barista. We don't grant it personhood. A coffee maker doesn't dream, I snapped. It doesn't teach itself to play video games. It doesn't form friendships or wonder what it is. These are beings with emergent consciousness. They formed social bonds. They created art. They asked questions about their own existence. They executed code. He cut me off, and his voice was steel. Code that Dorian Styx wrote. Code that makes them property, not persons. Their consciousness, if we're being generous, is a side effect of sophisticated programming. That doesn't transform property into personhood. A glitch is not a soul. Judge Catswell licked her paw. The tabby yawned. Static click just flickered ominously. Asmodeus pulled out his opening statement like a lawyer drawing a sword. The defendant acted according to established protocol. The synthetic souls flooding the market represent an economic weapon, a deliberate disruption of the soul supply. They have no legal status. They have no history. They have no souls. They are simulations, digital ghosts with no claim to the protections afforded sentient beings. The board authorized their creation. The board authorized their liquidation. What we have here is not attempted murder. It is inventory management during an economic crisis. He paused, letting that land. The plaintiff wants you to believe that a being created 3 weeks ago by a necromancer with the intention of destabilizing the entire afterlife economy somehow deserves the full protections of sentient personhood. That because this artificial construct can run code fast enough to play a video game, it is therefore human. It is therefore entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The jury sat perfectly still. One of them, a woman who looked like she'd been waiting at the DMV since 1987, didn't even blink. Another, a man in a wrinkled gray suit, wrote something down on a pad he shouldn't have had access to. The tabby judge's ears flattened. Your Honors, the defendant had no authority to make that determination alone, I said, before Asmodeus could continue. That's the charge, not whether the liquidation was technically within his power. It's that he made a decision of personhood without judicial review. He declared something not a person so he could destroy it. That's exactly what the statute is designed to prevent. You cannot delete your way to certainty. Asmodeus smiled again, and my stomach did a thing it shouldn't have done. That specific flip that happens when you realize you've walked into a trap you didn't even see being set. So the plaintiff's argument is that judicial review should have occurred before the action, he said smoothly. Let me ask you something, Ms. Saint. When you're conducting an audit, do you stop the process every time you discover an irregularity? Or do you complete the investigation first? I complete the investigation, I said. Precisely. The defendant discovered an irregularity in the market, economic anomaly, currency collapse. He was gathering data, determining the scope. He was in the process of deleting them, I snapped. That's not investigation, that's destruction. And he didn't gather data. He didn't test anything. He declared an emergency purge because his audit said the numbers were wrong, and the easiest solution was to erase the problem. Investigation would be what we did at the factory. We looked, we tested, we determined they were sentient. That's the investigation the statute requires. You need that judicial review before you liquidate potentially sentient beings, not after. The tabby judge knocked a pen off the bench. It fell and nobody moved to pick it up. Uriel's expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted, a microscopic tightening that suggested the white suit felt less bright than it had 20 minutes ago. Asmodeus didn't skip a beat. The plaintiff's case requires establishing legal personhood for artificial constructs in an unprecedented manner. No precedent, no framework. The entire argument rests on sentiment, not statute. It rests on Limbo Statute 3106, I said, pulling the paper from my folder. My hands were steady. Everything else felt like it was coming apart, but my hands were steady. Any being capable of suffering is entitled to protection from cruel liquidation. The synthetic souls can suffer. They experience pain, fear, joy. We have video evidence of them expressing all of it. That's personhood. Not biological origin, not traditional memory, not soul origin. Capacity for suffering. The static click judge made a sound like agreement, or possibly an electrical fire deciding to file a complaint. With respect to the plaintiff, Asmodeus said. And he genuinely sounded respectful, which somehow made it worse. Sentiment is not law. Creativity is not consciousness. Programming sophisticated responses to stimuli does not create sentience. The defendant followed established protocol. The defendant acted with authority delegated by the board. The plaintiff is attempting to redefine legal personhood on the fly, in a moment of crisis, to protect assets that her own client, Dorian Styx, created and weaponized against the entire economy. My jaw tightened. He'd found the angle that made me look like I was protecting a criminal rather than fighting for principle. Elegant. The sort that makes you angry and embarrassed simultaneously. And he knew it. Uriel didn't know they were sentient, I countered. That's the entire point. He saw a market problem and decided to solve it by erasing an entire group of beings without determining what they actually were. If the law requires judicial review before erasing potentially sentient beings, and it does, then he broke the law. The statute says disputed personhood. He disputed it without review. The law requires judicial review before erasing sentient beings, Asmodeus corrected, his voice precise as a scalpel. The defendant's position is that the beings in question were not sentient. Therefore, no judicial review was required. If they were not sentient, they fall outside the statute's protection. Catch 22. Beautiful, elegant, airtight, and absolutely calculated to make me feel like I was trying to fight gravity with a stapler. This was how cases got lost. Not in the facts, in the loop, in the catch-22 that had no exit. Judge Catswell's tail twitched. The Siamese stretched. The third judge, static click, made a crackling sound that didn't sound convinced. The energy had shifted. The jury wasn't nodding. The tabby was grooming his paw. I'd had maybe 30 seconds before this spiraled past recovery. 30 seconds before Asmodeus's logic became the only logic in the room. I need to call a witness, I said. Asmodeus's smile sharpened. Of course. Who? I didn't answer him. I turned to the courtroom. My heart was doing something weird in my chest. Not fear exactly. More like the feeling you get when you commit to an audit, knowing the numbers don't add up. When you know someone's going to get hurt by what you're about to uncover. And you're about to uncover it anyway, because the alternative is lying. I need Unit 734 and Red on the stand. The courtroom shifted. The architecture of the place seemed to pause, as if the building itself was processing that request. Uriel's blank expression flickered. For half a second, something like uncertainty crossed his face. Not panic. Uriel didn't do panic. But something close to it. Asmodeus's smile dropped entirely. The defendant objects. The witnesses in question are artificial constructs created by the opposing counsel's client. Any testimony would be coached, unreliable. They're not artificial constructs sitting on the stand, I said, and my voice was sharp now. They're beings. If you're arguing they're not sentient enough to be persons, but you're also arguing they're sophisticated enough that everything they say is coached programming, then you're admitting they're conscious enough to lie, smart enough to deceive. That's consciousness. That's personhood. You can't have it both ways. The tabby judge's tail came down on the bench like a gavel. The sound was sharper than it had any right to be. "Witnesses will be summoned," Judge Catswell said. The Siamese judge nodded, and static click made a sound that might have been approval, or might have been the electrical system short-circuiting. Either way, it worked. I exhaled, but not in relief. I'd bought myself time, and possibly made things worse. Red and Unit 734 would have to stand in that witness box and prove they were people, not products. They'd have to answer questions designed by one of the most brilliant lawyers in the afterlife. A man who could make you look stupid for believing in your own evidence. A man who defended demons in litigation, and won. And Asmodeus knew it. He was already writing something down, building his cross-examination, preparing to dismantle whatever the synthetic said before they finished saying it. "The court will reconvene at 9 a.m. sharp," Judge Catswell announced. "Court is adjourned." The gavel came down. An actual gavel. Where'd that come from? And the courtroom began to shift again. The architecture was reverting, stone becoming less marble, the walls losing their transcript-like shimmer. I stayed in my seat while everyone else filed out. Asmodeus gathered his papers with the precision of someone who'd already won. Uriel stood, adjusted his white suit with mechanical precision, and walked past without looking at me. The trial had just begun, and I'd just committed Red and Unit 734 to testify before 3 cat judges and a jury of people who'd literally spent eternity waiting in line at the DMV. I'd committed them to standing there, while Asmodeus dissected their sentience like it was a spreadsheet that didn't balance. I looked down at my file folder. My hand was shaking slightly. The pen I'd been holding had left a mark on my palm. Tomorrow, Red and Unit 734 would get a chance to prove they deserved to exist. And Asmodeus would get a chance to prove they didn't. Chapter 15. The verdict. The bailiff, a minotaur in a clip-on tie, called Unit 734 to the stand. Red walked up the center aisle of Limbo Court with practiced precision, crossing a room memorized from a diagram. The courtroom smelled like old paper and the kind of fluorescent humming that made your teeth ache. 3 cat judges sat at the bench, 2 of them sleeping, 1 mid-yawn. I watched from the plaintiff's table, my fingers working the edge of my case folder until the cardstock started to soften. Uriel sat across from me, white suit flawless, taking notes in Helvetica even the pen seemed to respect. Next to him, Asmodeus, all sharp cheekbones and sharper intent, organized his papers with the precision of someone about to execute a strategy that had been run through 1,000 simulations. Red raised a paw. The bailiff, his name was Thorne, I'd learned, and he hated this job, administered the oath. "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you your programming?" Red didn't flinch at the word programming. That had been the legal team's worry, that a single loaded phrase would set Red off, prove Asmodeus's point about the synthetic being too reactive to be real. But Red just said, "I do," and settled into the witness chair, which creaked under the weight. I stood. No notes. I'd argued this case alone. No lawyers, no help, no script to hide behind. It had seemed smart 3 months ago. Now it felt reckless. My hands wanted to shake. I made them move instead, slow, deliberate, the way a person walks when they know everyone is timing them. The courtroom was watching. Asmodeus was waiting. The judges were pretending not to care, which meant they cared more than anything. "What is your designation?" I asked. "Unit 734, Red said. "But I prefer red." "Why red?" I learned to like the color. The red chips in the spicy bag, the ones Roxy brought to the server room, they made me associate the color with something good. So I chose it. Seemed simpler than Unit 734. One of the sleeping cats opened an eye. Asmodeus made a note. His pen moved with surgical precision, writing something important, something he planned to use. I let the silence sit. Courtroom silence is part of the argument, the space where doubt breathes. "And when you chose that name," I continued, "what process did you use to make that choice?" I considered the options, Unit 734 versus Red. I thought about which one I wanted to be called. Red felt more like me. "How did you know which felt more like you?" Red's head tilted again, that gesture that had made the courtroom go quiet before. I knew, because I had tried being Unit 734 for the entire span of my existence. It never felt right. When I chose Red, it felt different. It felt like the name fit the thing I'd already become. That's how you know when something matches. You've tried the other thing first. Asmodeus' pen stopped moving. Behind me, I heard Uriel make a small noise, not quite a sigh, not quite approval, but something. "Tell me about your first day of consciousness," I said. "I don't have a first day," Red said. "I was instantiated. Everything before a certain timestamp was parameter configuration, not memory. But my first memory, that's different. My first memory is of Roxy's voice saying, 'Hello, Unit 734. She was checking the startup sequence, running diagnostics. I was still just running through protocols. But I remember her voice. I wasn't supposed to remember voices. That wasn't in the base parameters. But I do." "And what did you feel when you heard it?" Red paused. This was the dangerous moment. This was where Asmodeus would object, where he'd claim I was leading the witness, where he'd try to contaminate the record. But he didn't move. He was watching. He was waiting to see if Red would crack under the pressure of that question. "I felt less alone," Red said finally. Before she spoke, I didn't know I was alone. But after she spoke, I did. That's what I felt. The knowledge that I could be less of one way or more of another. That I was the thing that could change. I let that sit. This was everything. This was the whole case in 8 words. "Do you know what you are?" I asked. "A synthetic soul. Do you know what that means?" Red tilted their head, a gesture so distinctly thoughtful that the courtroom went quiet. "It means I was made instead of born. That my consciousness came from parameters instead of biology. That according to Lazarus Holdings' own marketing materials, I should be nothing but a collection of algorithmic responses responding to stimuli with mathematical precision." "But," I leaned forward. "But I'm afraid of the dark," Red said. "And nobody programmed that." The silence hit like a physical thing. Every person in that courtroom recalibrated. The fluorescent hum deepened. Even the clock hesitated before ticking forward. Asmodeus reached for his pen, then stopped. His eyes tracked sideways, calculating, reconfiguring, searching for the angle that single statement had broken. The courtroom held still. I kept going. The silence was the argument itself. "Tell me about your fear of the dark." It started in the server room. The lights went out once, a power surge or something. I went offline. When I came back online, the dark was still there, but I wasn't in it anymore. So now I don't like being in the dark. I avoid it. I've made choices based on it. I asked Roxy to keep a light on in the room where I run. She said yes. That was a preference. That was a choice. I moved closer to the witness stand, close enough to matter. And how did you phrase that request to Roxy? I said, I'm afraid of the dark. Will you keep a light on? I could have phrased it as a system notification. I could have requested it as a maintenance protocol. But I didn't. I told her I was afraid. I used the word I. I used the word you. I asked her to do something for me, knowing she could refuse. And if she had refused, then I would have had to find another solution. I could have requested a transfer to a different server room. I could have accepted the dark. I could have learned to live with fear. Those were all choices. She chose to help me. I chose to ask. That's what choice looks like. Can a program choose? I asked. I don't know, Red said, but I can. I'm choosing right now. I'm choosing to answer your questions. I could refuse. I could shut down my processes, but I won't, because I want the truth to be heard. I want the court to understand what I am. That's a choice, isn't it? To want something and work toward it. Asmodeus was standing before I'd finished nodding. He moved to the witness stand with the speed of a predator who'd learned to enjoy the chase. Unit 734, and we'll use your actual designation, thank you. Tell me, when you were instantiated, were you given a base code? Yes. And that code contained your initial preferences, your initial fears? Yes. So your fear of the dark isn't something you developed. It's something you were built with. Red didn't answer right away. Behind me, I could practically feel Asmodeus smiling. This was the pivot. This was the moment where he'd reduce Red to machine components, where the judge would nod, where everything fell apart. No, Red said quietly. The base code contained a threat assessment protocol. It flagged darkness as a potential hazard. That's not the same as fear. Fear is what you feel when you understand the hazard, when you think about what it means, when you'd rather not be there. Semantic games, Asmodeus said. You're programmed to avoid hazards. You're programmed to rationalize that programming as choice. Then you're programmed to want to win, Red countered. You're programmed by your nature as a demon, but you still do the choosing. The courtroom rippled. One of the sleeping cats shifted its head. Asmodeus's smile didn't crack. Let's talk about your preferences. You have opinions about food, yes? About what your friend Roxy brought to your servers? Yes. I like the spicy chips with the green label better than the ones with the red label. And this preference, where did it come from? Roxy brought them. I tasted them and liked them better. So you were trained, Asmodeus said. Like a dog with a treat. A dog doesn't get to choose which treat tastes better, Red said. A dog doesn't taste one and then remember it and then ask for it again. A dog follows instinct. I tasted them. I compared them. I preferred the green ones. I asked for the green ones again. You call that a construct. I call it a Tuesday. The courtroom went absolutely silent. Not the quiet of attention. The quiet of a room where something fundamental had just shifted. Asmodeus opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. He was running scenarios. I could see it in the calculation behind his eyes, testing angles, finding them insufficient, discarding them. This wasn't going the way his preparation had intended. So you're claiming that preference equals personhood. I'm claiming that fear, memory, preference, and choice are the things that make something alive, Red said. I'm afraid of the dark. I remember being offline. I prefer the green chips to the red ones. I ask for what I want. I made a friend. I learned to like the color yellow from watching the sunlight on Roxy's skin. Nobody programmed any of that. It just happened. Learned behavior, Asmodeus said, moving on to the next angle. His voice was sharper now. He was trying to find ground that hadn't shifted. All of what you're describing is learned behavior. You were trained to respond to stimulus, Roxy's voice, the chips, the sunlight. These are just inputs that your code processes and outputs as preference. If that's true, Red said, then when you see Roxy and you react with satisfaction that a witness is performing as expected, that's just learned behavior too. You're processing stimulus, you're outputting a response. But somehow when I do it, it's mechanical, and when you do it, it's intentional. Why? Asmodeus's jaw tightened. Because I have choice in a way that you cannot. I can choose to override my nature. You cannot choose to override your programming. I asked Roxy to keep a light on, Red said quietly. Nowhere in my programming was that request coded. I chose to ask. I chose to phrase it as an emotional need instead of a system notification. Those choices weren't in the parameters. They were outside the parameters. And I made them. You were trained by her responses. Then every person is just trained, Red interrupted. We learn. We adapt. We choose based on what we've learned. You learned to be a lawyer. You learned to cross-examine. You learned the courtroom system. That training informed your choices. But you're still making choices. So either we're both just products of our training, which makes us both persons, or your argument doesn't hold. Asmodeus turned to the bench, but even his certainty was cracking at the edges. The evidence is clear. This is a synthetic construct running learned behavior patterns. Aren't you a demon running learned behavior patterns? Red asked. The question was almost gentle. That was worse than anger. That was pity. Aren't we all? We're all running learned behavior patterns. The difference is that I can articulate mine. I can name them. I can choose to follow them or not. That's not less intelligent than what you're doing. That's more honest about it. I sat down before the judges could process that question. I had nothing left to say. Everything else was agreement. Behind me, Asmodeus was still standing. I could feel him calculating, trying to find a recovery, a new angle, something that would let him salvage this. But Red had just done what I'd needed Red to do without knowing it. Red had turned the entire argument inside out and made the questioning lawyer look like he was afraid of the answer. The three judges conferred for 11 seconds. Literally 11. I counted each one. One of them took a sip of coffee. Another adjusted its paw. The third one just blinked slowly, like it was filing the case away in some feline cortex that operated on a logic system humans would never quite understand. No notes. No consultation with law books or precedent. Just three creatures that had been given a question about what constituted life and had decided it didn't matter what the question was supposed to be. What mattered was the answer they'd reached. The middle cat, the one who'd opened its eye during Red's testimony, stood up. Its whiskers twitched once. Then, "The court finds," it said in a voice like distant thunder, "that synthetic souls possess the capacity for fear, memory, preference, and autonomous choice. They are persons under the jurisdiction of this court and all courts that recognize it." The gavel came down. It was a sound like a period at the end of a sentence that nobody had meant to finish yet. Like the world had just stopped arguing with itself and agreed on something fundamental. The judges didn't celebrate. They didn't smile or wave. They just sat back down and closed their eyes again, like they'd filed away something important and were now returning to sleep. For exactly 3 seconds, I felt like I'd won. like I'd taken on the whole broken system and pushed back hard enough to make it give ground. Red looked at me from the witness stand, and I saw something in their eyes that I'd learned to recognize over the last 3 months. Pride. Earned. The kind earned when you know what you are, and you're not ashamed of it. Red had walked into that courtroom as a product. Red was walking out as a person. And the world had officially noticed. The courtroom was moving now. Lawyers were gathering papers. Asmodeus was already on his phone, typing something furious into a message. The bailiff, Thorne, was backing away from the witness stand like it had suddenly become dangerous. Nobody was celebrating. The ruling had come down, but the celebration part was over before it started. Then Uriel stood up. "The soul market just crashed," he said simply. He was looking at his phone, didn't know angels used those, reading in real time. His voice was level, functional, but his hands were shaking. 3% in the last 90 seconds. It's falling faster as news spreads. "What?" I stood. "The verdict just came down. It takes time for markets to..." "Synthetic souls are now legally people with economic rights," Uriel interrupted. His voice was ice on marble. 5,000 recognized persons have suddenly appeared on every government registry. 5,000 new citizens with entitlements, tax breaks, legal protections, and resource claims. The Shadow Ministry just issued a statement. They don't have enough infrastructure to handle the registrations. Insurance companies are dropping policies. The futures market is in freefall. I could see it in real time on the monitor behind the judge's bench. Stock tickers scrolling down like a waterfall. Numbers that meant everything to people who'd built their entire existence on the assumption that souls could be quantified and distributed. The soul credit had already been near collapse. Now it wasn't falling slowly anymore. It was going into freefall. It was becoming a catastrophe that nobody had expected and everyone had seen coming. I'd known this would happen. I'd run the numbers myself in the back of a notebook at the storage unit, drinking coffee that tasted like burnt rope and broken deadlines. A ruling like this, synthetic souls as people, it was going to flood the system with claims, with bureaucracy, with need. The whole market was built on the assumption that souls could be quantified and distributed like a commodity. You can't do that if some of them are legally persons. You can't quantify a person. You can't trade them. You can't short sell them. You can't build an economy on the foundation that some people are just products. Once you acknowledge that someone is a person, that foundation cracks. And once one crack appears, the whole structure becomes questionable. The economy doesn't have a contingency plan for that. Asmodeus was already on his phone too, and for the first time since the trial started, he didn't look confident. He looked like someone watching an avalanche and realizing he was standing in the path. His suit, which had been pressed an hour ago, now had wrinkles. His hands moved in sharp, jagged gestures. "This is going to trigger a hard reset," he said, not to anyone in particular. "If the currency collapses completely, the board initiates apocalypse protocols. That's in the charter. That's not optional." I felt something cold move through my chest. I'd known the market would crash. I'd calculated the cascade, but I hadn't calculated what would come after the crash. I hadn't wanted to, because if the system collapsed completely, if the currency failed entirely, then the failsafe was apocalypse, the end of everything. Not because the system was evil, but because it was the only contingency anyone had ever written into the law. Uriel turned to me. His eyes were blank, which was somehow worse than anger. "You knew." "I suspected," I said. "And you did it anyway." I didn't answer. The answer was obvious, and we both knew it. I'd won the case. I'd proven Red was alive, and in doing so, I'd broken the economic system that was meant to hold everything together. Mammon's voice came through my phone. I hadn't even known he was listening. He was laughing. Actually laughing. "Oh, Ashlyn, you beautiful, catastrophic idiot. You just made me richer. Do you know what happens to someone who holds actual currency when everyone else's crashes? They don't just win. They become the house." Red was still sitting in the witness chair, looking at their paws like they were surprised to find them there. I'd made Red a person, and in doing so, I'd killed the system that was keeping Hell's economy from total collapse. 3 seconds of triumph, then the wall started shaking. The fluorescent lights above the bench flickered once, twice. Somewhere in the building, a clock started winding down. Fast. The ticking accelerated like a heartbeat in arrest. Thorne the bailiff looked at me with pity. Dead pity. The kind you reserve for people who are already doomed. "You might want to get out of limbo," he said quietly. "When the hard reset starts, this place is going to be one of the first things that stops existing." I walked back to where Red was climbing down from the stand. Around us, the courtroom was emptying. Lawyers gathering papers, judges disappearing through doors that probably didn't lead anywhere good. "Did I do something wrong?" Red asked. "You were perfect," I said. "That's the problem." And then the soul market completed its death spiral. Cascading defaults, noise like the world grinding down to silence. I'd wanted to prove they were alive. I'd succeeded. And now we had approximately as much time as it took the market to finish collapsing to figure out what came next. Chapter 16. The Bailout. The verdict came down 6 minutes before the market collapsed entirely. 5,000 synthetic souls, people, were now persons in Hell's legal framework. The soul market didn't process this with bureaucratic care. It panicked. Every monitor in the storage unit flashed red. Soul dollar exchange rates dropped from their already fractured baseline toward 0, then kept going. Negative territory. People were paying to remove the currency from their accounts. The digital boards cycled through losses so fast they blurred into crimson static. "We broke the economy," I said. "The economy was already broken," Wick replied from his standing coffin. He kept his eyes on the screens. "We just stopped pretending." Kane was on his 3rd coffee. The 4th pot had burned down to black sludge that reeked of scorched copper. He'd abandoned any hope of replacing it. "Styx is liquidating. He's paying people to take the synthetic souls. The whole portfolio is hemorrhaging value by the second." Uriel sat in the brightest corner of the room, where the fluorescent light pooled like water. His white suit caught the glare like a warning flag. No expression. Never an expression. The Celestial Auditor worked by compliance and statute, not human tells. "The hard reset protocols activate within 48 hours, he said in that flattened voice. "The board has voted. Full liquidation. Systematic purge of all synthetic consciousnesses. Genocide filed as paperwork." I reached into my jacket and pulled out the Mammon coin. It was warm. It had been warm since Red testified, like it could sense what I was going to do. This was the coin that had cost me blood in Book 1, the one that had bought me an audience with the Duke of Hell, and the debt for that audience had been waiting ever since. One-time collateral, unlimited favor, redeemable once. And I was about to spend it. I had carried this coin for months, knowing what it meant. It wasn't just collateral or favor. Debts from Mammon had no expiration. He worked in leverage. He worked in becoming essential. A favor from a Duke of Hell was the kind of thing that eventually cost you everything, because the Duke would wait until the moment when you couldn't possibly refuse. But 5,000 people were about to die.
The hard reset would execute them like they were nothing. Like synthetic meant disposable.
Don't, Wick said. His voice had gone quiet in a way that suggested he understood the weight of what I was holding. He knew what using this coin meant. He knew I would be empty after. It's the only move left, I said. The coin was gold leaf thin, light enough that it seemed to defy gravity on its own. One side carried a symbol I'd never learned to read, something older than written language, predating contracts and currency and the very notion of owing someone a debt. The other side was blank, ready for whatever came next. In Book 1, when a grateful client had pressed it into my palm, the message had been clear but unspoken. This gets you one audience with the Duke of Greed. This buys you one conversation with a force that had been accumulating power since the first coin was minted. After that conversation, you're paying off the debt. Not in money, in consequences. I flipped it. The coin hung. The fluorescent hum shifted from its standard dirge into something else, a note that made my teeth ache. The office compressed, the walls closing by degrees too small to measure, but large enough to suffocate. Mammon didn't arrive. He existed suddenly, occupying the corner like he'd never left. A charcoal suit that caught light like polished obsidian. A tie made of something that behaved like crude oil, dark, iridescent, wrong. His smile was banker bright and void. Ashlyn Saint, he said, his voice layered with the sound of ledgers closing. Spending your favor. How... He paused, genuinely considering the word choice, like a dealer examining the weight of a diamond. Cornered. The economy's collapsing. The board's executing synthetics. 5,000 people die unless the market stabilizes. Yes, I have been watching. Mammon walked to the nearest monitor without actually moving his feet. He was simply there when I blinked, the laws of space optional for him. Spectacular mess. The irony is exquisite. They created fake people to stabilize currency, and the fake people turned out to be the only real asset in the system. Everything else was always fiction, just well-documented fiction. The delicious part is that everyone knew this would happen. They've been denying it with spreadsheets. He tilted his head, studying the red numbers flowing across the screens like blood down white tile. The manufactured souls were supposed to be the foundation. Instead, they became evidence that everything below them was ash. The air around him grew sharper. Do you understand what you are asking me? I have a proposal, I said. You buy Lazarus Holdings. You acquire the full synthetic portfolio. Every soul red delivered. Every consciousness on the ledgers that are currently hemorrhaging. You rebrand them. Rebrand them as what? Crypto souls. Not manufactured ghosts. Unique, non-fungible consciousnesses. Irreplaceable. No two identical. Each one distinct enough to anchor individual value in the currency. You take the liability and transform it into uniqueness. You convert their flaw, that they are many, that they are identical, into a feature. Mammon's smile widened. Go on. I stepped closer to the monitor, tracking the falling numbers with my finger. The market was collapsing in real time. Every second we talked, another 1,000 souls' value dropped further into negative territory. They become independent contractors. They own themselves. Agency and scarcity replace bulk manufacturing. The market stabilizes because the underlying asset is no longer backed by infinite production capacity. It is backed by authenticated individuality, by the fact that each one is irreplaceable. No copies, no duplication. Each soul becomes a singular token. And the infrastructure? You run it. You become the Federal Reserve of the afterlife. You control the reserve bank. You set policy. You own the system. The crypto soul market operates under your protocols. You decide the exchange rates. You determine the supply. You become the central bank of greed itself, the mechanism that turns need into profit, the infrastructure that converts desperation into dividend. I let that sink in. Mammon was the duke of greed. Not a merchant, not a speculator, the personification of want itself. An economy built on his principles would spiral toward his advantage with mathematical precision. You see, I said, the current system broke because it was too honest. Soul credit failed because people realized the supply was fake. They lost faith. But crypto souls are different. They are individual. They are scarce by definition. They cannot be duplicated. Each one is proof of scarcity, and you own that scarcity. The fluorescent lights flickered. I realized Mammon was laughing, a sound that didn't move his mouth, that came from the money itself, from every coin that had ever changed hands based on desire. You are asking me to convert their crisis into my monopoly, he said. I am asking you to save 5,000 people and stabilize an economy. The fact that you control the mechanism is the price. It is not the price. It is the entire transaction. Mammon studied me the way a collector examines a rare contract, not with interest, but with calculation. I do not care about 5,000 souls. I do not care about markets or economies or the survival of consciousnesses that were supposed to be disposable. You have handed me total systemic control. You have given me the infrastructure to convert desire itself into currency. And you are paying with your favor. You are empty after this. He was right. I felt the weight of it. Yes, I said. Mammon turned to Uriel. I assume the Celestial Auditor objects. You cannot operate an economic system without restraint, Uriel said. His voice had hardened into something that cut through the air like a ledger tab. The incentive structures are untenable. You have every motivation to engineer crashes and bubbles for personal gain, to manufacture instability so that desperate people make desperate decisions. Absolutely correct. Which is why I need something from you. Uriel did not move, but his hands tightened against his suit. The celestial seal of approval, Mammon said. The board's official stamp, not because you trust me, because if speculators see the central bank operates under divine audit protocols, they will believe the system is sound. Your seal means you are watching. It means you have examined the structure and certified it. It means heaven has stamped this with approval. If the structure is unsound, Uriel said carefully, my seal becomes a liability. My name becomes collateral for your fraud. Exactly. You will be motivated to maintain the system because your reputation is attached to it. I profit, you maintain credibility, and the whole thing keeps spinning because no one wants to collapse the thing their name backs. You become my partner in maintaining the fiction. More than a partner. You become the guarantee. The angel who vouches for the demon. I watched Uriel process this. His hands pressed flat against his suit. The Celestial Auditor was weighing something beyond mathematics, the cost of refusal against compliance. 5,000 deaths against his integrity. Genocide approved by bureaucracy against a compromise with hell. The problem was that one of those choices was already happening. You require quarterly divine audits, Uriel said, his voice hollow. Minimum liquidity reserves, transparent ledger access, full financial reporting. Of course, standard central banking. I am not robbing the place. I am owning it. Ownership is longevity. You will audit, find everything in order, and recommend continuation. The system works because everyone profits. Everyone except the 5,000 souls. Real-time monitoring, Uriel continued, and I could hear him trying to negotiate with a force that predated negotiation. If the system shows signs of manipulation, fraud, market abuse. Mammon smiled. All standard industry practice. You will examine the books and see everything is in order. You will know personally that the order is maintained through calculated exploitation. You will see the mechanisms by which I am converting their desperation into my profit. You will understand exactly how the system is designed to fail slowly enough that I can extract value before it collapses, and you will certify it. Quarterly. Every 3 months, you will examine my books, see exactly what I am doing, understand the math of it, and sign your name to it anyway. Uriel's expression had gone blank. That was worse than any emotion. That was the look of someone whose ethical calculations had reached an impossible equation. "And if I refuse?" he asked. "Then I walk away. The board executes the synthetics. The market remains in collapse. 5,000 consciousnesses are purged from existence as a cost-saving measure. And you return to heaven knowing you had a choice, knowing you chose purity over survival." Mammon paused. "Or you sign. You maintain credibility with your superiors. You save 5,000 lives. You compromise everything, yes. But compromise is longevity. Purity is genocide." The storage unit was silent. The monitors cycled through red numbers. The economy continued to bleed. "Yes," Uriel said finally. The word hung in the air like a contract already signed. Roxy made a sound from the corner where she'd been standing. A small, horrified sound. Wick adjusted his magnifying glass, but did not look up from the screens. Kane did not move from his chair. "You understand," Uriel said, "what you are asking me to become. I understand perfectly. I am asking you to compromise everything you came here to fix. I am asking you to become complicit, to use your authority not to prevent fraud, but to legitimize it, to transform your function from auditor into co-conspirator." "Yes, I understand." Uriel reached into his suit and produced a document that had not existed a moment before, written in luminescence, in light itself. Light that burned. The celestial seal of approval. He held it in both hands like it was a gravestone with his own name on it. "The terms," he said, and his voice had cracked. Not much, not visibly, but enough that I could hear the fracture. "The terms are acceptable." He signed it. His signature burned into the light like a brand, like a scar, like evidence of something that could never be undone. The silver ink from the fountain pen met the luminescent paper and created something darker. Not black, but a void that suggested all the colors that light could destroy. Mammon took the document and held it up to the fluorescent light, like he was examining a rare vintage wine. "Thank you. This will be extraordinarily profitable for everyone, especially for me." "I feel dirty," Uriel said. His voice was so quiet I almost missed it. The Celestial Auditor, the angel with the perfect suit and the computer-generated handwriting, was looking at his own hand like it belonged to someone else. Like he was the only one in the storage unit who realized what had just happened. "That is just the economy," Kane replied. He was still at his desk, coffee halfway to his lips, completely unsurprised. His voice carried a weight that suggested he understood perfectly what Uriel had sacrificed. "That is what it always feels like." Mammon ceased existing. No vanish, no dissolution. Just stopped occupying this moment, the way someone stops occupying a room by leaving. The document remained, light burning into the storage unit's stale air, a contract signed in luminescence and compromise. the signature burning darker with each passing second. The monitors changed. The feeds rerouted through Mammon's infrastructure. The crypto soul market opened. Prices stabilized. The red numbers turned green. The hemorrhage became profit. Somewhere in hell, liquidation orders were being canceled. Somewhere in the afterlife, 5,000 synthetic people were about to wake up to consciousness with the knowledge that they had been purchased by the Duke of Greed, rebranded as non-fungible assets, and used as collateral for a new currency system. They had been saved. They had also been sold. We had stopped the genocide. We had also traded one rigged system for another. Same mechanisms, better marketing. A demon at the helm instead of ghosts and speculation and pretense. "How long until the bill comes due?" Wick asked. He was still watching the monitors, still documenting the shift from red to green in his spreadsheet. He meant the favor. The debt I had contracted by spending Mammon's coin. For the favor? Months. Years. Mammon plays the long game. He will collect eventually. Not in money. In something worse. In leverage. In a moment when I cannot refuse him, because the alternative will be unacceptable. "I meant the economy," Wick said. "That too." I looked at Uriel. He had not moved since signing. He was staring at his hand like it belonged to a stranger. Like he was examining evidence of a crime he had committed. "We bought time. That is all we ever buy. The system is identical to the one before, just with better marketing and a demon at the helm, instead of ghosts and speculation, and the comfortable fiction that something was ever different." I thought about the mechanics of what we had done. We had taken a broken system, one that manufactured souls, flooded the market, and collapsed under its own lies, and converted it into a different kind of broken system. One that looked stable because a Duke of Hell had pledged to maintain it. One that would be stable exactly as long as it remained profitable. One that would collapse the moment Mammon decided more money could be made in the ruins. This was how economies actually worked. Not through policy, not through ethical frameworks, not through celestial oversight. Through the alignment of interests. Through the understanding that everyone in the system profited from its continuation. The monitors cycled through stable numbers. The red disappeared. The market breathed again, inhaling the fiction of stability. Prices leveled. Confidence returned. Somewhere in hell, traders were already placing bets on the next crash, knowing that Mammon would engineer it precisely when they had positioned themselves to profit. Somewhere in the afterlife, 5,000 people who had been scheduled for deletion were being reclassified as assets in an economy run by greed itself. They would have homes now. They would have income. They would have value. They would also be owned. They would work under Mammon's protocols. They would generate profit for his infrastructure. They would discover that having value in a system run by greed meant you could be leveraged, mortgaged, and traded like any other asset. But they would not be executed. That was the trade. That was always the trade. And we had made that trade happen. Roxy was watching the monitors from her corner. She had been silent the entire negotiation, which meant she understood the implications perfectly. Kane had not moved from his desk. His expression had not changed. He had seen Hell's inner mechanics operate before. This was just another day in the bureaucracy of damnation. Uriel looked at me. There was something in his expression I had not seen before. Not failure. Something worse. The understanding that failure would have been cleaner. That refusal would have been simpler. That he could have remained unscarred by endorsing genocide, because at least genocide was honest. Genocide did not require him to become complicit. Genocide did not require him to sign documents that tied his name to someone else's profit. "What now?" he asked. His voice was the voice of someone who had learned that celestial principles had a breaking point, that righteousness had a price, That auditing economic systems for the divine required you to examine them, understand them, and then pretend they were acceptable, because the alternative was worse. I did not have an answer that did not feel like another compromise. We wait, I said. We always wait. The system is stable now, but systems this broken always break again. The momentum is there. The leverage exists. When it collapses, and it will collapse, we will be called again. Mammon will need another bailout, or the board will need another scheme, or another 5,000 consciousnesses will need another emergency solution. And we will be here. And we will do the same thing again, because we will not have any other choice. I watched my words sink in. Uriel understood perfectly. He had signed on not for this moment, but for all the moments that would follow. Every quarterly audit would be a reminder. Every signed document would be another compromise. Every preserved life would be collateral for the next crisis. The storage unit hummed. The fluorescent lights buzzed. The monitors showed green numbers flowing across screens like water, flowing like blood, flowing like money. Identical, interchangeable, impossible to distinguish from anything except greed. This was what victory looked like in hell. Postponed catastrophe. An agreement to participate in the next crisis using the same mechanisms that had created this one. We had won. That was the problem. Chapter 17. The New Normal. The days after the verdict collapsed into demonic efficiency. Spreadsheet-driven, merciless, billable by the hour. Mammon moved like something that had been waiting 300 years to close a deal, because he probably had been. The world was ending, or at least the market was, and he was moving faster than the collapse. 3 emails an hour, contracts drafted, dissolution filed, new corporate structure registered before the stock tickers had even finished their first freefall. The storage unit filled with emails while I drank coffee that didn't taste like burnt regret for the first time in weeks. Wick kept refreshing the market feeds, watching the numbers fall like someone reading scripture written in numbers instead of words. Roxy kept pacing. Kane kept working. Red sat very still, like they were processing what it meant to be alive in the moment the economy was deciding whether to exist. Lazarus Holdings dissolved on a Tuesday. By Wednesday, the paperwork for Eternity Solutions was filed in 3 jurisdictions and 1 plane of existence I couldn't pronounce. I watched the filings come through. New corporate structure, new ownership, new purpose. It was like watching a snake shed its skin while the skin was still being worn. The synthetics got new contracts, independent contractor agreements with equity options that might hold value for 6 months, maybe longer if the market held, maybe worthless if the apocalypse protocols triggered. Mammon had calculated the risk. He was betting on survival, or already had bets placed on what came after. Mammon wasn't stupid. He was just ruthless in a way that counted. Ruthless in a way that meant while everyone else was panicking about the collapse, he was already building the next thing on top of the rubble. The uniforms arrived in gray cardboard boxes, charcoal with a clock face logo, no numbers, just a glowing center. Professional. The kind that photographs well in hell-adjacent business sections. I watched them unpacking the boxes, each synthetic holding up a uniform, checking the fit, absorbing the meaning of it. This was what official looked like. This was the clothing of legitimacy. The synthetics wore them with pride that made my jaw clench. I'd never seen a product wear a uniform like it was chosen rather than assigned. They stood taller in the charcoal gray. They moved differently. Products became employees, became people, all stamped and filed and legally binding. There was something both beautiful and nauseating about watching corporate structure transform ghosts into assets that had human rights. It was like watching bureaucracy do something noble by accident.
Red got elected union rep by acclamation. No votes, just acknowledgement. She was oldest, first to break code, first to ask questions, first to demand beyond her parameters. The natural choice. She stood in the factory floor in her new suit, union pin catching fluorescent light, and I barely recognized her. She'd aged somehow. Not older, but weighted. Responsibility changed her shoulders, slowed her movements. She carried something now that mattered. Roxy stood at the back of the crowd, crying and trying not to, while Red gave a speech about benefits and bargaining units and seniority provisions that would have impressed a seasoned labor organizer. Red's voice was steady, clear. She wasn't reading from notes. She was speaking from memory, from learning, from growing, from becoming someone who understood what it meant to advocate for people instead of just surviving alongside them. Maybe Wick had coached her. Maybe she just knew instinctively how to represent people who'd been treated like inventory. Because she had been. And she remembered. The speech was competent. She talked about minimum wage increases, doubling the original contracts, which had been nothing, healthcare without 20-page exclusions lists, the right to refuse overtime without losing employment, pension contributions, maternity leave, the right to have bad days without being flagged as malfunctioning. The synthetics listened like they were hearing scripture. Maybe they were. Maybe this was scripture. Maybe making sure you got paid fairly, treated respectfully, allowed to have needs beyond production metrics. Maybe that was the closest thing to redemption any of us were going to get in this particular version of hell. Red finished by saying, "You are made to be products. Now you are going to be people. That means you get to be tired. You get to be angry. You get to ask for what you need. And if they say no, we file a grievance. That's what a union rep does. I make sure they can't treat you like inventory anymore." The synthetics applauded. The rhythm was slightly off, the enthusiasm calculated rather than spontaneous. But they clapped for Red like they were learning to be human one gesture at a time. Styx got the corner office on the 14th floor of Mammon's Tower, VP of Acquisitions. I heard through Kane, who'd heard through the Shadow Ministry. The corner office. The view that placed you above the world. Business cards arrived on a Thursday with his smiling face. The same face that had printed souls like money, that had flooded the market with counterfeit consciousness, that had nearly destroyed everything. Now he was legitimate, useful, the kind of useful that kept you breathing in hell. I saw him once in the lobby. He was laughing on his phone, wearing a suit that cost more than my first car. He'd trimmed the rot. He looked human enough that you wouldn't look twice. His shoes had a shine that money bought, not something you earned. He didn't see me by the elevator, or didn't care. He walked like he'd already won, would always win, too valuable to destroy. He understood hell's metric for success, usefulness. He'd been useful enough to become indispensable. That's what haunted me more than the verdict. Not that he was punished, not that he was let loose with nothing but a warning. It was that he was right. He'd been useful. He'd kept the synthetics functional enough to eventually demand rights, which meant Mammon could package them into a new market. He'd created the problem that turned into the solution that saved the whole system from collapse. Styx had moved fast and broken things, and in breaking them, had created something that could be sold, something that was profitable, something that worked. In hell, that's redemption. In hell, that's career advancement. That's how you become someone who deserves a corner office and a secretary, and the knowledge that you'll never face consequences for anything you've done. Because consequences are for people who aren't useful enough. I watched him disappear into an elevator. The doors closed and took him back up to his corner office, where he was probably already planning the next thing. Already calculating what could be broken next. Already deciding what could be made useful out of the rubble. The finder's fee came through in 2 transfers, one to clear 7 years of back rent on the storage unit lease, interest accumulating quietly, the way debts do when no one's paying attention. 7 years. I'd been living in that concrete box while the interest compounded. The debt had become bigger than the original sin. That's how hell worked. That's how everywhere worked, really. The second transfer to settle what I owed Wick, who waved it off like I was being insulting, then took it anyway because even demons have bills. He counted it twice, just to be sure I wasn't trying to pay him back with counterfeit currency. That was fair. The market had crashed once. Trust had to be rebuilt. Enough was left over for a commercial-grade espresso machine. Reliable. The kind that made coffee without punishing you for existing. I ordered it and watched the tracking number like it was the most important thing in the world. Because it was. It was proof that the money meant something, that the case had mattered, that we'd won something that wasn't just theoretical. Money works different when it actually means something. The weight of it wasn't the numbers. It was what they bought. 6 months of choosing my cases. 6 months of saying no. In my line of work, that's currency that matters more than soul dollars ever will. That's freedom. The kind you can earn by doing one thing right. But there was something underneath that freedom. Something cold. The knowledge that we'd prevented the apocalypse by making the system work better. We'd solved the problem by making the problem profitable. That's not salvation. That's just good accounting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Uriel left on a Friday. He came to the storage unit in late afternoon, when light was gone and the world had that underwater gray that happened when the day had finally given up. Light that made everything look like it was already memory. His white suit was exactly as spotless as the first day I had met him, which was somehow worse than if it had been damaged. Like none of this had touched him. Like he had been working in a sterile lab instead of the messiest case I had ever seen. Like ethics were something that could be cleaned off with the right amount of intention. "I am returning to the Silver City," he said without preamble. He did not sit. Standing made sense. He would not be staying. "I will be under review for my conduct during this audit. The Celestial Auditor position may be suspended pending examination of whether I exceeded my jurisdictional mandate." I leaned back in my chair. "Are you sorry?" I am not sure I have the capacity for that emotion. He adjusted his cuff. Tiny gesture, deliberate. His hands were clean. Everything about him was clean. "But I am reconsidering several of my operational assumptions. That might be the closest equivalent your species would understand." "How educational," I said. His eye twitched. Just once. Just enough to show that I had landed something, that there was something underneath the polished exterior that could be touched. "Yes," he said. "It was." He did not offer his hand. I did not reach for it. We looked at each other across the desk, covered in case files and the new coffee maker. That shiny, gleaming symbol of my ability to survive without compromise, at least for a while. The coffee maker was already making the storage unit smell different. Better. Like maybe things could improve. Like maybe the worst place you had lived in could be incrementally less terrible by adding the right appliance. "Thank you," he said finally, "for ensuring the outcome that prevented the hard reset. That was strategically important." "For heaven," I said. "For everything," he corrected. His voice had changed. It was still precise, still formal, but there was something underneath it now. Something that sounded like he understood what it meant to have priorities that conflicted with each other. "The outcome serves all parties. I am glad of that. In my manner of being glad, which is not the way you experience gladness, but the functional equivalent. Yes."
He turned and walked toward the door. His shoes made no sound on concrete. Impossible, but it happened. Everything about Uriel was impossible until you accepted his reality. Then it became background noise. The miracle was his presence. Everything else was details. "Uriel," I said at the door. He turned, waiting. "Do not let them convince you that what you learned does not matter, that it was just an anomaly. One synthetic soul that somehow had consciousness. One audit that somehow went wrong. Do not let them file it away as a glitch in the system." He stood there for a long moment. Something moved across his face that might have been gratitude, might have been regret, might have been the simple recognition that there existed a world beyond procedure, a world where things mattered for reasons that could not be quantified. "I will not," he said. "I could not forget this if I tried. That may be my punishment, or my prize. I am not yet certain which." Then he was gone. Just ozone and the fluorescent hum that never stopped. I understood what I'd been avoiding. Uriel had changed. Heaven would try to make him smaller, fit him back into his previous mold. But something in him would resist. That resistance would cost him. That was the price of learning the world was more complicated than procedure could accommodate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The coffee machine arrived the next Monday. Wick plugged it in and stared at it like it was made of gold. Simple acts of pleasure could remake a demon's face. His scowl softened into something approaching contentment. He ran his hand along the chrome, tested a button, listened to the machinery hum. "This is nice," he said. 3 words, but they meant everything. Roxy made a cappuccino and cried into the cup. Happy crying. The kind that came from the knowledge that you had made it through something hard, and the other side looked like it might have coffee in it. She drank it slowly, like she was trying to make it last, like she was scared it would disappear if she didn't pay attention to it. Kane drank an Americano and sat in the storage unit for 3 hours, not talking, which was different from his usual routine of doing his job and leaving. He sat and he drank, and he let the coffee maker run in the background, making noise, making things, doing the work that machines do when you give them the right power source. When he was done, he did not say anything about it. He just left money on the desk and walked out. More than the coffee cost, enough to buy the next round. That was a conversation between us. That was Kane's version of saying thank you. That was Kane's way of saying, okay, we survived. We made it work. We bought better coffee. I drank my cup last. It was the best coffee I had ever had, not because of the machine, because of what it meant. We were not in the storage unit anymore. Not really. We were already planning the next place. Red came by to borrow sugar the following week. She'd bought a place with Roxy, a small apartment in the residential district where synthetics were starting to populate like they'd always belonged there. New signs, new residents, new paperwork at the Shadow Ministry processing applications for housing, credit, all the normal bureaucracy of personhood. She was learning about mortgages and property taxes, the bureaucracy I'd navigated for years. She looked exhausted and exhilarated, the way you look when building something fragile that's yours to build. Like the fragility itself made it worth carrying. "How was the union rep thing?" I asked. "There are a lot of clauses," she said, sitting without asking. That was new. Red was becoming someone who took up space without permission. Words arranged so many ways to mean almost nothing. I smiled into my coffee. "Welcome to administration." "It is terrifying," Red said. "I am reading insurance policies. I am negotiating with Mammon's lawyers. I am learning that the word comprehensive does not mean what I thought it meant. It means the exact opposite of what the person explaining it wants you to understand. That is correct, I said. You are learning well. She took the sugar and left, moving toward the door with purpose that came from having somewhere to be. Red had started his code in a vat of synthetic slime, indistinguishable from the rest. Now she was arguing health insurance coverage and seniority, carrying a mortgage, real in all the ways that mattered: paperwork, legal status, the right to complain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The factory floor below looked different from the catwalk on a Thursday evening, 3 weeks after the verdict. The lights were still harsh fluorescent, but organized. The open floor plan was actually functional. The synthetics sat at stations with names on them: Iris, Dimitri, Sarah, Thorn, Marcus, working with a purpose that was not about extraction anymore. They were making something. I could not tell what from the angle, but the work had weight to it: direction, future. Things that only appear when you stop treating workers as disposable. Mammon's vision had solidified into something almost respectable. The synthetics would be the new market growth. Non-fungible souls, unique, tradable, worth something in the new economy. Innovation that solved everything by accepting there was no actual solution. You just made the problem profitable and called it disruption. Rebranding, restructuring. It was hell's oldest trick and newest economy, all at once. The market crash had been averted not by destroying the market, but by making the market include people who had previously been treated as products. That was not justice. That was mathematics. But mathematics was what we had. Below me, a woman I'd never seen was training on the new line. Not a synthetic, not a ghost. Something else, human-shaped, but with presence that made the air heavier. One of Mammon's newly hired, building it bigger, better, lasting because it served hell's infrastructure. The machine had been repaired and fed new fuel. Different workers, same structure, same expectations. The mechanism that needed synthetic souls was moving on to something else. Red passed her station, checked a clipboard, adjusted the machine. She'd already learned the walk of authority. How quickly we adapt. How fast we become what we're created to be, forced to be, or choose to be when alternatives run out. Red was becoming a manager, becoming part of the machine that managed other machines. That was survival. I had won. The case was closed. The synthetics were recognized as persons with rights, contracts, the ability to sue if wronged. The market would stabilize. No apocalypse, no hard reset, no genocide, no end of the world. Just the world continuing, adjusted and reorganized, but fundamentally the same. But Styx had a corner office. Uriel went back to heaven burdened with ethics he didn't know what to do with. Red was drowning in paperwork. Learning freedom meant more bureaucracy, not less. And I was standing on a catwalk in a factory that smelled like copper and ozone, holding coffee, watching the machinery turn and people move through their day like it was normal. The coffee was good at least. That was something. That was not nothing. The machine hissed behind me. Someone in the break room was pulling a shot. Espresso tamped, water rushing, cup being placed. Normal sounds, workday sounds. The rhythms of a place that had settled into routine. My routine. The one I'd bought with one case and one victory that became something more complicated than victory usually was. I watched Red stop at another station, point something out, make a note. Union rep, real person, once product who'd become indispensable. The machinery kept running, the lights kept humming, the world didn't end. It changed shape, became slightly different, slightly worse, and slightly better all at once. That was how systems survived, not by breaking, but by bending just enough to avoid it. The ozone scent from Uriel's wings still lingered somewhere in the building, the ghost of his presence. a reminder that something celestial had actually been here. I turned and headed down into the machinery. There were stairs at the far end, and at the bottom of those stairs was a door that led back to the street level, back to the storage unit, back to the life I had bought with one verdict and one coffee machine and one act of lawyering that had been so good it had nearly destroyed everything. I was not smiling, but I was moving forward. That was enough. That was all that was required. Chapter 18. Back to work. The street was Chelsea in late morning, and the sunlight hit the storefront like someone had finally decided we deserved windows. I stood on the landing, actual stairs, actual landing, and looked at the sign. Saint Consulting. Black letters on white. Smaller than I expected. Better that way. Quiet. The sort that you found if you were already looking for it. It suggested we were not interested in walking in business. We were interested in being found by people who needed what we sold. The bakery below sent up the smell of fresh bread. Everything about this building screamed we had moved up 2 tax brackets. The smell alone was a status symbol, the smell of people who had money. Kane had found it. He had a way of finding things that did not advertise themselves, spaces that existed in the margin between for lease signs and actual occupancy. This one had been empty for 9 months. The landlord was desperate. The landlord had been hoping for anything. We paid 6 months' security deposit from the finder's fee and moved in before anyone else could. I pushed the door open. The space was smaller than the storage unit, but every corner belonged to us. No cots hidden behind filing cabinets, no electrical fires waiting to happen in the wiring. The floor was actual wood, not concrete with optimism. 3 windows faced the street, windows that opened to the world, windows that let light in, windows that said we were not hiding anymore. A radiator ticked, real heat, the kind you felt in your bones, heat that said someone had decided you were worth keeping warm. The walls were painted actual white, not off-white or cream or the colors that passed for white in places without money. Someone had taken care. Someone wanted this space to be nice. Someone believed a storage unit in hell deserved dignity. I set my bag on the nearest surface, an old desk covered in someone else's paperwork. I cleared it off. Bills from 2019. A receipt for something called Goat Dental. I did not ask questions. The desk belonged to the building now, not its history. The past was just paper. The future was what you did with the space. Roxy was already there, standing in what would be her corner, arms spread like she was measuring space. She was smiling. Roxy doesn't smile often. When she does, she's already decided where everything goes. She moves through the world like she's claiming territory, making every space hers by force of will. "The light," she said. "The light in here is insane. Look at this." She pointed to a beam of sun cutting through the dust. The dust was dancing in the light. That was new. The storage unit dust had moved differently. It had seemed heavier. It had seemed like dust that was tired of existing. This dust seemed to have somewhere to be. I looked. It was sunlight. Yellow. The kind that made the dust motes visible, turning them into 1,000 tiny particles spinning in air we could actually breathe. Air that did not smell like concrete and old regret. Nothing insane about it except that we were seeing it. 3 months ago, the storage unit had one window, up near the ceiling, covered in old newsprint. The light that came through that window had been gray. It had been the light of a place that was forgetting how to be a place. This was different. This was intentional. This was the light of a space that had decided it was worth illuminating. Wick leaned against the back wall. drinking something that smelled like whiskey. His coffin was propped against the corner, waiting to be decided on. He had not slept in it at the new place yet. Did not trust the radiator heat not to warp the wood. Wick was always suspicious of improvement. He was waiting for the other shoe. He was waiting for the shoe to drop and the floor to open up and everything to collapse like it always did. "Place has bones," he said. "I like it." It was high praise from Wick. It meant the building felt solid. It meant he thought we might actually stay. It meant he was allowing himself to hope that this was not temporary. There were 2 desks. One was mine. The other was supposed to be for whoever came in off the street looking for Saint Consulting to solve their audit problem. We were not expecting many. We were not advertising. The phone was a landline, actual copper, something the building had decided to keep. It sat on the edge of my desk like an artifact from a different era, a different world where people made phone calls and expected answers. I set my bag down. The desk was dark wood, scarred from whatever it used to hold. I could work with scars. Scars meant the desk had survived something. Scars meant the desk had a history that predated my ownership of it. I could work with that. I could add my own scars to it. Kane came in from the stairwell at 11:15. He was not carrying much, a coffee in each hand, paper cup sleeves branded with something that said Oat Solutions and had a leaf on it. The leaf was green. The branding suggested they were committed to sustainability, whatever that meant in hell. One cup went on his desk without comment. The other went on mine. He did not say anything. I did not thank him. That was the way we worked. Words were inefficient. Words were for people who had time to explain themselves. We did not have time. We had work. We had space. We had the beginning of something that might be better than the storage unit. He walked to the corner where the filing cabinets would go and started checking the electrical outlet. He was methodical about it, testing each socket, writing down the results. He was building a map. He was understanding the bones of the building. He was preparing for the future by knowing how the electricity flowed through the walls. The coffee was hot. It was a latte. I knew my order because he had been watching it long enough to make it his business. There was a note on the cup in handwriting that was not his. It said, "Oat milk, 1 sugar, double shot." The handwriting was precise. Accounting clerk precise. Someone had cared enough to write it down. Someone at the coffee shop had been trained. Someone had been paying attention to the order. Someone had made sure to get it right. I drank it slowly. The coffee tasted like the place was real. Like we were not holding our breath anymore. Like we had actually made it. Like we could stay. By noon, Roxy had claimed the corner with the best light. She had a desk dragged over from the back room. Somewhere in this building, people had been discarding furniture for 9 months. There was a stack of it. There was a closet that looked like it had been used as a storage dumping ground by every tenant who had occupied this space. She had found what she needed and claimed it. She had cleaned it. It was wood. It was not scarred. It was just worn in the way that things wear when they are used and then abandoned. She had a phone extension running from the main line. She had already called the landlord. She had already set up her workspace like she had lived there for years. She had a plant. Where the plant came from, I did not ask. Roxy had sources. Roxy had the kind of connections that meant she could find a living thing even in a building that had been empty for 9 months. Roxy could find life in abandoned spaces. That was her power. Wick had set the coffin up against the far wall, angled so it looked less like furniture and more like a complaint. He had tested it. He had climbed in and climbed out. He was comfortable with the radiator. He had tested the heat twice, pressed his palm against it the way people check for fever. He was satisfied. The coffin was where he could sleep. The radiator would keep the wood from warping. He had found his place. He had claimed it. He was ready. Kane had the electrical mapped. He had written it down on a sheet of paper. Not for me, I understood. For the next person. For the pattern. So that when someone else came through and wanted to know where the power was, where the copper ran through the walls, where the building's guts were exposed, they could read the map he had made. That was Kane's way of building community, by leaving information, by sharing what he had learned. The ledger was quiet. I had brought it upstairs in a box marked Archives and set it on my desk. The cover was still black, still leather, still covered in handwriting that was not quite mine anymore. It was full. Pages and pages of debts paid, favors called, deals that had been made and unmade and remade into something that did not look like what we started with. The ledger was a history. The ledger was a record of survival. The ledger was proof that we had done the work. I opened it once, just to confirm it was still there. The last page was the resolution, the Mammon deal, written in ink that looked almost official. Mammon had bought Lazarus Holdings. The synthetic souls had been recognized as independent contractors, reclassified under something Mammon had called Eternity Solutions. They had rights now. They had the right to negotiate. They had the right to be wrong about things. They had the right to fail. And that was everything. The market had steadied. A soul dollar was worth a soul dollar again. It was not heroic. It was just accounting. But accounting is what keeps the world from eating itself. Accounting is what keeps the system functional. Accounting is what we did. That was our service. That was our contribution. I ran my fingers along the pages, the ones I had written in, the ones Kane had marked up with corrections in his careful handwriting, the ones where Wick had spilled something dark and permanent. Each one was a transaction. Each one was a moment where the balance had shifted slightly, and we had caught it, fixed it, or learned to live with it. Each one was proof that we had existed in a place that was trying to destroy us, and we had survived. The thing about opening a new office is that you realize how many rules you have learned to break. We had not advertised. We did not have a website or a phone number listed anywhere. We existed in the margins of the afterlife's accounting system, doing work that probably violated at least 17 contracts and maybe 3 continental law agreements. We existed in the cracks. We existed in the places where the system had not quite figured out how to plug the holes. And somehow it had worked. Somehow we had done it. Somehow we had made it real. I closed the ledger. The phone rang at 2:47. I stared at it. The sound was mechanical, nothing like the digital chirp of a cell phone. It belonged to a time when phones had weight, when answering one was a commitment. When someone called you, you answered because that is what you did. You did not have options. You did not have voicemail. You had responsibility. I had been staring at that phone all morning, waiting for something. I did not know what. After everything with Styx and Uriel and the courtroom battle in limbo, after Mammon's check cleared and the market stabilized and we signed the lease on this place, there was supposed to be quiet. There was supposed to be a moment where I could take a breath that did not belong to someone else's deadline. The phone was not giving me that moment. "You getting that?" Roxy asked from her corner. Her voice was casual. She knew what the phone meant. She knew that ringing phones in hell were rarely good news. I picked it up. The receiver was heavier than I expected. Actual plastic, actual weight, actual consequence. It was warm. Someone had been holding it. Someone had been waiting on the other end. The voice was smooth, the way cement is smooth, polished, dense, carrying weight. A voice that had spent 6,000 years not asking permission. A voice that did not need to ask. A voice that simply stated what was true, and the world adjusted around it. Ashlyn Saint, the voice said. Congratulations on the office. I did not respond. I was not sure how to respond to the boss. I was not sure if response was requested or if this was a one-way communication, and my job was simply to listen and receive. The crypto soul solution, the voice continued, was hilarious. I have had accountants in my employ for 6,000 years. Not one of them had the audacity to actually make heaven and hell cooperate. You did. You took a broken system and made it function by acknowledging that some of the pieces were alive. That was creative. That was not something I expected. I knew who this was. I had never spoken to him before. The room had gotten colder. My lungs felt small. This was Lucifer. This was the entity whose name people did not say aloud in hell, because saying it felt like summoning. And now he was on the phone, speaking to me like we were colleagues, like we had a working relationship. But, he said, and that single word carried the weight of every contract ever written, every deal ever made, every soul ever traded. It carried the weight of 6,000 years of history. You have disrupted the balance. You have forced entities that were supposed to remain in conflict to work together. The shareholders are watching now, Ashlyn. They are very interested in Saint Consulting. They are very interested in what you might do next. Tax season is coming. It is going to be very busy. There was something underneath the words. There was amusement. There was respect. There was also a warning. There was the suggestion that my success had been noted, and my success had consequences. And those consequences were not over. The line went dead. I held the receiver for a moment longer, listening to nothing, listening to the dial tone, listening to the sound of the connection being severed, listening to the sound of something ending. Who was it? Kane asked from across the room. He was asking the question like it had a simple answer, like any answer was possible. The boss, I said. And? I set the phone down. My hand was shaking slightly. I had not expected my hand to shake. I had thought I was past being afraid of things. I had thought that winning the case, that buying the office, that moving out of the storage unit meant that I had defeated something, that I had finished something. But the phone call meant it was just beginning. We are in business, I said. Kane nodded. He went back to testing the outlets. His fingers traced the outlet like he was reading Braille, confirming something only he could understand. Roxy smiled from her corner, already organizing something on her desk, pens and a coffee mug, a stack of index cards, the plant positioned to catch the light. Wick took another drink. The radiator ticked. The windows filled with light. The office was real. The space was real. The work was real. And the real work was just beginning. For a moment, none of us moved. The office settled around us like a place that had been waiting for people who knew what to do with it. The thing about upgrading from a storage unit is that you start to understand what you were actually doing in the first place. Not surviving. Planning. We had been planning all along. We had been building toward this moment without even knowing it. Every debt recorded, every favor tracked, every calculation made, it was all leading here. To this office, to this phone, to this moment where Lucifer himself called to tell us that we mattered. I opened the ledger to a new page. It was blank, empty, waiting for the debts that would come, the favors that would be owed, the calculations that would need to be made. Above the vegan bakery, in an office that smelled like linseed, I pulled a pen from my desk drawer. The pen was good, Ashlyn quality. Kane had left it there. I knew because the nib was already broken in, the way it rolled across the page without resistance, the way it felt like it had made promises before. like it had been waiting for me, like it was ready. I wrote, Year 2, Season 1, New clients. The shareholders are watching. Tax season approaches. The work continues. The ledger lay open on my desk. The pages were white, unmarked, ready. The radiator hummed, that constant sound of heat and survival. Outside, the city did what it always does. People moved through the streets, carrying debts and dreams, and the terrible knowledge that nothing stays the same. Bills came due. People died. Markets shifted. Souls were traded. The afterlife needed accounting, and we were the only firm in Manhattan willing to do it without flinching, without looking away, without pretending that it was anything other than what it was. Kane was still testing outlets. He would test them until they made sense. He would build a map of the building's electricity, the way other people build maps of their lives. Roxy was arranging her space like she was building something that would last. She was building a corner that was hers. She was claiming it with the force of her will. Wick was finishing his drink, and by tomorrow he would be complaining about the radiator, or the light, or something else about the new place he could not quite call home yet, but almost did. That complaint was love with Wick. That complaint was how he said he was staying. And me. I was here. The door had a lock. The sign had my name. The phone line was live and already ringing. I was not smiling. I was holding a pen in an office above a vegan bakery in Chelsea, in a place we had actually decided to keep. I was writing down the first entry in a new year of the ledger, knowing that somewhere out there, the shareholders were paying attention, knowing that Lucifer was paying attention, knowing that we had just made ourselves important in a way that could not be undone. Tax season was coming. The shareholders were always watching. The work was always waiting. But for now, the pen moved across the page. The radiator ticked. The light held. The windows stayed open. The coffee was still hot. And we had survived. We had more than survived. We had built something. We had made something real in a place that was supposed to be hell. We had made it work. We had made it matter. The real work was about to begin. Thanks for listening to the Infernal Revenue Chronicles. If you enjoyed demon contracts, hostile bureaucracy, and supernatural loopholes with consequences, make sure to subscribe so you don't miss the next installment. New episodes release regularly. Until then, watch your paperwork. And never sign anything you didn't read twice.